What's up to the people? Welcome to the official Self First audiobook read by yours truly, Ayo, and let's get into it. Self First, becoming comfortable with the uncomfortable. Acknowledgements. Before I begin, I would like to say thank you to all the characters in this story. They have all been a part of my growth, whether good or bad. They all had a hand in building the person that I am today. The situations and circumstances documented in this book are from my own perception and may or may not have anything to do with who those characters are today. I am detailing what those circumstances and situations have done for me during my life until 28. Special thanks to my family for their support. Thanks to God. This would not have been possible had the thought to heal not made itself known to me. I wouldn't have made it through without you. Very special thanks to my brother Eris, and thank you to me. I did this. It healed a lot more than just my wounds. Intro. Karma. Part 1. The Wake. Meeting the guides. Early. Exploring. Living for others. Part 2. Waking up. Changes. Coming out. Realizing. Part 3. Self-aware. Making peace with self. Consistency, discipline, and action. Absolutely relative. Intro. Define self. Who have you been all this time now that I'm asking and you're paying attention? Have you really taken a liking to who you become? Or are you just going with the motions and reacting to every situation? If you love who you are, then you know, unconsciously or consciously, what it means to be aware of self in an amazing way. You've created a relationship with self based on what you know to be true, and that's beautiful. If the answer is no, well, welcome. There are a lot of us who have yet to conquer this aspect, let alone touch it. Have we become content? Just give me my money, my food, and my enjoyments, and I'm good to go. I used to be in this exact same spot, liking life as is, comfortable not getting that close to self. My goal with this book is to help you understand that no matter the circumstances, you always have a choice to make something great of yourself. All you have to do is find your passion and do it every day until it becomes second nature. Find your confidence, invest in your confidence, and continue action in the direction of where you desire to be. I am going to employ my life and personal circumstances to be both a vulnerable and healing example of what committing to self can do. In my opinion, I believe getting in touch with self is the best decision I had to make if I wanted to become comfortable with me. 2020 was a stamp year for me. It broke me down just to take me higher. It was a real turnaround, and it was all but easy. Personally, I can't speak on anyone else's situations. I can only interpret and observe things from my point of view because I am aware of what I am doing. And awareness creates karma that is out of this world. I had to create a balance between who I was and who I wanted to be. I believe that there are two realities, relative and absolute. They are derived from Neil Donald Walsh's Conversations with God books, where it is described as, relatively, we must have polar opposites to understand who we choose to be. If there was only one way for things to be, we would not be able to choose. It would already be chosen. Absolutely, he described God experiencing God's self through us, utilizing ourselves as the parts of God we are in the relative. These are not his exact words. This is only my interpretation of what I read. I created an understanding to proceed as my own. The relative is the world as we know it, in my opinion. We must work to survive. We must pay bills to survive. We use what we understand to create, and we have the freedom to choose as we wish, to sum it all up. The absolute is the all. The universe, God, heaven, earth, hell, good, bad, etc. All we know, feel, think about, talk about, create is the all. In my opinion, we are all able to be absolute. We all have the capability to create better and be better than what we don't agree with anymore. My purpose is only to allow the realization of that in others by leading by example. I consider us all one, and I know that things are made of energy and vibration. In understanding that, I must be intentional with all I do, simply because what I do to you is done to me. And if you don't believe me, listen to this one. Karma. I was in middle school at LeCon in Hollywood. We moved there from Los Angeles before I graduated the 5th grade. Our apartment was down the street from the school, so I would walk. Sometimes I would walk in the gas station and buy things here and there, but after a few times, I got into the nasty habit of stealing. I took candy, gum, bags of chips, and all kinds of shit. When I would scan the cashier's eyes and they weren't looking, my heart would beat fast. I would pick up what I wanted and just walk out, thinking I was the slickest around. I almost got caught a few times too, but I managed to get away, or so I thought. Let's fast forward about 9 years to 2014. I was excited to become a music artist. I was already making beats, and now all there was to it was to start recording. I bought all I needed to start up everything: the mic, interface, computer. I had a subwoofer in my trunk, and at this time, I had Newbie, my second baby. She was a silver 2000 Camry intended to 5%. She was bad. I had just come from Juice's crib. She was showing me how to properly set up everything to record, and I was excited on my way back home. I was supposed to go straight home, but a random thought said, "Enjoy yourself. You know what to do now, and there should be no rush at all." Turned out that this voice had gotten me into a lot of what we know to be regrets. I took a detour to see a movie. I don't even remember what movie I saw. I went up to get my ticket, then I came back to my car. As I waited for the movie to start, I sat there making beats excited because things were moving in a decent direction. When it got closer to the time of the movie, I got out the car without checking my surroundings and headed back toward the entrance of what used to be Magic Johnson Theaters. My phone started ringing. It's Grandpa. And of course, I owed him some money. "You know you owe me some money, right?" he reminded. "Yes," I sighed. "When you gonna pay me?" he continued. "I can give it to you next week." "Okay then." But I had it to give, and I should have gone to give it to him. But instead I thought, I'll pay him later. Side note, I always clench tightly to my money. Always borrowing, rarely giving, but I only cared about my ego at the time. And you could tell by the way I took care of it, made excuses for it, and turned my eye when it wasn't serving me. I get off the phone and walk inside. While I was inside, there was a small voice that kept saying, "Leave now." The first time I heard it, I just sat there because I didn't want to miss any of the movie, so I didn't move. But there it was for the second time. "You gotta go now." I'm like, fine. Plus, the movie wasn't all that, and it was nearing the end. I walked back to my car in confidence and I'm ready to go. As I approached the side of my car, something ain't right at all. Some papers from my middle compartment are spread out on my seat. I'm like, this ain't my car, I'm tripping. But I look around, and sure enough, it's mine. My eyes widened in complete shock. I looked around and eyed any cameras. There was a guy sitting in his truck across from my car. "Did you see anything?" I asked with a shaky voice. "Nah," he shrugged. I thought he probably had something to do with it. I couldn't trust anything at this point. I began to panic and cry, because why was this happening to me? I saw that my backpack was gone, all my rhymes, my computer, everything that meant something to me, gone. What made it worse, I popped my trunk to see that my subwoofer was gone too. I could have lost all my breath and died that day. Just to see all my hard work snap away hurt. I walked toward the security office to tell him what happened. He didn't do much of anything. He told me to make a police report. Side note, in real life, it's a whole police station right there, and it's cameras. Why is your job so hard again? I thought. But nobody goes harder for your shit than you. And I realized that on this day. I called my mom to figure out my next move. I cried to her because I felt my whole world crash right under my nose and didn't know which way to go. She reminded me that stuff don't mean anything, baby. You can always get all of that back, but the creation is inside of you. You can remake your songs in poetry and beats. So don't be sad. Just pray that God keeps you covered. Thank God you're okay. You got to be careful and watch what's going on around you. I sat with the thought that she had been right. That was all I needed. I felt empowered to get all my equipment back. Somehow, some way, one day. My mom always came through in the most clutchest moments. I made light in that when she gave those words of encouragement that day. But mama's words can only take you as far as you let them when you on your own. I went into a depression state that lasted for roughly 3 years. It was a bumpy time for me. Yet I still kept strong. I still kept the faith and leaned on the all to get through. The all is God's source, the universe, everything. My universal journey has been just as interesting as the lessons I've learned and have yet to learn throughout life. My lower self had to have influence before my higher self could take form. This is for the ones who have high potential but don't really have the support system to see it flourish. Ones who have a difference in opinion. Ones that might change the world, yet not enough like-minded people to deal with. All of us that have a voice, but no one who relates to it. It's truly our time. I am an example of beginning with self first. Part 1, The Wake. Verse 1, Meeting the Guides. I've come a long way. I used to be shy, insecure, a people pleaser, uncontrollably emotional, etc. No real emotion or feeling was displayed up to 22 unless I was in a relationship. I had to mold and create a better version of and relationship with self to get away from that, and I'm proud of where I am today. I was an active kid. I loved to play physical sports, video games, and I liked to be outside. I would build Legos, play with Play-Doh, act like I liked the dolls that I was bought for Christmas, but I was a rough kid. I didn't mind getting hurt until I fractured my arm one day at summer camp. After that, there was no more daredevil. I love basketball. My godmom and goddad got me into it when I was 4, and from then until 18, I gave it all I had. My freedom was more important though. The focus of my goals would shift often. People would say I should go to the WNBA, but playing basketball was a just for fun type of thing for me. Not saying I didn't love its competitive nature, but I never chose it. It chose me. One thing I couldn't get enough of was Legos. If I could have a room full of them, I would. When I become a billionaire, I'm going to have to do it. I wanted to become an architect, but this was only a hobby too. I was fascinated with custom cars. Shows like Pimp My Ride inspired me to want to own my own shop. But when I found out how much math was needed to become a mechanical engineer, I changed my mind, as I did so well. Anything being built, arts and crafts, pottery, etc. I just love building things. Anything creative, I loved it. I love creation, and trying to tame it to one thing was disastrous back then. My godmom would have me in all sorts of programs for kids. When I would stay with her during the summers, I was in summer camp. She knew how to cater to what I needed as a kid a little better than my mom. We would have road trips to Mammoth where I learned to ski and eventually snowboard. I didn't like girly things, but my family still bought them for me. I would take the clothes off of Barbies. I wasn't into pink, and for the most part, I chose to play with boy toys rather than girl toys. My godmom got me a play kitchen set when I was young, and I loved that thing. I used to fake make things for her, and she would fake eat it. It was only for her house, though. There were certain toys she wouldn't let me take home because she wanted me to have something to play with when I was there. All my life size baby dolls and stuff were fun too. I also loved to draw things. I was simple. Being with my family, the music, the memories, the love, and the closeness was what I enjoyed the most. Being a part of genuine situations was always the goal. It would always be interesting to me how she would make sure everything was prepared for the trip. We would go to Barnes and Noble and get workbooks and fun trivia books. I think we went to Mammoth Mountain like 3 or 4 times and Big Bear twice. We went to campgrounds together. We went to Laker, Clipper, and Sparks games a lot too. Uncle Howard worked as a ticket attendant at the time, so we always got hooked up. One year, she took me to her side of the family's reunion in Little Rock, Arkansas. That had been the first time I traveled out of Cali and my first time on a plane. It was the most exciting thing for me. I remember she took me to San Diego for Legoland and SeaWorld. I hadn't had so much fun ever. My godmom was my best friend growing up. She allowed some of the best fun I had as a kid, and I love her for that. We have had our moments, but we have come to understand each other nowadays, as with all family. What I needed was provided, and what I wanted came to me on Christmas and birthdays majority of the time. My godmom bought most of the escapes from Toys R Us, and she always got the best stuff. She would ask me to make a list, and she would get most of it for me. Granny used to give me money for my report card. That was the closest I came to anything outside of Christmas and birthdays. Granny is godmom's mother. They took care of me during the early years of my life, even after that. Granny had a nursery at church where she cared for me and the other church's children. I know she was a huge pack and help in my life, so I can imagine what she's done for the others I grew up beside. She always made the best oatmeal. Every single time. It never failed. Granny was heavily into church and her stories. She wouldn't miss one. She had my Uncle Howard tape episodes whenever she was gone, too. It was like she had been watching them since the very first episode. You couldn't talk to her, ask her to do anything, or nothing when them stories were on. Granddad was present, but always at work or sleep. He worked at the post office near Crenshaw and 54th, and he would always bring home fried chicken from either Golden Bird or Louisiana for all of us and sit in the kitchen and watch his TV shows. When I was little, I used to sit on his lap and he would hop me up on his knee. He liked crime shows and judge shows like Grandpa, but anytime I was at Granny's, you could catch me in the den with Uncle Howard, Granny's firstborn. He always made me laugh and is one of the biggest sports fanatics I know. He graduated from Crenshaw High School and made a name for himself as a hooper. They called him Houdini. He would always tape NBA games and shows from ESPN. I remember once I typed over something and he had to explain to me how everything works. But you could tell he was hot about that one. I never did it again. I was a cool kid if I was occupied with something I liked, and my godmom made sure I was always occupied. I remember she gave me books to read for punishment and tried to make me write essays. I wasn't with it at all. I would always end up not finishing it. I got a lot of knowledge out of it though. Every birthday, I had a gift card to Barnes and Nobles. She's the reason I love to read. My godmom's side of the family was the filling for my absent father, and I am blessed to have them a part of my life. My dad didn't come around until my last 2 years of high school, yet the timing was divine. I grew up with my mom and my two little brothers. No matter how big they get, they'll always be little to me. I was always close with my brothers. We grew up together, got in trouble together, and laugh with each other. Eris is the closest to me in age, and Amaz is the baby, but we're all 2.5 years apart. My mom said God gave her our names: Asia, Eris, and Amaz. Amaz acted like the middle child. He had his own personal relationships with both of us. Me and Amaz used to play around and laugh a lot. Me and Eris used to fight all the time, physically too, but we all stuck with each other. In all the places we would live, my room would be the biggest, and they always shared a room, so whenever we would play, it was in my room. We loved to play school, specifically college football. It was Amaz's favorite thing to do, and he was always so serious about it. It was funny. I would give him questions about real schoolwork related to his grade at the time, and when we were done with the work, I would get a pillow, make a sock look like a football, and he would try to get to the end zone of my room. Sometimes I tackled him, and sometimes I let him win. We played fork games with my bunk bed, library, among other things. But before he started getting a little older, we had a game called Booty Jump. Maz would sit on my feet while I laid on my back, and I would set the covers and pillows up on the other side of the room so when he landed, he would be okay. And I would launch him across the room off my feet. "Stop all that bumping and jumping," my mom said often. Amazing craftsmanship goes to me. We watched a lot of movies together too. We made the best of everything. You couldn't catch a Maz without at least one car in his hand. He was the funniest of us all. He would make all the sound effects and drive anywhere the wheels would go. We pushed him around a lot too. Maz had a PlayStation 2 that his godmom bought him, and me and Eris, especially Eris, would always punk him, not giving him turns on his own game. Sad siblings we were. He recently told me he just broke it so we couldn't play it anymore. Now that's true sacrifice. I always felt obligated to protect my brothers against anyone else. I learned a lot from Eris. He posed as a big brother because he acted more like a guinea pig than I did. He would do things to anger my mom and test her patience. I would feel like it was deliberate. In my mind, if someone said stop, why continue to poke them? He got in trouble the most coming into the preteen years. He wanted to live with his dad so bad, even when he was younger. He would ask to be with him. His dad and our mom handled legal situations, and at 12, he was able to do just that. Eris was the trier. He always tried things and wanted his family to see what he could do. He challenged people without really saying anything sometimes, and it was cool to see. He is the reason I put self first. Really, my whole family is. But 17-year-old me had to be a follower before I could lead. I was a follower of my mom because she was the only adult example I had on a consistent basis, and I wanted to make her happy. I wanted to make everyone happy. So I did things I thought they would like. I would put up a front every day just so I didn't have to face any uncomfortable conversations or things I didn't know how to respond to. And because I had to think of the right way to say things, I didn't say anything at all, which made me look weak or incapable to the standard of others. My mom would make us feel as if certain things weren't right because they weren't right to her. And so I just gave up what I thought for what she thought for a while, just to make her happy. Our relationship changed dramatically when I came out, quote unquote. She told everyone in the family the news, which made me lose trust in her. We struggled with communication and I began my acting out phase, quote unquote. I like to call it rebellion. I felt like you aren't going to accept me either way, so why am I fighting for you to like me? I waver between thoughts of my mom don't fuck with me and what if she decides to disown me? It brought the confusion of if I don't have my mom, then who do I have? We had just moved to Texas at that time, and I felt lost and alone. I began to go numb from all that was happening, and my relationships with people started to spiral. God had to give me alone so he could bring me to this book. What I thought was the worst really wasn't that bad. Eris introduced us to the Conversations with God books in 2013. I was 17 years old. When he began to read it for himself, he would always try and explain all he was reading, but initially, it just went in one ear and out my other. My mom would reject it altogether and tell us to pray for Eris. But one thing I noticed was that he was happier and seemed freer. Just read it so you can know for yourself, he would say. But I fear what my mom would think. Any spiritual book other than the Bible was considered guidance from the devil. One day I was at Eris's dad's house chilling with him. He goes, "Let me read you something." Here we go, I thought. As he began reading, I became astonished. "You cannot give what you do not have," he read. I fully realized myself received that message. That's true, I thought. My mind had cracked wide open by the time he got to the end of the page. Right then, he gave me the book, and the next day, I was on chapter 8. I don't know why, but I was called to it. I was excited in this new direction, but I didn't understand how powerful it truly was. So I did the same thing Eris did. I wanted to tell the world. I wanted everyone to know about this great truth. I had no direction. I didn't even know what I was really trying to tell people, and that's because there was nothing to tell, but all to show. I knew of 3 of the books when number 2 was given to me, but there are 5. It doesn't matter what order you read them. The messages are meant for you at that specific time, he told me. The first person I felt I could trust with this news was my dad. At least he's a little more open-minded than my mom, I thought to myself. I was excited to converse with him about it, but somehow the conversation turned into me trying to convert him to what I was thinking. Not realizing what I was doing, I started to become frustrated. The way I was communicating made it seem like join this rather than check this out. I left hurt from the outcome and asked myself, what would he think of me after this? I didn't talk to him for a minute after that. Soon after, God said to me, gain knowledge and wisdom silently. Show what you have learned as opposed to speaking about it. For those that will have you follow them hold motives of selfish power. That didn't get through to me until age 25. I grew up in a Christian household. My mom took us to church with her faithfully every Sunday, whether we liked it or not. Granny would have me at church with her too, sometimes both services. My mom just wanted us in somebody's church on Sunday. I didn't like going to church very much. It wasn't the choir, the praise dancers, my peers, the fellowship afterward, or even the way the preacher preached. It was a lack of understanding. I had a lot of questions about God and the Bible as a youngin', and questioning was never an option in our family. Whatever was, and whatever wasn't, we didn't talk about. God showed me things though. Subtly but surely, he displayed it through my mother. My mom has always had this type of faith where she's okay with not seeing the result beforehand, which has allowed her to be in the position she has risen to in life. It's always shown, and I've always seen it. There were many times I could remember that I would just be a kid, not worried about the world, not worried about adulting, just being a genuine kid. My mom kept us away from a lot. We couldn't be at nobody's house for long unless she met every member of their family formally, and we rarely had company. Don't wear out your welcome, she would say. People might seem like they don't mind, but you still don't do it. I understood. She was really involved in our lives with her understanding of care and protection. Grandma, rest in love, and my mama were vastly different, yet the same. Grandma was lenient, and my mom was stern. Grandma's house was better than mom's house because of the freedom. Grandpa cooked better. Absolutely no offense. I don't even think she'd take it that way either. Overall, my mom was firm in her belief that how things work and are supposed to go when it came to us was according to her and no one else. She got some unique adults out of it too. Naturally, I wanted to be where the freedom resided. So when it was time to go back home, I always showed how it made me feel. My mom was the disciplinarian. She didn't tolerate anything she didn't believe was to her standard. And most of the time, I didn't like that. Yet I couldn't control it. But I wanted to so bad back then. It would anger me. I'm not at all saying my mom was just this strict lady who didn't have a funny bone or spit game here and there. But her actions showed that she was serious about her kids. She believed she was doing it right, and there's no wrong in that. I respect everything she has done for me and my brothers. She was a single mother with 3 different baby fathers doing big independent shit, so she's earned it. Now, she's happily married. There are many parts about my childhood I didn't like being under my mom's rules, such as not being trusted to choose my own friends, lack of emotional support from my family, among other things. But I had to grow through all of that to put self first. I accept my mom for who she is and what she believes now. I have an unconditional love for her that runs deep. My family wasn't big on I love you or great job. It was more like, why you choose to do it that way? Or what made you want to do that? Something about judgment from those I cared about made me figure out how to see things differently. In my eyes, how you communicate to a child determines everything. It determines how their future will affect them as adults. It's going to let them know how to respond to others when they go experience the world. It truly makes or breaks them. Proper preparation prevents poor performance, said the greatest of all time. Knowing how I felt about my childhood and facing acceptance, I was able to change it for the better. In my opinion, children become who they are molded by. So if the parent is learning how to take care of the child, I call that doing what you can to the best of your ability. Every parent does the best they can given what they have, and at times it isn't always right, and it has its effects on the child, be it positive or negative. A child that becomes angry without freely being able to express may become a hateful or aggressive adult. If a child's natural emotions are repressed during the early stages of life, it can lead to detrimental outcomes. Healthy expression early leads to healthy reception of expression later. I had a few different ways I could have turned out, and I am able to say that your outcome doesn't have to be negative if you came from a family that displayed unhealthy expression. You can create a positive direction from negative beginnings. That's why child development is so important to me. I plan to change the way our babies are raised. I'm still relatively young, but my soul is absolutely different. I didn't have much substance to look up to, but I still had to listen to my mom even though there were flaws between action and speech. My mom never included us in grown folks' business, quote unquote. If something was going on and I asked, I never got a straight up answer. This affected me in a way where I don't speak to my family on a regular basis and assume that if they don't call, everything is fine. The only way we would hear anything is if we were in my mom's presence while she was on the phone. Get out my mouth, she'd say after we would repeat her comment as a question. These days, I can still see some of the reasons why my mom raised us the way she did. She built character, discipline, and responsibility in her 3 children, no doubt. She always showed such a solid faith in God and nurtured us the best way she knew how. We were always well behaved, neat, and nice looking, and that's how she wanted it. Don't ask for nothing when we get in here, she would say before we went into any store. She didn't have to talk to us very much because she put a fear in us that had us in line. Sometimes me, her, and Grandma would run errands to Ross, TJ Maxx, and Marshall's. Here and there, Grandma bought us stuff too. It was always a good time when we were together. My grandpa is the backbone of the family, in my opinion. He's from Gary, Indiana. He not from Gary. He from Fort Wayne. I don't know why I put that shit. And was a part of the military before I was born. Such a simple man too. All he needs is a small space, his cigarettes, and his TV shows. Other than that, he's unbothered. He is an amazing soul and always giving. He was my dad before my dad came through, and I still call him dad. He was the first to tell me, always put yourself first. He brought me to this title. I realized how much I may have heard this statement and not paid any attention to it. It's important to me because without you, how can you help someone else? I feel like self first is saying I love you without the words. I looked up to my Uncle Ymir in my adolescent years. He played sports and video games and always seemed like he lived a fun life. Around age 7, my godmom wasn't coming to get me as much, so we were at grandma's a lot more. Grandma stayed in an apartment in West Hollywood off Norton and Gardner. This was the house I was brought to after I was born. Grandma stayed there until I was about 9 or 10. I wanted to be just like my uncle. His style was simple, yet fresh. He was funny and was always joking. Made the best fried bologna / salami sandwiches, and he was always living life like a king. Only to me, though. I love him so much, even still. He will always have these cigars in his room, and I thought he smoked them. Later in life, I found out they were pom-poms and cigarillos. My uncle just didn't care what we did, and most of the time he just thought it was funny. I always thought he would be a cooler parent than my mom, but some cool parents ain't all that. I wanted to be like my uncle so bad. I used to dress up in his clothes and shoes and walk around the room like I was him. Of course, if he caught me, he was mad at me, and he would kick me out of his room. But when I had the chance, I did it. I always felt comfortable in baggy clothes, though, and I used to wish I was a boy, physically, when I was young. I would change my name to AJ, and I would just make up scenarios about how it would be to have my own girlfriend. I watched a lot of porn because of my uncle's stash. I was a nosy little kid, always looking in stuff I had no business. One day, Grandpa caught me and kicked me out the room. I could laugh now because he ain't catch me doing anything, but I was still embarrassed that he caught me. Only thing was I didn't have a penis, and that was annoying to me until I figured out all the other things you could do without one. Sometimes I would put the remote inside my pants and imagine a way. I didn't realize how much of a weird ass little kid I was until now. I used to get embarrassed when my mom caught me wearing my uncle's clothes because she had such strong opinions about same sex anything. But I admired my uncle for his appearance, and I just wanted to be like him. I didn't realize as I would grow older, I would take on some of his underdeveloped traits, such as lazing around all day, smoking and eating all day, etc. The little things I would notice would allow me to choose different later. Whenever he had a new girlfriend, he would always put me out of his room and be mean to me, quote unquote. And I would be upset because I would be so attached to being up under him, I wouldn't know what to do with myself. It's like he was my first friend and the first example of how to deal with them. Also, how they deal with you. It was difficult to manage back then because I didn't understand why he would do me like that. One day something would be, and then the next it wouldn't be. And that never gave me the proper time to process someone's presence. From my mom and her personal relationships to me and my friendships and personal relationships growing up, everything came and went, and I couldn't understand how to sort it out. My mom's personal relationships took a toll on me. She would introduce them as friends, and they would be in and out before we had time to get close. Grandma was a true OG. She came from Memphis, Tennessee when she was young with my great grandmother. I never got to meet great grand, but my mom always describes her to be a wonderful woman. Grandma was always fly, and I mean always. She never had an off day. and she loved her grandkids so much. When we were young, she used to say, "Call me Grand." I laughed thinking about it. She always had everybody in the house get things for her. She was the queen of the household. She was either on the phone, sleep, telling somebody to get her something from the kitchen, or watching something on BET. You would think she had every movie in the world. She always had the newest movie out on DVD. She even had all the classics you could think of, and then more on top of that. We always watched them together. This was one way we said I love you, being around each other, laughing. My family and their laughs are contagious. Grandma and grandpa were so different, but I felt it was just a love you couldn't see. They slept in separate bedrooms, and they were nothing alike. They had what they had, and I accepted it. My grandma was always herself, cutthroat, and could care less how you feel about it, but so giving and loving at times, you would think she was two totally different people. That's a Capricorn for you. If I wanted to know or do something, I had to count on myself. I guess I never knew what I wanted to know during these times, and asking questions about certain things was off limits, so I became quiet about everything. Love and acceptance to my people was providing a place for you to stay and feeding you. Since I didn't have my dad around to show me the manly aspects of how things should be done, my grandpa and uncle became the models, and I took more from my uncle than anyone. I believed a lot of bullshit, and I couldn't tell if I believed the shit I would repeat or if I was just saying it because it sounded good. I love my family unconditionally, and the way things were set up just were. There was no explanation needed. So my idea of what I knew love to be was created. There were no dull moments in my eyes during these hazy times. Sometimes I used to think my dad would come back when I was rich and famous or something. And other times I wondered if I was a boy, would he have stayed? But I didn't hold any grudges about it. My brothers would make fun of me sometimes because they had their dads, but that still didn't make me bitter about it. My mom was doing the damn thing anyway, raising all three of us on her own. She was the strongest next to grandma I knew. I struggled with not having an emotionally strong ear to guide me through the things I would feel, so I helped myself. In other words, the all stepped in. I love hard, and I paid attention to what my mom went through in her relationships, so I decided to do the opposite. I just clicked on a level with females that I never did with guys. Plus, I love ass and titties, not chest and penis. It's the way women carry themselves confidently, walk, talk, their bodies, their shapes. It's everything. And I was afraid to express this because of my family's opinion. My family would always go on about how they can't see how two girls could be together. Sometimes my mom would really go in and say shit like, "Why would you want to put your mouth where blood comes out? She got the same thing as you," and blah, blah, blah. When I was forced to come out, grandma asked me why I couldn't be a lipstick lesbian. Like I knew what that was back then. Lipstick lesbian. A girly girl who likes other girly girls. My people have always had their own unique interpretations on things, and that won't ever change. I didn't accept that until 23. One year, when I was like 11 or 12, my godmom signed me up for an all-girl camp called Camp Hollywoodland, and she talked with my mom about this in front of me. "Do you like girls?" my godmom asked. "No," I lied. "Because I can't send you here if you do," she said. "I don't," I quickly replied. They let me go. It was one of the coolest camps I had been to, and I stayed there the whole week. It was Hurricane Harbor for the field trip that week, so I was excited. We ate together 3 times a day, did crafts, went swimming, did pottery, archery, all types of things. It was like a fun mecca. I made friends and eyed a couple girls I liked, but I was just too shy. I remember we had to do a skit for the end of the week bonfire, We had no choice. And I was so nervous. I was always nervous. I didn't like making errors in front of people. I only had a few lines and I nervously laughed through it all. It was no good. And after that, I wasn't very fond of the stage. I'm sure there were plenty of times my mom caught me sagging, looking at ass, touching, and even saying things to a girl before she found out. I believe she knew what was happening with me, and she chose not to accept it. She still believes I'll marry or date a guy someday, as if she doesn't have her own relationship to worry about. But I think it's more so the fact that I'm her only daughter, and she didn't expect it to happen. But hey, she could think what she likes, and she will understand that I no longer care how she feels about who I choose to lay with. And that goes for all my family. I hadn't seen a functional relationship when I was young, and anytime my mom was fed up with a guy, she would leave him. And that would imprint on me because I never knew if it was because of her or them. I just knew to always ride for my mama. I'm going to treat these women different, I kept repeating in my head. I had a mission that every girl that came across me, I would be the best they ever had. I vowed to treat a lady right and not to give her reasons to want to leave. This mentality mixed with people pleasing had my relationships looking tragic, and I couldn't understand why. Though my intentions were good, I came across a lot of females that didn't know their worth, let alone mine. Shit, I ain't even know mine, which led me to situations of lack. My first relationship taught me a lot. She was the foundation for the person I became when it came to love. She was my taste of what relationship wasn't. I would always say to a female, "You gonna be my last." Of course, they never believed me, but that was always my actual intention. To have one woman I could do everything with and give it all to. My first girlfriend cheated on me with someone I called a friend, quote unquote, and neither of them gave one fuck about it. She just left and kept it pushing. Something in me snapped that day. My demeanor changed, the way I looked at friends, quote unquote, changed, and the way I treated my relationships became different. I started trying to make sure I didn't get too deep about anything. I started accepting any relationship, whether I was really feeling the girl or not. I became needy. I always felt obligated. I started to play games, and there was no stopping me. I was like a savage dummy. Whenever I found myself in something good, quote unquote, there was always a thought that said, "You remember what happened last time, right?" And I would. And I would react how I knew how to handle the situation rather than creating based on the moment. Of course, things never sat well. It would lead to mistrust. Things would go wrong, and I still wouldn't understand why. You learn from your first heartbreak, but you also learn from the first hurt you break. I didn't realize then how karma worked. So when I finally found the love I deserved, I fucked it up, and two karmic relationships follow suit. But we'll get into that later. Now I'm single and I'm loving self first. Aside from that, I continue my personal truths and I saw what it was ultimately doing to me. It was bringing everything I'd done, been through, spoke or thought, feared, loved, envied into physical view so much that I had no choice but to take responsibility and reevaluate my values. There is so much I had to do to get where I am today, and it's been an amazing journey nonetheless. Now I am more open. Now I am holding myself accountable. Now I know my worth. Now I am patient. Now I love unconditionally. Now I know I am a creator. And I know I can change any circumstance I'm not feeling no more. I've had great teachers through books and audiobooks. A great speaker I listened to is Mr. Wayne Dyer. He was the first to suggest something called awake. Dyer described it to be the events in childhood that have consciously or unconsciously impacted our lives as adults. And these are not his exact words, yet I provide a reference in the index if you are interested in being open to the book. What we learn, what we take, what we imitate in childhood is what has created who we are. I briefly touched my weight here. There are plenty of moments in this book where I didn't realize what was in my wake. I had to figure out what was scarred and create ways to heal from it. Self healing molded me into the amazing being I am today. I am and will forever be grateful for all that happened in my wake. Even more so, I am proud to let it out. I am proud to grow and recover from my old habits and conditions. Realizing and understanding my wake was the first step to self. Verse 2. Exploring. There are many different variables and possibilities in situations we experience. What if I told you we create every experience we have, whether we are conscious or unconscious as to what's going on? Would you pay more attention to what you think, speak, and do? Maybe not. But then again, you might. And that's the beauty to me. I used to feel like it was hard to know what I liked because I liked a lot. And I was rarely set on one thing. I grew up all around LA, no specifics. So it was always hard for me to pinpoint where I fit in. From childhood up until recently, I moved around in all the crucial stages of my life. From 4 to 10, we lived at 1263 Keniston in a nice duplex. Me, Eris, and Ahmad shared a room that was between my mom's room and a long hallway to the kitchen. I remember most of the memories we had in this house. We did a lot of family-oriented things. My uncles, aunts, cousins, and grandparents would link up and put down the most valuable moments of my life. We would have family picnics in Pan Pacific Park, and it was through music that we would connect. Woo! That's the jam right there. You don't know nothing about that. You will hear often. Dancing together and being in company of one another has always been my favorite thing to be a part of. I faintly remember my birthdays before age 10. I had one in the park, one at McDonald's, and one where I had a jumper in our front yard. I was a happy kid for the most part. Well, my mom likes to call spoiled, quote unquote, but I beg to differ. I remember one year my mom got us electric toothbrushes for Christmas, and we were just the happiest little kids in the world that day. We had always seen them on TV, but we never thought we would have them ourselves. We posed for pictures with them and everything, but when those batteries went out, that was it. I saw beauty in my childhood. 2001. 2001 was a crazy time for me. I wanted to fit in so bad, but I had no standards, morals, or boundaries. I talked about and dated guys for my family's sake. I remember in the second grade I had a boy crush. I actually liked him. He was the first kiss I ever had. I thought he was cool, and I was into the way he looked with his fire orange hair. He got with me, and I always wanted to be around him. He left me for some other girl, and I ain't gonna lie, it kinda made me upset because I felt like I was too tomboyish, but I couldn't help it. I liked it better that way. I was always more comfortable that way. I never expressed those feelings. I was just mad about it and stopped talking to him. I moved on with whoever was next, which led me to outwardly expressing need and other detrimental relationship traits at an early age. Instead of preschool, I went to pre-kinder at age 4. It was a private school on La Brea, and I graduated in my little orange gown. After that, I went to Wilshire Crest Elementary. I had more guys as friends. I didn't hang out with too many females like that. I went to Wilshire Crest from kindergarten to 4th grade. My teachers were Miss Jameson, Mrs. On, Mr. On, who were in no way related, and Mr. Whitlock. Oh man, I always had a problem in Mr. Whitlock's class. I would talk too much around friends, so every time he caught me doing something, he would look me in the eye and say, "You know what? I'm calling home. That's it. I just can't deal with this." And that's what would have me scared. The fact that my mama would have to get involved in it. We all gave him a hard time though. And he would yell at us and be so passionate about us listening and paying attention. Rest in love. I was great at most of the sports and physical activities. Handball, kickball, tetherball, whatever it was, I was a natural. But I gravitated toward basketball the most. I would play with the other kids and be competitive as a youngin'. In the early parts of my basketball seasons, I used to get texts because if I didn't like the call, I would have a fit. I had a short temper at a young age, so the piece I am in today is more than an accomplishment to me. Tech, technical foul. When you speak out in an untamed manner, cussing, fighting, intentional fouls, or unsportsmanlike gestures. My godmom would talk to me after games like, you can't be doing shit like that. One day, you'll learn. And I did. One game, I got two of them like they were unlimited or something. And I had to sit out for the rest of the game looking like somebody ate my plate of food out the fridge. After that, I turned the fire to my attitude down and saved the aggression for the court. I thought I would take it as far as being the first woman in the NBA. Playing with dudes was just more competitive. Some females will play aggressive, don't get me wrong, but playing against females majority of the time was soft to me. They will put emotions in the game, and it conflicted with the team. I started at Rancho Cienega Park and Normandy Park. I was a great shooter, and I always had a lot of help with my game. My godmom and goddad were my biggest supporters. My godmom always pushed me to be better. No matter how it came out back then, she always saw something in me that I couldn't see in myself. She always had my best interests at heart, and I appreciate her for that. My goddad was well connected in the basketball community because of my godbrother, so it was easy to become a part of teams in the area. My goddad will always practice with me, coach me, and play against me. Young, trying to fit in somewhere, ayo. Basketball helped me out a bit socially. I was a real star when it came to playing ball. This was where most of my accolades and compliments came from, and I would prove myself without thinking much about it. I was amazing at what I did, simply being without restriction. Sure, I had to follow my coach's direction, but in my early stages, just throw me the ball and I'll shoot or execute. It wasn't until I got older that the way to play the game, quote unquote, interfered with my natural ability to play. Everyone showed me love growing up in the basketball community. I had an extended family. I was always strong, but I got stronger as I grew. My handles got better. I had great coaches and got a lot of trophies. I was able to join a really good travel team in '07 called the GBL Lady Rebels. It was the first time I had received full team gear, from the warm up to the gym bag to the jerseys, and I loved every second of it. I used to hang with the older GBL team, and they used to call me Tokyo. I don't know why or how it became my nickname, but it made me feel included in something. We had groups ages 7 to 9, 10 to 12, and 12 to 14, but we all traveled together, and our games were within the times of each other's. We all watched each other play and rooted for each other. It was a good sense of family. All I had to do was get on that court and do what I did best, and I got along with people. I didn't talk much. I had a lot of laughs, though, and it was the first time I experienced girly girls being good at basketball. Bad and athletic was it for me, but I ain't never attempt to talk to any of them. I met a lot of great people, and we played in some intense tournaments, and all of it was worth it. We won a lot of those tournaments, but when I moved to Houston, that was the end of that. I was always competitive no matter who it was. I remember there was a kid that was in my mom's daycare named O, and we would go head to head a lot. One year for Christmas, my godmom bought me a basketball court, and O and I were playing 21 on the side of the Keniston house. I lost by 1 point. I was so upset, I ran my fist into the window of a door that was sitting up against the neighbor's house. My hand started bleeding from the glass swiping under my right pinky. It didn't faze me in that moment. I never liked to lose. My mom thought I was wild, but she told me to clean it and gave me a Band-Aid. I remember saying my first cuss words on the handball court at Wilshire Crest, imitating Project Chick by Big Timers. Give me a project, bitch. Give me a hood rat, bitch. Just saying the words made me feel powerful. I got excited because no one was around to look at me crazy. I knew when not to say it though, that's for sure. I became a little bully too. If you took me past the point of no return. I remember play fighting with my cousin Milan once. Uncle Ymir was watching us, and she had been saying some sly shit to me to the point where the competition was on. I bet I could beat your ass, Asia. No, you can't. You scrawny, I hollered. My uncle egged on because he was laughing, but he said, if y'all gonna fight, put on the boxing gloves. Side note, one Christmas, Miles and Eris got blue and red boxing gloves, and I was blessed with a drum set. I remember playing the whole Who Is Jill Scott album as my mom cleaned. I was attached to that thing until somehow it was broken when I came home one day. We put on the boxing gloves and made our way into my mom's room. I've always known I was faster and stronger than others in a lot of things, but I was always afraid to really hurt people. Today, Milan was making me mad the way she was talking big shit. We both start swinging, but then I stopped and gave her one good hit to the jaw. She started crying, and my uncle was busting up laughing. Are you okay? Please don't tell your mom, I said. She just kept crying and yanking away when I tried to say sorry. Well, you shouldn't have said you could beat me up. Now look at you. Shut up, she yelled. All I asked was to be left alone, but people always picked on me. As I got older and quieter, people messed with me less and less until they got to know me. People would still try to get over on me after getting to know me too, and I had to learn how to deal with that as well. At Wilshire Crest, we had drill teamers when I was in second and third grade, and they would just practice during break and lunch. I like watching them do their routines. The way they would hit every move on point, I would be in a daze. I often hid the way I really felt about girls from people because of the way my family responded. I felt that because my family wasn't gonna like me if they knew, no one was gonna like me if they found out. I fronted my way to the end of that line for sure. For lunch, I look forward to chalupa days. Chalupa, corn tortilla with meat and melted cheese on top. I remember Halloween's my mom wouldn't let us celebrate, but there were 2 years that she did. One year, my godmom got me a ninja costume. That was the best. Another year, my mom gave me a red headscarf and said, tell them that you're me. I felt left out, but I went along with it. Another great memory I have is when kids would crowd around when I kicked the ball in the air. Sometimes it would go so high they would be scared to catch it. My favorite ones to kick were the solid volleyballs. They always went the highest and the furthest. Whenever I played kickball, people would say, back up. If you didn't give me bouncies, you was a scaredy cat. In school, I always had great penmanship. My teachers would compliment me on it, and it made me feel cool. I was an emotional kid too, so a lot of things that probably shouldn't have hurt did. Kids used to call me Ashy Asia, and I took it to heart because I started making sure that I was on point every day after that. They still had the fun and kid when I was growing up going to school. I was proud to be a part of that. But when I got in trouble, I got in trouble. And that's where the fear of my mom came from. One night, me, Eris, and Amaz would not go to sleep, and we just kept snickering and making jokes. My mom had to tell us several times to go to sleep and be quiet, but we weren't listening, so she decided that plastic hangers would solve the problem. I hated hanger whoopings. They would straighten your ass out for sure. The next day we went to school, I got called out of class to go to the nurse. I was always happy to be out of class. Adventures. I walk into the nurse's office to see Eric sitting down with his arms uncovered. My eyes widened a bit. What did you do? I thought to myself. Show me your arms, the nurse said. I lifted my sleeves and all of me said, what is my mom gonna think when she finds out? When she saw our scars, she said she was gonna call the police. I got scared for a second, like, wait, what are y'all gonna do? The police arrived and took us downtown for pictures. It was the first time I rode in the back of a cop car. A CPS representative came to our house after that, and my mom was heated. It was a wonder that Eris ain't get another whooping. I don't know what my mom did or said to the woman, but we never had any encounters with the law or anything like that again. You're lucky they didn't take you away from me. Is that what you want? You want a new family? She yelled. I knew for sure I didn't, even though sometimes I would daydream about how being a part of another family would be. I'm glad it was the way it was, even though the discipline was a little over the top sometimes. My mom has shown me who I don't want to be as a parent in the most respected way possible. I remember another time at the Keniston house when I was wearing one of my mom's big shiny rings. I liked how it looked and I acted as if it were mine. I was trying it on each one of my fingers, looking in the mirror, repeating, "Don't you like my new ring?" I swung my hand back and bloop, it fell in the toilet. My first reaction was, oh shit. I started to panic a little because I knew my mom was going to beat my ass. I immediately stuck my hand in the toilet after it, but it just went in deeper. Oh my God, man. As tears rolled down my face, I was frustrated. I flushed the toilet hoping it would come out the other side of an imaginary pipe that led to the floor of the bathroom, but the shit was just gone. I looked in the mirror, cried, and prepared my ass for this whooping. She ain't whoop me. She was mad though. I was 7. I remember cutting a chunk of my hair in the front of my head like no one would see right before my godmom came to get me for my game, and I tried to hide it. While I stood there in angst, my mom and godmom decided to have a conversation for a second, and my mom laser focuses in on my bald spot. Oh my goodness. Asia, did you cut your hair? She asked. I had a bad habit of lying. No, I replied. She grabbed my chin and turned my head toward her. She saw the damage I did. She quickly popped me in my mouth and said, "Why would you do that?" My godmom pulled me in as I cried. "Don't be hitting my baby," she chuckled. Today, my hairline is suffering a bit, but I didn't do too much damage. I was walking around looking like exactly what I did, a bald spot. My mom started kid care and company when I was 4 or 5. She was such a strong woman to me because to have 3 kids of your own and then decide you want to take the responsibility of other people's kids too, that's astonishing. She did that. She would put together field trips and things for us like the Children's Museum, Knott's Berry Farm, Mulligan's. Other days, she would just take us right down the street to the play places at Burger King and McDonald's. But for the most part, it was always something fun involved. We would come home after school with the other kids. Sometimes my mom came to get us and sometimes we had to walk. I would see walking as an adventure or some type of conquest. I had lots of experiences in that daycare, including my first idea of love. I was 9 years old, and it was exciting to experience what I thought love to be during that time because there wasn't much attached. All I was focused on was making sure my lady was taken care of in the best way and privately. Sab was the first girl I would be close with and get to know on a deeper level. I was always cool around her. She was beautiful to me, mocha skin and a little chubby, but I didn't care. Sab came in and out of my life twice. The first time her and her brother would come to the daycare and we would do little cute things like touch each other's hands, talk about funny things, and play around together. I was always jealous when she talked about guys she liked. She would flirt with me and treat us like we were together, and I was with that 100%. When she got a boyfriend, she would change the way she talked to me and hung with me, and it would hurt my heart. She would treat me as if I were a boy sometimes, and that's part of the reason I wanted to be, because she liked boys. But I was the only girl she would be the way she was with. When Sab would come over, I would always look cute, quote unquote. A muscle shirt and basketball shorts was the best I could do at that time. She would stare at me and touch my arms, make comments about the way I walked, talked, and looked. If only you were a boy, she would tell me. During our first time together, we had gotten super close, and then one day, I just never saw her again. My mom would say, I don't know what happened. I'll have to see and get in touch with her mom. I was always hopeful, but it didn't happen again until I was in the sixth grade, and out of nowhere. After the Keniston house, we moved off Pico and Redondo. We were still at Wilshire Crest, but I was in the fourth grade, and my brothers were still young. I had the biggest room here, and this was when we first got our bunk beds, so the boys were always in my room. There are a few memories I can recall from the Redondo house. There was a boy named Noah that stayed below us, and him and Amaz would play together. Amaz was a little older than him. I thought Noah was so adorable, and I've always been a big kid, so I played around with them sometimes. One day, Noah was in the classic red and yellow play school buggy car. I got on top of it, and we casually rode. I get this idea that I could push him real fast and hop on the hood to get my fun in too. Keep your feet up so we could go really fast, I told him. Okay, he replied. Everything was fine the first few times, but this one time, he decided to stop short. When I tell you I flew off like I was Superman onto the concrete, it was crucial. I was all scratched up and mad. I told you to keep your feet up, I yelled angrily. Sorry, he laughed. All you hear is a Maz in the background cracking up. You should have seen you fly off, he continued laughing. I just went in the house. I was embarrassed back then, but today, that memory holds a hilarious weight. Another great memory I have at this place was Christmas Eve '03. We always celebrated the 24th together, and then Eris would go to his dad's family, Amaz would go to his godmom's with her family, and I would go to my godmom's on Christmas Day. That way, we spent time with everyone. We were having a big Christmas party at our house, as we did almost every year, and we had opened all our gifts. Wait, I have something else for you guys, my mom said. We looked at each other in surprise and wore our grins proudly. She took us downstairs, and right outside the door were 3 bikes. Ooh! We all jumped with excitement, and she let us ride them for a little bit that night. I could recall when me and Eris had a head-on collision with our bikes. He was coming down from the house, and I was going up toward it. Maz was far off somewhere doing his own thing. Move, Eris, I shrieked. No, you move, he snapped. So when I tried to go one way, he turned his wheel that way. When I turned the other way, he did the same thing. And next thing you know, boom, we crashed right into each other and ruined our bikes. Ma sat on his bike in the background watching us. He pulls up with his little training wheels talking about, what happened? I didn't say anything. My bike didn't work right after that. From Redondo, we moved to Hollywood. We went from school to school. My brothers and I were in LA's best after school program every day, and we were the famous kids for always being picked up late. Once I graduated from Grant, I went to LeConte Middle School. Every day I would walk to Grant after school and stay with my brothers until my mom came and got us. By this time, I would always go up there like I ran that school. In my mind, I did. I knew damn near everybody, and the staff at LA's Best was like family to me. Grant Elementary days. I remember the school principal of 25 years had passed away from a car accident a few weeks after I got to the school. It affected everyone. The whole school was in tears, from the teachers to the students, because she had just been there the day before. And even though I was new, she had a prominent presence when she was at the school, and I felt it. I remember when LA's Best took us on a field trip to the mayor's house. At this time, it was Arnold Schwarzenegger, and we toured his house. It was a rare blessing to be among such luxury as a kid. We got to write letters to the president about the things we thought were important in the world. I wrote about the beluga whale because I thought their heads were shaped funny, and I didn't know why. The days at Grant were interesting. I was a part of a music opportunity where I learned one song in like 8 different languages. I only remember like 2 of the languages, but after the big show, I never saw the instructor again. Like, she literally disappeared. It was confusing for me, but it wasn't unfamiliar. We had speed reading tests, and I would try to be the best in that too. I was above average, but my grades ain't add up. I was no good at math. The teacher and my godmom would be on my head about it all the time. My godmom is superb at math, and she wanted me to get to the same point. She would make me cry after not getting something right. Asia, she would say sternly, we just talked about this. Why would you bring me the paper if you know it's not right? If blank is blank, then what is blank? I would stand in silence waiting for her to give me the answer. She would respond with, go erase it and do it over. I would cry harder. I laugh now because character was truly being built. My strong subjects were always English and social studies, and that's all the way through the end of high school. I had 2 good friends I always hung between at Grant, Gary and Jenilyn. I had plenty of other friends, but they were the main 2 in 5th grade. When You Got Served came out, everybody was on a group dancing wave. Almost every day at lunch, there would be a battle to see who could do the best moves. I remember there was a boy I had a crush on named Lavelle. He reacted the move where they threw Omarion into the hands of the team and they launched him back perfectly. It was some of the best moments I witnessed, real life. Back at a time when people still cared to be genuine. At Grant, we were introduced to a new way of schooling. Track school. There were 3 tracks, A, B, and C. If you were on A, it was like normal school, where you were out in the summer and the winter. B was on some weird shit. I never understood them. They were dumb to me because out of all of us, they seemed to be at school the least. Track C was coming in as we went on break and going out as we came from break. My mom put us all on track A, and I made a lot of cool friends during that time. I had a Latino homeboy named Alan, and he was always on some Pokemon and Digimon shit. One day, I had to check him on the basketball court for saying something about my mama. I made a comment toward him, and he replied with, yo mama. I said, what'd you say? And before he could repeat himself, I slapped the shit out of him. He wore my handprint on his face for the remainder of the day. Don't ever come for my family, I shouted. His buddy that was standing there ran off to tell somebody. I was prepared to say my piece. Other than that, me and Alan were cool. He's the one that inspired and encouraged me to write stories. My first story was a scary story about a haunted house where a little boy and his grandmother were murdered. All the kids were told the story every Halloween, and some kids who didn't believe it was real went to the house and were murdered inside without a trace. I know. My mind was wide open as a youngin'. It was 50 pages, all handwritten, and I got good reviews from the kids I let read it. I had a habit of writing unfinished endings. It made me feel good. It would challenge me. Sometimes I would get ahead of myself and get reckless. I remember cussing out my teacher. Not straight out, but he heard me, so it was similar. Turn around and let's move in a straight line, Mr. Moore said. In my young mind, he was a feminine man and had a great personality. But on that day, he was fed up with us. We had just gotten out of an assembly and we were loud and talking through it. So he just wanted to get back to the classroom. I ain't doing that shit. Kiss my ass, I said under my breath. Cussing became a bad habit after Project Chick. I said it so low it was almost a whisper, but the line was quiet and all the kids started laughing and oohing. It felt good because of the attention, but Mr. Moore turned around. What did you say? He asked. I stopped smiling and was afraid to repeat myself. He walked toward me and repeated himself. What did you just say, Asia? I was frozen. I never liked being in trouble. All the kids and Mr. Moore were staring at me and making me uncomfortable. I said a bad word. I started to cry a little due to embarrassment and stood quiet. What words did you say then? He questioned. Oh shit, I thought. Ass and shit, I repeated. He was shocked. Okay, we gonna fix that, he said. We proceeded to the class. Once we got there, everyone sat down and we had free time until school ended. Mr. Moore called me to his desk and asked me to repeat exactly what I said. I repeated to him what I said amid tears coming from my eyes because I knew what I did was wrong. Oh, okay. Well, if that's how you feel, I want you to write a letter to your mom telling her what you said and have her sign it. Bring it back to me tomorrow, he demanded. I was now shocked. My eyes widened and I whimpered back to my chair. I feared my mama, y'all. She just had this look like, oh, that's how you gonna act outside of the home? She would raise her left eyebrow and smile slightly, look at me and back at the teacher. That's how you knew a whooping was on its way. She would do subtle discipline when we were young, too. Pinching. She got some skin one day. And I'm laughing right now because I swear she wasn't playing about us being disobedient. She used to thump you right in the third eye and shit. And she used to pull that ear. That would hurt too. I never liked any of it, but I always found myself under direct fire. I wrote the note, and if you thought I was giving it to my mom, you wrong. I sat there the whole day and night trying to forge my mother's signature with a pencil. Finally, I got it down, and I was scared, but still prepared to give it to him. I hope he'll be convinced, I thought. At the beginning of class, I gave him the note, and he said to me, so your mom erases her signature over and over? I'm going to have to call her, and we'll have to have a meeting. Great. Some more shit. We had the meeting. She did the eyebrow thing, and she was beyond pissed. I got a whole whooping when we got home, and I never ever forged my mother's signature again. It was a great time at Wilshire Crest and Grant. I ended up making friends because of how goofy and athletic I was. You could catch me everywhere beating everyone on any court. No one could step up and beat me at anything. One day, a new staff was at Grant when I showed up. He would always talk big shit. I was always competitive, but I was even more competitive when it came to talkers. It made me want to prove people different in a way that wasn't normal. This guy was a college student playing football as a running back and running track. When I tell you I did not like this guy simply because he was older than me and I hide me when I lost, I mean that. I didn't like the guy because he was better than me. It was more jealousy than envy. To me, a baby envies the fact that their parent can do things that they can't yet, but eventually they'll be able to. And jealousy is envy repressed. It's hatred toward another because you feel like you can't do what they do. The first interaction we had was crazy. I walked on campus and saw everybody around him, and they started coming up to me yapping. Bet you can't be Billy. Bet you can't be Billy, they repeated. The fact that he had the kids talking shit for him the way they would for me had me upset. That was strike one. Bet I could beat you in a race, I said to him one day. Are you serious? He replied. Let's go, I responded. I'll give you a head start, he said. I said, cool. I was a confident kid because I was good at a lot of things, and that's what made me so competitive. Billy gives me a head start on the opposite side of the track, and nothing in me said I was going to lose. Soon as go was said, I swear to y'all, I ran my little heart out with everything I had in me. And as I'm running, I'm looking to see how close he is. And as he gets closer, I run a bit faster. He hits the finish just before me. All the kids cheered for him, and I was a sore loser back then, so I started to walk away. You did good, he said, laughing behind me. Whatever, I said. The salt was present. That was strike two. The third strike was a 1-on-1, in which I almost beat him, but he hit a few at the end where I kept missing. You good, but not against me. He reached out his hand for a shake, and I took it. For the most part, I was only in middle school standing tall to him, a college kid, so he respected me from that day forward. There were a few games of 21 we played, and I beat him a couple times there, but that was it. My life was going great. I was making friends and getting along with people, establishing myself in an unconscious way, and I felt like we would finally stop moving. We're moving to Texas, my mom decided. Texas, we said. Yeah, mom found a house out there. God is telling me it's time to go, she said firmly. Wow. I didn't know how to feel. Some part of me wanted it to be a joke. Yet another saw an adventure waiting. But what about all my friends? What about my life here already? I was in shock, but there was nothing anyone could do. My mom was set. When Sab came back into my life, I didn't know how to feel. I was excited for her to be back though. My mom recognized her mom, and we were all in the parking lot together reminiscing. Me a little older, and her as well. I must admit, it made my heart drop when I saw her again. I thought it would never happen. It was probably one of the craziest re-encounters I've ever had. They ended up coming to stay with us for a while at the Hollywood house. I was jumping for joy inside because she was going to be around all the time. We got even closer this time. It was like she was my girlfriend without the label. At least that's how I acted. She went with me everywhere. Basketball games, the fair, all types of places. And there was no I turned. We were just friends, quote unquote, after all, in the eyes of others. We even sang the parts of Like You by Bow Wow and Sierra to each other. It was a cute scene, me and her and me. I recall saying to myself one night that I would try something with her. All we did was kiss. She rubbed on my body. I rubbed on her a little bit too. And after that, I just held her. I didn't know what I was doing, but whatever it was made her feel good. I was the romancer. After that, we got closer. We were having these great days together talking about going further. Things we didn't talk about in the beginning. Then she was just gone. Again, no trace. And this time for good. While they were with us, I remember when her little brother was cussing, and she was the one that told on them. Their mom took him to the kitchen sink, put a bar of soap in his mouth, and turned on the water, y'all. She started washing his mouth out, literally. You like cussing? She yelled. Okay, then I'm going to show you what it gets you. Me, Eris, and Amaz were standing there watching in shock. They mama was something else. I knew my mom was crazy, but she would never do us like that. After the commotion, we went outside only to be called back upstairs by my mom. What the hell is this? My mom said sternly. That was the first time I heard her cuss with no remorse. The whole place was quiet, staring at my mom with an unloaded sawed-off shotgun in her hand. I was confused. We all were. It was under Eris's bed, though, so she questioned him on sight. "Did you bring this into my house?" "Yes," he said boldly. My mom had a habit of hitting and pushing before she even got to whooping you. She started questioning him while she was whooping him. I was just glad it wasn't me. I never thought of doing no crazy shit like Eris did, but he made his own path. Eris got the gun from a vacant lot next door to the apartment. Every time we were outside, we played in it. I remember we had rock fights a few times with the other kids, and I got hit right in the center of the back of my hand. I was hurt and automatically never played that shit again. It was always when I got hurt that I stopped everything and never did it again. I fractured my arm in summer camp at Rancho, and the way it happened was unexpected. I was always creating shit on the playground, and the other kids would follow me. One day, I decided to test what would be my most creative trick while jumping off the swing. I had done it with the other kids plenty of times, but on this day, I went up, twisted in the air, and landed on the palms of my hands. Tragic. At first, I didn't know what was happening. I felt the pain run from my wrist up to my forearm. Then I broke out in a sharp cry. My arm was not like the other, and the other kids didn't notice until I started crying that something was wrong. They went and got a counselor, and my godmom came and picked me up early to go to the doctor. I had gotten my first cast. I said never again, because that was some pain for my ass. I remember facing the fear of Goliath at Six Flags Magic Mountain in Valencia, California at this same camp. We had a dope ass counselor that year. He was lit. We all embraced him. We approached the ride. "We gotta get on this," he said to all of us. I was afraid, so I kept saying no. "Asia, we gotta get on this. Come on, it's gonna be fun and over before you know it," he continued. I was yet to be convinced, so I kept refusing all the way to the front. Then some brave parts stepped up, still afraid. "Okay, I'll go," I said. The counselor was happy. Then he said, "Okay, we got to get on in the front. That's where it's most fun at." So I got to be brave and pray to God we don't die first, huh? Okay. I started crying. Yes, I'm an emotional baby. But nonetheless, I got on it and had the most fun on a ride ever. I was in love with the ride after that, and my fear was faced. I'm a big dog now, I thought. I can do anything. I remember being in LA's Best at LeConte. They would have all types of things to do. I joined a drumming class. I played in the small basketball tournaments. I took a drawing class. Growing up, we still had childhoods and engaging things to work our young minds. Shout out to the school system in the early 2000s. They introduced skating when they put together a mini skate park with like 4 ramps, and I thought it was tight. I wanted to try it out. I was the curious cat. I put on all the knee pads and gear and got a skateboard from somebody. I went to the top of a mid-sized ramp and was so confident that I could do it. The first time going down, I leaned back and fell straight on my ass, hard. I got up and everyone encouraged me to go again, so I did. I got back to the top. "Don't lean backward," someone shouted. I focused on not leaning backward and leaned in too much. I fell again and gave up. Nope, this ain't for me, I thought to myself. After that, I never really tried anything daring again. Crazy how the fear of getting hurt after that fracture tackled me. But I ain't stopped completely trying until after the skateboarding incident. My mom was always gone somewhere during these times, so I had to start taking care of my brothers. I felt like I was the boss and in charge. My mom would say, "Don't have anyone in my house while I'm gone." But I still did, and I would do it right after she left so I could have time to play around and kick them out before she came back. I never got caught with that. We went outside a lot more now because living in an apartment, there were more kids. I hung out with this boy named Gary, Keon and his brother and sister, Kimani and Tiffany, and a Latino kid named Alex, and Gary's sister. There were other kids in the building, but they act stuck up, like they were better or something. There were two sets of twin girls and boys, and I forgot their names, but I got into a pushing match with one of the sisters. I don't remember why, but we went at it in front of our building. We were both crying angrily. She went to tell, and I just went in the house. You don't let nobody run you back in the house, my mom said. Go back out there and just stay away from her. I obeyed. We weren't strangers to hot dogs and noodles when I was young. That's all we ate. At times my mom would cook, but it wasn't often. Plus, it wasn't like grandpa's, granny's, or Auntie Titi's cooking. Auntie Titi is grandma's sister, and she took care of us in the Hollywood apartment at a point in time. We were what I like to call house kids. We had to stay inside whenever my mom was gone, and we had to make sure the house was clean every time she came back. I would always find creative ways to have fun in the house. One day I was mopping the floor and spilled a little too much water. I started to slide back and forth with my feet. Oh shit, I smiled. I put more water on the floor, took my pants off, and started sliding across. I saw things as fun, not unsanitary in these days. It was just like riding the trays down slides whenever we went to McDonald's and Burger King. Eris and Amaz were in the room playing the game, and I ran to tell them to come see what I did. Soon after, we all started sliding across the floor, ass only. Eventually, the fun had to end because I was supposed to be mopping, not creating a slip and slide. I got a whole bunch of towels to clean up the water and explained to my mom that I spilled the water and had to use the towels to clean it up. She didn't let me mop for a while after that. I was cool because I ain't like cleaning anyway. I always had the most to do when it came to chores. I cleaned all the bathrooms, me and my mom's room, vacuumed, did the dishes. We even did our own laundry. The boys were responsible for their own rooms for the most part, but I ended up having to clean their mess at times too. Eris was old enough to do the dishes sometimes, and he'd take out the trash, but it was like Amaz was never going to be old enough to clean up with us. He was the favorite. He used to stay out of trouble by watching what we did to get into it and staying away. Once, we had only a couple of hours before my mom got home, and she told me, "We're going somewhere. If the house is not clean when I get back, we ain't going nowhere." We hung up, and I told the boys. We did what we had to do in the time frame and acted like the house was clean the whole time. We called it the impossible. Amaz even helped. I told him if he didn't, he was going to get in trouble. Our memories, man. I remember once my mom had a whole cake in the fridge, and that was my weakness. I chose trouble on this day. It was rare we missed days of school. We had to be half dead or have an appointment at the doctor or something. But we were all home from school on this day, and we were home by ourselves. "Don't touch this cake while I'm gone," she beamed. But I loved cake, especially if it had frosting. When she left, I kept taking fingerfuls of icing off the side so at least maybe she wouldn't notice. Eris came out the room and stared at me for a second. "What are you doing?" "Ooh, Mom said don't touch that," he said with envy. He came over and watched for a second. "I want some." I looked at him like, "Get you some." He dipped his finger into the icing twice and was like, "You gonna get in trouble." "You ate some too, so we both in trouble," I said. "No," he replied as he scurried back into the room. I tried to position the cake to where she wouldn't see, but most of the icing was gone. I went to play in the room with the boys like everything was normal. My mom came home and for the first few hours, we didn't hear anything about the cake. I eased my little heart. Asia! Yes? Come here. Now, there were two ways my mom called us. You finna get it or go do something for me. When she wanted you to go do something, she would say what she needed right after calling you. But if she said, come here, that was your ass. As I came from the boys' room, she was sitting at the table with the cake in front of her. Did you touch this cake after I told you not to? No, I lied. I feared my mama, y'all. Who ate it then? Eris, I replied fearlessly. Eris, she called out. Oh, fuck. I didn't see that one coming at all. Yes, he answered. Did you touch this cake while I was gone? No, he replied fearfully. Well, both of y'all gonna get it then because somebody did it, she said in a stern voice. Fuck, a deeper hole. My mind went blank. Fuck it, man. An L is a L. If I say it was me and be honest, I'm gonna get a whooping. If I say it's Eris knowing damn well it wasn't, I'm gonna get a whooping. Even in this thought, I kept blaming him. We both started to cry, and then he yelled in his squeaky little voice, Mom, you gotta believe me this time. It was Asia. I didn't do it, I promise. My mom sensed he was telling the truth. She raised that eyebrow and turned her head toward me. I knew it was over. Go upstairs and pull your pants down. I cried harder and did what I was told. I got a crucial whooping that time. Another one of the worst whoopings was when Auntie Titi told my mom about some trouble I got into at school. My mom probably had a bad day that day because she was furious. That whooping seemed like it lasted for hours. I felt betrayed by Auntie Titi back then because I felt like the teacher told you, not my mom, but she only did what was right looking back. Without discipline as a child, I would have turned out for the worst. My mom brought men in and out of our lives when we were young, and with me not having my dad in my life, I took a liking to them all. One that I won't ever forget is the artist. The artist was in jail, and my mom told us what for, but she lied. The artist wrote notes to her and drew pictures with letters attached for me. I'll see you soon, daughter, he would write. This will have me excited for us to be a real family. I didn't care where my real dad was. He wasn't here, and my mom would have these guys around like they were ready to play the role. The artist seemed like he really liked my mom and wanted to marry her. Occasionally, I tried to read the notes. The writing style was so perfect to me, but hard to read. It was a slant style, kind of like cursive, and I liked it so much that I started imitating it. One day, we got home from school and he was sitting on the couch in some dress socks and clean attire. My mom introduced him. I smiled bashfully. So you're the one that writes the notes? I asked. Yes, he said. I was happy that my mom was happy, but a few months in, it started to get raggedy. We hadn't seen the artist in a couple of days, and I noticed a crack in our car's windshield. What happened to the window, Mom? I asked. We had an argument, she said. The artist got mad and threw his phone at the windshield. My mom was as truthful as she wanted to be with us without giving too much information. I didn't know what to say back, but is he coming back? No, she replied, but he did. She let him back in, and that was the first time I saw that happen. When he came back, things were even crazier. The last time I would ever see him was a heart-racing moment for me. Stop, I heard my mom yell. Then I heard a couple bangs against the door. I automatically got in defense mode. I felt protective over my mom because we were all we had, and I never played around behind her when it came to these dudes. If something was happening, I took it seriously. I jumped out of bed. Mom, are you okay? Yes, she responded, but I was concerned. I'm not hurting her. She's okay, the artist said. Asia, go downstairs to Eris and Amaz's room, she called out. I felt like my mom was in danger and I didn't know how to deal with it. I didn't really know what to do, but I had to help her in some way. Your mom is okay. Don't be scared, he said as he peeked his head out the bathroom door. But I saw her face. She was crying, and I didn't know from what. I ran downstairs to call Grandma as they continued to bicker. Me, Eris, and Amaz were in the room hoping that my mom was okay. We still had house phones, so I picked up the phone to dial Grandma's number. We weren't fond of calling the police. As soon as the phone started ringing, the artist came up behind me and pressed the clicker for the dial tone. Who are you calling, daughter? You don't have to call anyone. I didn't say a word. I was scared stiff. I stared at him in his eyes. It was like looking into black holes. He looked different to me now. This ain't somebody that cared for us, I thought. Asia, take Eris and Amaz and go down to Keisha's. Call Grandma now, she demanded. I broke gaze to the artist and grabbed my brothers to go. Keisha did me and my mom's hair often. She was Keon and mom, and whenever we needed her, she was always there. She stayed in the apartment just below us. Her and my mom's styles were so different, but they clicked somewhere. Both Keon and his mom passed away. Her in 2012 from cancer, and him in 2014 from sickle cell. They rest in love. When I got down there, I told her everything that happened. Keisha lit a cigarette. Y'all all right? She asked, concerned. Kinda, I said. She gave me the phone to call Grandma, and she was en route. We sat there watching a bootleg of ATL waiting on Grandma. Eventually, my mom came down to get us, and we went straight to Grandma's car. Grandma pep talked my mom all the way to her house. You need to be thinking about your kids, she said. He's not coming back, my mom replied. I went into my own thoughts. You said that before. It just put me off how quickly men will be in and out of our lives without warning. I never really understood what was taking place. All I saw was my mom leave whenever she wasn't feeling it. But the artist situation had been different. So I thought my mom was always the one in danger from then on. The truth about the artist would shock me. My godmom would tell me the truth later. She always had my best interest. What does my mom really think when it comes to us? Is she raising us because she has to or because she wants to? I always had thoughts contrary to my mom being a great parent, but I still did what I was told and never thought to disrespect her in any way, no matter how much I didn't like what was going on. Grandma would often talk out of hand to my mom, and I only had to be present once to understand what was going on. Sadly, I remember Mother's Day in 2015, and my mom and Grandma were in the back talking to each other. And suddenly, my mom was storming from Grandma's room, and Grandma was behind her, talking to her in all kinds of ways. And she said something that I won't forget. You bitch, take your kids and go, she continued. And I couldn't believe the things that were coming from her mouth. From that day forward, my vision of my grandmother turned 15 degrees to the left. She always made it seem like my mom was never making the right decisions, and she didn't show that she was proud of her accomplishments, at least not that I saw or remember. We stayed at Grandma's after the incident. I would eavesdrop into the fact that the artist was roaming around the apartment. It was somewhat like a family affair during the time we stayed, like the weekends became the weekdays for a second. Grandpa had breakfast for us before we left for school in the mornings, and there was always something to do after school. And then one day, prematurely, life just changed. Verse 3. Living for others. As a youngin', I wavered between the opinions of others and what I felt to be right. When someone would disagree with me, I would second guess myself rather than own my idea 1,000%. And I began to work my way out of this line of thinking in 2019 when I had an altercation over business. An acquaintance I knew since I was a young baller decided that we go into business for ourselves after all the situations we witnessed together. I saw nothing wrong with it because we were both trying to make our mark in some way in this world. We had a similar code in the way we did things, and I saw this as an opportunity to be great alongside someone I could trust. She came with the idea of creating our own events and me being the DJ. Juice brought me to the idea of becoming a DJ, but her personal DJ. I ran with the idea because I love music and I always knew what to play. All in the same breath, I was in the middle of a how can I experience God phase. Nonetheless, I agreed and we started coming up with plans. We would have meetings in the apartment she was renting a room in. We had already been through the ringer with a past event that failed. We realized it was a lack of focus and planning that kept us stuck. So we figured that without the outside influences and only two minds, we were going to be great. Prior to us coming together about the events, she stayed with me in an apartment I had in 2015. I thought I wouldn't mind, but I did. And I wasn't able to express what I was feeling for fear that what I might say would upset someone I care about. I would later realize that the truth is the truth, whether accepted or not. As we got months into the apartment, it started to get crowded. I was even starting to make crowded decisions. I invited an ex to come stay with me, and it just complicated things even more. They say you never really know someone until you live with them, and I understood that during the time they stayed. It lets you know what you like and don't like, and what you will and won't tolerate. I was only at the beginning of my mess during my 23rd year. I was vulnerable in the wrong ways. I was naive, I was hard headed, and to top it all off, I was quiet about the things I felt deepest about. I literally didn't know who I was, but I never stopped trying to figure it out. I had a single in downtown LA, so you know it was tight. We were so packed you could barely turn the pillow over for the cool side. I never had so much pent up from not speaking my mind. I would often blow up on small things. I didn't want to be in situations I had gotten myself into, but I wouldn't speak up either. I was desperate and I felt that I would be in the wrong even if I was speaking the truth about something. I was too caught up in having people around me that I lost sight of me. I just let life do me however. And instead of taking control of my decision making faculty, I allowed others to guide me through life for a second, see where they'd go, and how they'd do things. I didn't like to be the one in charge. I didn't like to lead, and I rarely made suggestions. When I would try to engage, I got pushed out of the loop, ignored, or someone else's idea was seen better, quote unquote. I was stuck in my head about not being good enough and made my decisions that way. I had always wanted to be the one behind the scenes pulling the strings, but I wasn't aware of the work that also came with that. People had their own opinions, and that was something I didn't understand at the time. And I didn't like confrontation, arguing, drama, or none of that. Anyway, back in 2019, me and the acquaintance get into it over the music I'm playing and how I'm the weakest link on the team, and a lot of other things she never spoke up on before then. There was one instance she came to me as a person and talked to me straight up. I was able to respect her then because she wasn't behind my back about it. The only thing was, I didn't speak on my behalf about the kind of work she was putting in as well. After she spoke, the two other people on board never spoke up and I felt attacked. I said, if I'm the weakest link, so be it. When I tried to leave, she got angry and wanted to fight, and in defense, I pushed her. She took it to another level when she started grabbing for me, scratching at me, pulling my hair, and all types of shit. Nah, fight it out and settle your differences, she yelled. No, I'm cool, dog, I yelled back. Where the fuck they do dumb shit like that? I thought to myself. I cut motherfuckers off to avoid pointless shit like this. I realized there was more to it than what had been said at the table that night. People think I can't fight because I always choose not to, but truth is, I don't really know what I might do, and that kind of scares me. I ain't built for jail, and I'll be damned if I let someone get me out of my element because they can't handle themselves. I was always the too cool, too calm, too collected one. and some people didn't know how to deal with that. I took my second heartbreak hard. It got me to a point where I was able to walk away with grace from situations that didn't serve me. This connection was karmic, and it definitely hit different. 2012. I met Nita, the Sag. I thought she was for sure gonna be my last. I liked everything about her before even getting to know her. I saw her when I was applying for my new job as a locker attendant at the Expo Center on MLK. I thought she was just beautiful and simple. We were required to get TB tests to work, and it was like a 3 or 4 day span we had to go. We ended up going on the same day, but as she was leaving, I was going in to get mine done. I felt kind of good about it because that's some type of sign, right? I sure thought so. I expected us to be working closely together, but I was wrong. We didn't work together in the beginning. It was rare that we got to work together at all. We spent the first 2 seasons not talking to each other. One day, it was the summer, so it was often crowded. There would be more than 3 of us working at once. I was just coming in with the wave, and her wave was waiting to leave. While they all laughed and talked, I was at the table drawing. Occasionally, I involved myself in the conversation. What are you drawing? I looked to see who was talking, and it was her. Just a little something, I said shyly. I was shy back then, cringeworthy. I loved the attention, but I never really initiated anything for fear of rejection. My heart would literally drop when I was rejected from anything. When I met Nita, she had a girlfriend, but that ain't stopped me. She also had a lifeguard ex-boyfriend that would always come to the locker room to see her. I would talk to him about her sometimes, and he didn't like her girlfriend, so he was always plotting. One day, he was like, "She gonna be at my house in a few days, and you should come through." I said, "Bet." We set up a threesome. It was more for me to get closer to her. Yeah, the desperation, but we accomplished it. I always felt like I was blessed when it came to sex, so I would use it often to get a female to like me. He tried, but I didn't let him touch me at all. After that, I never did anything like that again. Nita and I started to hang out as friends a little more. And on the other hand, before Nita even came into the picture, I was already feeling Jelly Bean, who also worked at the Expo Center. Jelly Bean is still my friend to this day. She was always there for me and always will be there for me. She had always been genuine, and when me and Nita got closer, I stopped talking to her as much. Jelly Bean was set on being friends from the beginning, and from time to time we would be intimate. I was trying to be with her, and she wasn't ready. I thought to myself, I wanted Nita first anyway. This is what happens when you don't understand your worth. You misunderstand the values of the right things. So I started messing with Nita on an even closer level. One day she had a conversation with me and said she was going to try and stay in her relationship and make it work. Well, damn, I thought. Leave me hanging then. Whatever. I went back to Jelly Bean looking stupid as fuck because she didn't look at me the same for a while. It made a lot of shit uneasy between me and her. While Jelly Bean played with my emotions, we were still fucking from time to time. And she had a whole complicated situation herself. I often felt alone. Jelly Bean gave me exactly what I needed, but she didn't want to be with me because of her own fears. And that was making me feel some type of way. Nothing was coming out of the encounters we would have except great sex and better company. We were getting stronger as friends, and all I could do was respect that. She would always say, "Nobody's gonna ever love me the way you do. I won't let them." I would always think she was joking, but she showed me better than she spoke. And looking back, that was more love than what I saw love to be. I thought it was karma that Jelly Bean didn't want to be with me. But really, I just needed to learn what it meant to be on my own without the needy behavior, and I couldn't stand that. A year and some change rolls by. Nita and her girl had broken up, and she was back on my line. I was happy because we were about to be for real. Yes, we were about to be for real, all right. During the beginnings of our relationship, it was the honeymoon phase, quote unquote. We would do things together, laugh, joke, have a lot of sex, and have no cares in the world when we were together. We had gotten our own place in Chinatown off 7th Street, and I was getting my money together to purchase all I needed for my music supplies. Things were looking up in the best way in my eyes, but after the fun and games, things we ignored in each other that we knew we didn't like started to bother us even more and cause all types of petty arguments. Either she felt I wasn't giving her the attention she wanted, or I felt like she was being too flirty. We both had issues we didn't know how to talk to each other about, but could easily talk to any stranger about. I was always jealous back then and very insecure. If someone I liked talked to anyone else in the same way they talked to me, or if I felt like it was flirty, I would have a personal fit. Being that I didn't know how to express my emotions in a healthy way, I became passive aggressive. I would expect my partner to know there was something wrong without me even saying it, when no average person can read minds. I wish nothing more but for people to try and see things how I saw them. Though I have never seen a completely functional, long lasting relationship, I know for a fact that you aren't supposed to cheat, flirt, or do anything you wouldn't want done back to you. Things got annoying, and I would show it. I was ice cold when I felt like I wasn't being understood. Shit, I can feel the coldness as I replay the moment. It was almost like you didn't exist to me if you couldn't compromise and try to understand where I was coming from. I would continue what I was doing, nowhere near worried about you, until you returned the energy. I was stubborn at times, but all I wanted was for a female to say, okay, I understand, and then show me that she did by respecting me. But these women love to see what would happen if. I swear it was the curiosity in them. As we were on a rocky road arguing about gas for me to get her to and from work, she finds a friend and a female at her job, and it's a stud. Stud. A female in more touch with her masculine side than her feminine side. Nita would ask if I could give her friend, quote unquote, rides for gas money. And I agreed because first, I needed it. And second, I wanted to figure out their relationship. But I wasn't dramatic about it. The voice I listened to sometimes, but never listened to enough, told me to let this play out. I would always think, am I being jealous or is my intuition really speaking to me? I thought about it each time she came around. I paid attention to how they both acted on the car rides, and I would just play my too cool, too calm, too collected part. Things got distant, and our texting slowed down. Sex slowed down, communication slowed down, and as I start to recognize this, I want to fix it. So I start becoming as vocal as I could about whatever came to me. As much as I tried, she would make it seem like it wasn't much and stay stuck on what was rather than what could have been, which in turn made me needier. Why can't I make her happy anymore? What's wrong with me? I thought. I often beat myself up for not feeling adequate enough to sustain myself in a relationship. I wanted to so bad, and eventually things started trying to look up. But the mask would be painted so well that things only seemed like they were changing. One day, I strategically texted her to let her know I was on the way to pick her up from work. I'll be there in 20 minutes. I was 5 minutes away. Okay, she responded. As I get off the freeway, I'm headed toward the parking lot of her job, and I see her coming around the corner from a different way with her friend, quote unquote. You would think she just came from fucking the way her soul left her body when her eyes locked with mine. It was clear she was caught, but she stuck with whatever story she conjured up before entering my vehicle. Where were you? I asked. I was at the job. That's where you were coming from just now, I added. Yes. You lying. You just came from the whole opposite side. Well, you said you weren't going to be here until blah, 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 blah. Is all I heard after that, because if you got a lie to kick it, then you don't need to be kicking it. Real life. I tuned out of that conversation, and we rode home in silence. One thing I did pick up on was the fact that she had the nerve to bring people she liked around people she was with. She did it to the girl she was with before me and now with me, knowing damn well what she was doing. I wasn't worried about that though. When I don't care about taking someone else's girl, no one is going to think twice about taking mine. It was after this relationship that I started to realize that. I began to fight harder when really I was supposed to acknowledge it and move on. Instead, I fought for what didn't really even want me in the first place. How you get her is how you lose her in this case. I had a way of making females feel like I was creeping because of my cold demeanor when things got rough. Before Nita, I wouldn't have hesitated to leave or creep, but I really loved her, and I was doing all I thought I could to make her see that. One day, we were both off work, and it felt like months since we touched each other. I got used to her downgrading my sex, so I stopped initiating it. She was the only one to ever say anything about it, which made me self-conscious about the wrong things. She made it seem like I didn't know what I was doing, and that was not a good look for me. But on this day, she had on some lingerie. I want more affection from you, she demanded. Okay, I submitted. We laid there holding each other, sorry about the past. A month later, I noticed she hadn't gotten her period. I knew for her that was partially normal. Sometimes it would skip a month. I witnessed it not come one month and come the next month before, so I didn't think much of it. A little more time passed, and I noticed she's starting to gain a little face weight, and her titties is getting bigger. It was getting too easy to put two and two together, so I told her to get a pregnancy test. In the 2 months that followed, I ain't seen the affection she came with since the beginning of our relationship. I was afraid to know the truth, so I went along. One afternoon, I had a dream I was shocked to wake up from. We both were home that day, so I told her about it, half sleep. Are you pregnant? I had a dream you were pregnant and you told Rob about it. Rob was one of Eris's friends. What? No. What are you, what? Well, I asked you to get a pregnancy test and you still haven't done it. The guilt couldn't have brought more of a stench, but I wanted things to be as they were if they were, so I wasn't dramatic. It wasn't until one night she was at work, she called me and told me the great news. I'm pregnant. All that swarmed around in my head was I knew it. By who? Why? The nerve, I thought to myself. You can't even tell me who it is? She paused for a minute. It's a friend from school, she replied. Immediately, I thought it was her lifeguard ex and felt disgusted. Is it the lifeguard's baby? I asked. Hell no. It's not someone you know. Now she was considered a hoe to me because I didn't even know this friend from school. I didn't even like it and I deeply regret it. You weren't giving me any affection, so she tried to continue. I was literally speechless at the audacity of her not understanding her part and wanting to push past it like nothing happened. I feel really bad and I'm so sorry for doing this to you. I just hung up the phone. I broke down in an overwhelming cry, and this was one of the times I was cut deeper than I thought by something I never expected to get a reaction out of me. I called Darius because I had been talking to him about how I felt before it happened. I cried to him, telling him, I knew it. Then he said something vital. Who are you in relationship to this situation? That statement sat with me for a good minute, and I began to think about it after we had gotten off the phone. I am blessed, and I am better, I said to myself. My mood went from pity to party within that week. I began reading more of the Conversation with God books and trying to make sense of the situation through the pain I was penning. It was the first time I had genuinely wanted to be in a relationship and do right by it, and it backfired. Back then, I didn't understand, but now I know. I was receiving my karma for a girl that I did in a similar way. There were no babies involved, but I did hurt her bad. I never thought it would catch up to me and bite me harder, but we'll get to her in a second. I started acting different toward Nita. as I tried to cope with the hurt. She would try to talk to me, and I would remain short and succinct about my replies. She didn't like it at all, but I didn't know what else to do. I loved her and I still wanted to be there, but I couldn't trust her. It was hard to even look at her. No one knows how this truly feels unless you have felt that pain directly. When it came to sex, all I could see was her and another. She didn't think she hurt me enough though. One night, she invited the same coworker that intuition told me about to the house after they got off work. She was trying to make me jealous, but it pushed me over the edge about her. I was dismayed and I felt my heart start to beat through my neck. All of me wanted to kill them both without a care, but I thought about it first. Cops? Eviction? Fight? Is it worth it? I said no and got into this first class common state I'd never felt before. God and the angels took over on this night because it took all of me not to hurt them both. And to think I was almost willing to get past it together and start a family with her. I didn't care if she was pregnant, and I for sure didn't care about Dumbo. So in my eyes, what did I have to lose? I was silent as I laid on the floor thinking to myself, I can't wait to be out of here. As I played my music on the Bluetooth, finding peace in my own zone, they laid together in the same bed we laid in a week before. And that was the last straw. What I wanted to be fixed could have died now for all I cared. She is tempting the fuck out of me, I texted Jelly Bean through the storm. She was right there for me. If it hadn't been for Jelly Bean talking to me, I would have torn the house up behind these motherfuckers. I sat there laughing to myself like, I won. I'ma just get up out of here first thing in the morning and move on. What's your problem? Said the runt. Nothing is my problem, I replied. Well, you act like there's a problem, said the dummy. When she said that, I shot up in the fullest energy. You're not even supposed to be here while you talking. I'm here because she invited me. We got into a yelling match, and then I smiled and stepped back on some creepy shit. I didn't even know why I stopped, but I just lay back down and let them be. As much as I hated to be the bigger person, it molded me into the best version of me. This was the first time I had to hold my tongue and sit on my hands and like it, because there was nothing I could do about it that would have been beneficial to me. I called my godmom the next day and got my ass and my things out of there as soon as I could. She didn't want it that way, but it was for sure happening. She was really talking about let's work it out after the whole incident. I was good on the outside, but on the inside, I was tearing apart faster than I could keep it together. I went between my mom's and my godmom's for a year and a half before I started saving to get my own place. Part of me was ready, but a bigger part wasn't. I feared not having money for rent every month and being away from my family, this time for good. One of the hardest things to do leading up to that moment was saving toward it. I had to sacrifice some things, and I really didn't like it. I had gotten another job as an unloader at UPS downtown in the train district. I was proud of myself for securing that one on my own. So now I had two jobs and started living below my means. I managed to scrape up $2,000 for my new bachelor pad. I called a few different apartments that day and left messages. Hi, I'm interested in. Can I come by and see it? Over and over until it came to the second to last number on the list. Yes, sure. Come by. The unit is $1,000 per month. That was pretty much my budget, and I was tired of searching by now. So I went to look at it before signing any papers, and when I got there, I thought it was perfect. It had a small balcony that I always envisioned a spot of my own to have, and even though it was small, it was only me, so I got it. I was able to negotiate it down to $950. All the contracts were signed and filed, and I was finally on my own. I welcomed myself home, and for the first few months, everything was fine. Then I started noticing bites on my body, and I knew it wasn't a spider or a mosquito. They were bed bugs, and the manager tried to say I brought them in with the 7 things I came with. I was only about 4 months in, and already some bullshit. I had to move all my clothes and what I brought out just for her to bring in her own crew and not eliminate the problem. After that, I barely brought anything back inside just to prove a point. But then I moved in all my company and it turned into a zoo. I only ended up getting $110 back from the $1,000 deposit. Living in my first apartment, I learned a lot. One, if you genuinely loved yourself and knew who you truly were, you wouldn't feel lonely. Two, if you don't want to say yes, say no. Three, don't go back to what broke you. Four, don't go along just to keep people around. The right ones don't put themselves in position to leave. Five, speak up on shit you don't like. And number six, manifestation is real. With me being so worried about how I was going to pay my rent monthly, I struggled. The exact thing I didn't want to happen happened because I focused on it. What you fear meets you face to face faster than a deep breath. And on top of that, I spontaneously quit my job at UPS. Prior to that, I had got injured on a job. It was extreme, and I was hurt bad. I was loading a package onto the conveyor belt. It was long steel bars. When I threw them up, they popped up between my legs and split me open. Initially, I just felt pain. I went to the head supervisor's office and told her about it. She asked if I wanted to go to the doctor, and I told her no, and that I didn't think it was that bad. She asked me to make sure, so I went to the bathroom and saw my lip split open from the inside, and I panicked a little. I didn't cry or whine, but I was appalled that it could be done. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I panicked. I went back and told the supervisor, and she sent me to get it emergency stitched at a clinic they resorted to for all injuries. There wasn't any pain from the procedure. I was awake and she just numbed the area, but that pain afterwards was treacherous. I tried to push myself to be better before I was ready with the pressure of my section supervisor, and I got tired of it all. After I quit UPS, of course, things had gotten a lot harder. I was hitting my head harder, and everything was a complete mess in my life. I let H come stay with me. I saw the opportunity to be helped, quote unquote, with rent and food, and I took the chance, desperate as a beggar. When me and Nita came back together, I thought maybe there was some things I could have done differently. Instead of she gonna get what she deserved, I went into victim mode and asked myself what I did to make her even want to do something like that. I hit her up one day and we met up somewhere. I just wanted to see her. She stood there in defense, smiling warmly. How are you? I took charge. Good, and you? You could tell she was happy to see me, but dubious as to what I was coming around for. We talked briefly, hugged, and said goodbyes. Then we started texting back and forth like nothing ever happened prior. I managed to ask why she did what she did and who it was with, and she explained that I wasn't giving her enough attention. I was treating her like a trophy, and she asked God for someone that would love her. She went on to say that the baby's father had been some guy she was cool with while she was in school. It happened while I was at work, at his house, and afterward, she felt like a bum. Okay, that last part was mine, but we on the same ride. At least I had gotten a piece of closure. I gave myself the rest. She went back to her ex-girlfriend after we cut things off. They weren't on good terms around this time. So as she transitioned between what her and her daughter were going to do, I tried to help her make up her mind by telling her to come stay with me. That's how I ended up with a full house. Jelly didn't want me, so I desperately went back to what I knew, even though it was nowhere near good for me. This was one of the moments I woke up, quote unquote. I don't like miscommunication, dull communication, let alone no communication. Yet I never opened my mouth and spoke up on what I felt. I was in search of what I wasn't ready to give, and it took a while to get that through my head. I continued to receive the vibe I was given unconsciously aware of it, so I continued the same mistakes. As Nita and I went further for the second time, I started being more vocal about my feelings. Though it was crowded, I would manage to be able to talk to her alone and force myself to say what needed to be said. Sometimes it came out the best way, and sometimes it came out the worst way, but it made shit a lot easier. Day after day, Nita and I would fight nonstop, and on top of that, her daughter didn't exactly take a liking to me. Toward the end of the lease, I wanted to show that I would be there, so we went out and looked for apartments together. I wasn't exactly enthusiastic given my circumstances. I never minded what Nita would do for me, and she acted like she didn't. But we weren't on the same page when it came to finances, and she couldn't stand that about me. Shit, I couldn't stand that about myself, but I wasn't making it any easier. I wasn't handling my business to my potential, and I felt like I was out of control. I would send her different apartment listings, and she would check out some, but we weren't getting approved for anything. It wasn't right. Eventually, she ended up at her aunt's in Culver City and used me as a sponge to absorb her own shortcomings. I knew of her aunt from the day she went to school at Everest for massage therapy when we first met. The first time we were together during our honeymoon phase, she introduced me to one of her female classmates. She had a boyfriend and they lived on the east side of LA. West Fly Tribe will be birthed in that living room in 2013. I was still getting to know Nita during these times, and I rarely spoke up on what I saw. The Carters were in the event business. Me and H and a longtime friend of hers were looking to get our feet wet in the business. We all had to start somewhere, so we worked security at an event of theirs, and it was lit. We were underpaid, but it was just a lot of bullshit I didn't mind being a part of at the time. In due course, we started having meetings at the Carter's crib. Our ideas would be dope, and we tried to treat it like a business, but all we ended up doing was having 5-hour meetings about ideas and plans. We rarely did half the shit we talked about, and we all had a money hungry mindset. So we all did less just to see who would step up and do more, and no one did. I minimally did what I had to do, and I could take responsibility for that. We failed miserably on the first event, and we failed ultimately because we started pointing fingers rather than solving problems, which is also why H and I fell off in 2019. I often looked at people's circumstances and put myself in their shoes, literally, uncomfortably trying to stuff my feet in small ones and feel the big ones trying to walk their paths for them. I began to take on too much, and that led to unwanted, unneeded blow ups and arguments that could have been avoided. Not being able to express myself freely, early, and in a healthy way, I would wait until boiling point to snap and cut people off. Nita had me out my element in the subtlest ways. It was to the point that I believe she didn't even think she knew what she was doing either. The entire beginning of our relationship consisted of shit I didn't approve of and her trying to make me feel comfortable about it. Again, I rarely said anything against these affairs, but you could sense my uncomfort. I didn't know how to articulate it then. I had no control over my emotions, so if I said how I felt, to me, it would never come out right. My words are like swords, and my initial instinct was to remain at peace with people, so I stayed quiet on things I knew would cause hell. The Carters had a huge influence on Nita, and that was something I couldn't change. Eventually, Nita got out of her aunt's and into a spot in Long Beach. I stayed there a bit and helped her out in all the ways I could. After all, I wasn't paying any rent. During this time, I was staying in the J's with Grandpa, Uncle, and Sabrina. After once again giving my all without hesitation, she still managed to be unhappy and slept with Carter's baby daddy. I found out from his lady through a Facebook text thread she sent to me and a whole lot of others clearly upset about the situation. I confronted Nita about it, and sure enough, it was true. Once again, I was done with her for the second time. I always smother women I liked. When it came to me liking a female, I would want to be up under her all day long. We would be in bliss in the beginning, and I would try to make it last by showing my availability. Most females would just let me do it without saying anything. They all loved my attention, and I was giving it freely. only for the fire to die out over time. I don't like to chill around people without stimulating and engaging conversations. When I find it, I like to see where both our minds can take us. I didn't press females I liked. I would just do weird shit like be everywhere they were so that they would notice I was always around. I often caught the eyes of the curious, but I would go all in at the sight of a female showing me the slightest attention. That's what began the stage of need. Since I wasn't good with rejection, I would become friends with females. Naturally, she would start liking me at some point. There were a few that would be bold, though. Some had my heart, and others only had my presence. I tried pleasing women just as I tried pleasing my family. It would work, but not in the way that I hoped. Let's take it back to what sparked my fear of rejection. At 11, some girls still found it weird, quote unquote, or showed disgust if another girl admitted that they liked them. Sometimes I would question myself as to if I was wrong because of the way most of the people around me thought. Sometimes I would get a mental picture of my mom whooping the gay out of me or something, and so I would try to keep it on the low when it came to my family. One day, I got the courage to say something to Gary's sister. Ever since we moved to the Hollywood house, I was crushing on her, writing letters and never giving them to her. I would picture how she would be over the sweet words I would write. I would smile and continue writing. I would sneak and stare at her, and we would all be playing together when we were outside. She never said anything about not liking females, I thought to myself. So one day, I decided to let her know my secret, and I took her to the staircase of the apartment and said, I think you're beautiful, and I like you. You want to be my girlfriend? She looked at me with the same look of disgust I saw when my people discussed their dislike, and she replied, Ew, no, I don't like girls. Ew. She laughed and ran away. I felt my heart fall to the pits of my stomach. I hated feeling embarrassed. Even when it came to talking in general, I felt like I was always embarrassing myself in some way. So I would always think about my next moves and things I would say or do during the next encounters, like I could control it or something. Wrong. I'm always better than I used to be, and I'm proud of that. Part 2. Waking up. Verse 4. Changes. My mom had a bad habit of leaving everything behind whenever we moved, so the memories were always held tight. We took nothing but our clothes when we left Hollywood. When Eris's dad heard about my mom moving, he fought for custody of Eris and won. My mom let Eris go live with his dad like he wanted. Uncle was living with his BM at the time, so it was me, Amaz, Grandma, Grandpa, and my mom staying together on the last few weeks we had left in Cali. My mom said she would at least let us finish the school year, and that I was hopeful she might change her mind. Come on, we're leaving, my mom said, hurrying us to get our things. Grandma and my mom had been going back and forth. I was confused and wanted to ask questions, but did what my mom said anyway. She walked back and forth getting everything to the car. Well, where y'all gonna go? Grandpa asked, concerned. We're going to Texas, my mom snapped. The tears started to run from my eyes. I was ready to go, but not that ready. Tonight? He responded. Yes, she said firmly. Oh, come on, Grandpa pleaded. Leave in the morning. Just think about it first. No, Daddy. We're leaving tonight. She was sure. Her and Grandma had an argument about the artist. Grandma wasn't trying to stop us from leaving. Grandpa was distraught. He started to cry too. It was the first time I ever saw him cry. I was crushed at the decisions I didn't understand. To this day, Grandpa believes my mom was selfish for taking us to Texas. I cried more, mean mugging as I grabbed my things. The attitude was clear that day, and there was nothing anyone could do. We forced our goodbyes, and all I could hear was Grandpa's shaky voice saying, Grandpa, love y'all. I'm gonna miss y'all. We got in the car and cried, cried, cried. My mom began to pray. Lord, please watch over us and cover us as we drive. Please help me understand, God. I was lost and didn't know how to feel. This was the first time I felt what true hurt was, and it's tough to go back and relive as I write. We drove, and as we did, our cries began to dry out. There was no more water left. We ended up in Chino at my mom's godmom's house for the night. She knew her from Covenant Worship Center, our church growing up. She was family of the pastor's wife. They had a prayer session that night, and things were at ease a bit. None of my friends are going to expect this, I thought to myself as I lay there. I cried to myself, replaying events that just took place, and I tried to go to sleep. Eventually, I got there. We left the next day. My mom prayed again, and we set Sweet Pea, Mom's Mercedes C-Class compressor, on a voyage to Fresno, Texas. I didn't know there was a Fresno in Texas. I flashed back to the librarian at LeConte. Everybody thought I was moving to Fresno, California, and it was bittersweet that people didn't know much about that part of Texas. I'm going to miss all of my friends. I shed another tear to the thought. Most of my tears were from remembering. Me and Ahmad switched shotgun whenever we stopped for a gas break. We listened to church music on the way there. Natalie and the SOP Carol played majority of the way, and I didn't mind it because the music was good. When the sun rose from the night, my period would start. I remember when I first started growing boobs and when I first got my period. When the boobs began to grow, I didn't like it. I thought I would be flat forever, but nope. I asked my godmom, why can't they stay flat? To which she laughed and replied, because that's not what they're supposed to do. You're a girl. On top of that, my mom and grandma had big ones. I feared that I might have big ones like theirs, and I really didn't want that. Plus, I didn't like the way girly bras looked or felt. Back in my fast days, I would wear girly bras and booty shorts, dresses, and get my hair pressed to impress boys. But there was never any real feeling, just being needy for the attention I wasn't getting at home. I didn't like any of these dudes for real except for Kenny. Other than that, I was lost and naive. I remember starting my period at Grandma's house off Washington. I went to use the bathroom because my stomach was hurting and I thought I had to boo-boo. When I pulled down my pants, I saw red and my eyes widened. What the heck is this? I thought I was dying. Grandma, I yelled. She muted the TV. What? She yelled back. Something's wrong. Come here, please. She got up and came to the bathroom. What is this? I asked. Oh, girl, you just started your period, that's all. She laughed and walked back toward the room. What do I do? I yelled. Shit, I don't have that no more, so I don't have anything for you, but call your mama. I got off the toilet and called my mom. She seemed happy. I knew for sure I was a girl, but I wasn't ready for the events that took place being a girl, so I fought against it during these times. I was excited to be older, but I didn't know this is what it came with. After that day, I didn't know how to handle my periods. My cramps always came in tough on me, and I hated whenever I saw her. My mom introduced me to a leave, and it became, if I didn't take that before they came in, I was in for it. I was always bad-tempered and emotional before and during that time. It was out of control. Everybody got the wrath, and guess who I blamed it on? Right. Now, she's my friend, and I welcome her and wave graciously as she leaves. I found out how much it detoxifies and cleanses our bodies for us to function correctly. I remember one day in Texas, it got so bad that I called a whole ambulance for myself. What's wrong, Asia? Maz asked me. I moaned and groaned around the house. I didn't know what it was, but even a leaf wasn't cutting it today. I was sweating and shitting and crying. I couldn't take it anymore. I called, and when they got there, they came to get me out of the bed and immediately put all this breathe better shit on my face. The medicine flowing through the tubes made me throw up. I was in pain, and I had to take Maz with me. We got to the hospital, and they ran tests and all that. They even did a sonogram to make sure they weren't missing anything. The cramps started to ease up, and eventually my mom came and got us. Girl, you don't be calling no ambulance for no doggone cramps. She had a laugh about it, but she was serious. I was just happy that I was feeling better. My mom had given me some Aleve, and I rode in the back seat attempting to sleep it off. It worked for the most part. I had fallen in love with sunrises after that. Literally, I became addicted to them, and any chance I get, I watch it peak from time to time. It's one of the most beautiful things life has to offer. This was my first ever road trip, and besides the sunrise, it was kind of boring. I wasn't into scenery like I am now. My mind was more so on, are we there yet? I'm excited to see the house now. My favorite part was when we stopped at our big cousin's house in Arizona. My mom and her cousins grew up like sisters. Cousin Shawnee and Missy are Auntie Titi's girls, and they had kids too. Cousin Missy had one, Job, and Cousin Shawnee had two girls, Maya and Lay. They are all my favorites. We had such great times together, from creating funny skits for the family to rewinding parts of a movie just to keep laughing at it. I remember we went to both Disneyland and California Adventure. That was some fun for sure. I don't know if they planned it out together, but before we moved, Cousin Shawnee moved to Arizona. Cousin Missy and Joe moved to Dallas, and then we moved right after them. We left Arizona at about 3 in the morning without getting to say goodbye, of course. As we got closer to our destination, my mom started smiling and laughing to herself, clapping and thanking God. Oh God, thank you, Lord, she repeated. What happened, Mom? I asked. God said we will have exactly $200 to get what we needed once we got here. I was shocked in amazement and cracked a smile. That was the first time God showed up, and I saw it with my own two eyes. We went to the Walmart that was about 10 miles away from where we stayed. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but nothing was in walking distance when we first moved there, so we always traveled a little ways for what we needed. Most times we would drive to Sonic. It was next to the Walmart to get my mom her ice. My mom ate ice for years as we were growing up, and I never understood it. It was particularly crushed ice, and she would get at least 5 or 6 cups before she was satisfied. Nowadays, in most city Texas, everything looks different and more open. It looks nothing like when I was young. We got air mattresses and blankets and pillows to have our space comfortable at least. We pulled up to a 2-story house. This is it, my mom said, smiling. 3206 Dartmouth Field Lane. I admire God for what had been done in finally allowing us to have a house. We got all the stuff inside, and she showed us our rooms. There was a space between the rooms called a family room, and there was a half bathroom downstairs and a laundry room. My room was everything. I had large windows, and there was a place to put pillows or decorate below them. I had a whole walk-in closet. I thought we had a mini mansion for a minute the way my closet was busting like that. There was a window in there too, so I had days where I spent nights in there. I was always fascinated and comfortable in perfectly compacted spaces. I remember my mom letting us paint our room walls. It was fun, but short-lived. We even had pets. I had a cat and a fish. I think the cat ate the fish and the cat got out and ran away. Again, short-lived. We had the cul-de-sac house in the corner of the street, so our backyard was bigger than everyone else's, and I loved that. Me and Amaz would play catch with the football back there sometimes. I picked up the eighth grade where I left off at Lake Olympia Middle School. I was excited to see how things would play out because we would be taking a school bus. Fresno would be a huge shift from the city for us. Everything was so different. It was 80 degrees at night. There were frogs and bugs I had never seen before, and there were ant piles too. I used to like ants before I met these fuckers. I had to get bit by one to know that they were no regular ass ants. The shit stung the whole day. After that, I knew not to fuck with them. Whenever I watered the backyard grass, I would kill their mounds, but they would just rebuild them. My first day of school, I was nervous because I didn't think I was good at making friends. I didn't know anyone, and I was always socially awkward when I was a kid. I was goofy and said corny shit, but it was me. I always fought embracing it because I wanted friends, and everyone thought I was weird. When I walked to the bus stop around the corner from my house, there were already a few kids there, and they stared as I walked up. Hey, you're new, right? What's your name? A girl asked me. Asia, I replied shyly. Oh, don't be shy. Just stick with me. I got you. She was in the eighth grade, like me, but I guess you could say she was more confident in herself than I was. I felt somewhat at ease. At least I got along with someone at the bus stop. She was like a mother figure and immediately took me under her wing. The other kids were nice too. Not as nice as this girl, but they weren't mean. We arrived in front of the school and exited the bus. I was still kind of nervous, but I shook it off. I was dressed to impress, but given the times, I was only allowed to wear what I was bought. Sometimes I could fit Amaz's shirts, and I would change at school, but for the most part, I worked with what I had. I was considered a STEM. STEM. A female that likes females and dresses like a tomboy all the time. Mainly wears tight jeans, basketball shorts, or sweats and a girly t-shirt. I made what I had work, though my jeans were tight in the thigh and my shirts hugged the little chi-chis I had. I used to cuff the bottom of my pants, put socks in my Converse to make the tongue fatter, and always did what I could to maintain my comfort. Meet Hollywood, y'all. The girl from the bus stop yelled down the hall before the bell rang for first period. Everybody started calling me Hollywood after that. I got acquainted more over the days, and I met this girl named Toy. She was awesome. We always joked about crazy stuff, copied homework, and all kinds of stuff. I felt that some girls figured I liked girls, but I never said anything or made it known. I would wait for a girl to say something to me. I still crushed on guys sometimes because of the small attention they gave, but when I took the bait, they took the hook back and threw me back in the water. I would be sad because love wouldn't approach me how I wanted her to, but my family ain't play that, so I looked where they wanted me to look rather than following my personal feelings. Lake O was an inside school, which means that everything took place inside. Assemblies, classes, breaks, we stayed inside unless we ran for PE. A few days in being at school, I met Leslie in the lunch line. She was short. I'm talking like no higher than 4'5" or 6, maybe 4'7", but she was short and full of laughter and life. Toy introduced us and we started talking. Toy asked me my birthday, June 4th. I said proudly. You said what? Leslie said, mine is the first. We both burst into happiness and excitement, and we started calling each other twin after that. I had a habit of writing notes to everyone. If I had something to say, you was getting a note from me. When we were young, my mom always told us that if we didn't know how to express our feelings by speaking, write a note. This was the only way I knew how to release because I knew how to write and use my words when it was on paper. But outwardly speaking and being direct was not a part of me back then. A couple months after I started Laco, I was already getting to know people and making a name for myself. Then I met Jazz. Jazz had two sisters I knew about, Angel and Candace. I was close with all of them. Candace was the real homie. She always had me laughing, and she checked anybody quick behind the people she cared for. Angel, I liked her a lot. I remember writing her notes and giving them to Jazz for her to read. She would write me back, but she wasn't interested for real. She would call me cute, and we would have all types of intimate, non sexual conversations about anything. She was too young for me, though. Me, Les, and Jazz hung out together, walking the hallways every day, heavily. We were the three musketeers, and everyone knew we hung out. I was getting a lot more open at the school, and I was finally getting used to the move we made. Since I was young, I've always had a sense of fashion, and I always made sure I was crisp, even with the tight in the thigh jeans. I always matched my jewelry if I could too. I would take my mom's accessories and use them sometimes. She would find out here and there, and of course I got in trouble, but a lot of the times I got away with it. Coming from LeConte, where school uniform was mandatory, being able to wear my own clothes felt like a privilege. My mom didn't outright know I liked girls, so I had to front daily in order not to be questioned about anything. There was one girl I always peeped at let go. Her name was Chelsea, and we traded looks all through 8th grade. She was cute and was always with her friends. We had the same PE class together, and I would look forward to it because it was a time for me to show out a little bit. I would only look at girls because I didn't know what to say when it came to talking to them. And for sure, I didn't want another rejection situation to happen. So I chose subtle gazing over opening my mouth. I didn't necessarily stare, but I just made sure I was in their view so I could monitor if they checked me out from my peripheral. There was a girl from LeConte that I remember playing this game with. She was from Honduras, and I never got her name, but she was so beautiful to me. I had to at least try something. She had a boyfriend, and because I didn't like him, I watched all his moves. I didn't even know the kid, but he was talking to someone I liked, so I had to take charge. One day, I saw him with another girl, and I was happy. If you were in the 8th grade at LeConte, you got to have office duty, where you deliver the messages for the students they were intended for. I loved to get called out of class or be taken out of school early. It was like an adventure because I was supposed to be in class, but then I got to see what grown-ups did while I was at school. And now I can say that it's nothing spectacular. I had office duty for my last period, and I remember delivering something to her class before. So I decided to write her a note about her dude cheating and that she didn't deserve that. I made sure she got it that day, but I made it anonymous in hopes that she would just assume it was me. But she didn't. And I left without her knowing that I was the one behind everything. Chelsea would look at me, but she didn't make any moves. Neither did I. Between the ages of 10 and 15, I had eczema, and my skin would break out in a rash in the creases of my arms. Bad. I couldn't help but scratch whenever it flared up. I was usually prepared when it came, but for a long time, we couldn't find anything to make it permanently go away. So I just dealt with it until it disappeared on its own. Me and my mom would try everything. Sometimes a cream called Corte would help tremendously, but that was the only hope. Before moving to Texas, it had been a couple years since I had broken out, but suddenly it just came back, and there I go scratching. I didn't realize that all the scratching created small cuts from my nails digging. I didn't think anything of it, just like any other time it came. But then, day after day, I started to notice I was breaking out in rashes all over my body, and not the same as eczema. The day after that, I had red spots all over my body. I showed my mom, but she didn't think it was serious enough to be at the doctor, so I just thought it would pass. A few days later, these red bumps started growing and becoming more painful. They started filling with pus, like pimples, and at this point, I'm panicking inside. I couldn't move at all. I could barely walk or fend for myself. I was in so much pain, I cried. I'm gonna have to take you to the doctor in the morning, she said, worried, examining the bumps. Okay, I responded. What's wrong with me? I thought. We got to the children's hospital in Houston that next morning around 8 or 9. We showed them what was going on, and they immediately admitted me. You have a rare case of staph infection, and we're going to have to perform emergency surgery to get all the pus out, said the doctor. Surgery? I thought. What's a staph infection? My mom replied. Bacterial infection, he continued. Because of the eczema, the body captured germs from dirty clothing or unclean items. So we're going to keep her until we can get everything situated. My mom was in shock. In her years of life, she hadn't heard of anything like this. To me, it was a scary experience, but it was also a low-key adventure. I had never seriously been to the doctor like this, let alone stay a few weeks, let alone get surgery. I was always excited when I did something I never done before. Me and my mom were in the hospital room waiting, watching cable and laughing at the Barnyard movie. A nurse came in from the hallway and said, I'll need to give you an IV. What's that? My mom asked curiously. It's for the medicine to enter the body consistently and alleviate the pain. What kind of medicine? My mom asked. Morphine, said the nurse. What's that? I asked. Powerful, my mom answered. The nurse took my right arm and placed the IV just above where I bent my elbow. They put some type of board behind my arm so I wouldn't bend the needle into my arm, and the nurse left. I'll be back, okay? My mom said. Whenever my mom said these words, I knew she wasn't coming back. She consistently not returned so much that it got hard to believe when she told me that. No, Mom, please stay here with me. I have to go home, make sure I get a Maz. I'll be back. You'll be okay. I was forced to watch her leave. Okay, I soaked. I felt the hurt to my core. My heart dropped to my stomach because I really felt I needed her then. But I had to be strong for myself to get through. After that, I never really asked my mom for anything. I just thugged everything out like I could take it. Sometimes I could, others I couldn't. I didn't like to be alone. I always felt bored and out of place. My mom not being there for me that day led to mistrust and disappointment for anyone that said they would be back for me or would never leave me, quote unquote. I started not to get too attached to anyone or anything after that. It made me have to see actions over words. I'm not saying that I've always been the captain of my word, yet the more aware I get growing older, I realize that what I speak, think, and do are direct reflections of the connections I make, the situations I find myself in, and every single person that has an encounter with me. So I do my best to stay true to the things I say. That night, of course, my mom didn't come back. I started to cry because I don't know how many times I buzzed this nurse about this damn IV. I was in pain. I don't know if you've ever had to forcibly hold your arm out for 5 hours without bending it, but you'll probably fuck that, need to bend your arm after 2 minutes. Which brings me to a flashback. When we lived in the Hollywood apartment, Auntie Titi came to stay with us. She walked us to and from school, cooked for us, cleaned, and took great care of us. She did just about everything for us, and I love her for that. She always had selected shows she would watch like Grandpa, but she was more into crime shows and things like Magnum PI and MASH. She couldn't get enough of Becker either. She also loved to watch lots of movies. She would always talk about how good a movie was with such charisma. You would think she watched them personally film it. We had great times with her, but there were also times when she wasn't playing around. One night, I slept in Eris and Amaz's room because she was in my room watching TV. We wouldn't go to sleep, and we couldn't be quiet enough for her not to hear us. She often checked on us to see if we were asleep by muting the TV. It was our asses for sure if she heard anything. We had been loud one too many times, and she came downstairs, and instead of whooping us, she said, "Sit down Indian style and hold your hands above your head." As we lifted our hands, we didn't know what we were in for. "Now keep 'em there till I say you could put 'em down," she continued. Amaz cried first. Me and Eris followed suit immediately after we felt that burn in our shoulders. She walked back upstairs. It was something about her not seeing us cry, so she could tell us put our hands down sooner, that made me cry harder. After what I felt like was forever, I saw Eris put his arms down. Amaz was crying, but still had his up, and I kept mine up for a little longer. Then I put him down. She came downstairs and saw me and Eris try to put our arms back up. "Stay there longer. Amaz, you could go back in the room, but go your tail to sleep." "Okay," he replied. Eris and I cried harder. Amaz was always thugging shit out, even when he was a kid. I remember I used to punch him in his chest, and kind of hard too. He was only like 5 or 6. I would always show my mom, and she would tell us to stop. But it was always a great sight to see how strong he was mentally. It was a dramatic moment we had with Auntie Titi, but that type of punishment ain't a joke. And that was the first time we experienced something like that. My mom was a whooper and a standard distributor, not a psychological disciplinarian. Back at the hospital, a nurse finally tended to my arm, and I was relieved. She moved the IV to my right hand. "You got some really good veins," she commented. I didn't say anything. I just wanted her to hurry up. A huge weight lifted off me, and I got comfortable. I didn't care if my mom came back now. Looking back, I was strong. No matter what came my way, I pushed through until I absolutely could not bear it. They switched out my room after 2 days and took me to another part of the hospital. I felt handicapped, but I still looked at it like it was an adventure, hurt and all. It was way better here. The room had a personal bathroom, and it was bigger. They even had a PlayStation 2 in there. I was geeked. The only person that came to visit me was my mom's sister, Auntie Lonnie. Auntie Lonnie liked women too, and she had taken care of us sometimes while we were living in Fresno. My mom didn't like the influence she thought my auntie had over me. And to take it deeper, she believed that she was the reason I started liking girls in the first place. I always had a lot of fun when we were around her. I could always be my true self around her as opposed to my mom, but my mom made sure we didn't see her as much. I remember Auntie Lonnie took us to San Antonio for the first time for a family function, and it was fun. My aunt had always been well connected. I remember once when she picked us up to go to the arcade, and while we were there, Amaz started complaining about his ear. We didn't know it was that big of a deal until he started screaming and crying at the top of his lungs. We had to take him to an emergency doctor so they could see what was going on. I felt for my baby. This had never happened to him before, and it seemed like he was in a world of pain. The doc gave my aunt some eardrops, but he was still irritated. Auntie Lonnie took us home, and it wasn't until my hospital visit that I saw her again. She brought me McDonald's that day, and it was clutch because the hospital food wasn't cutting it. I thanked her. We talked a bit, and she said she would see me soon. After that, I didn't see her again until July 3rd, 2020. Talk about long. Nowadays, I feel like it's my responsibility to keep up with my folks no matter what. I used to stray away from conversations with my people because they all held some type of lecture. Now, whatever they say has no effect on me like it used to, so I freely converse any chance I get. I used to care heavily what my people thought of me. Then I went into not caring at all and being resentful. Now I'm at peace. Now I'm at a place where I believe that they are who they are, and they have been since before I got here. They will always be my family, and they will always be around, so why not accept them for who they are? I feel that this is the definition of unconditional love, allowing someone to do what they wish until they don't choose it anymore. Shout out to my family. Y'all the real MVPs for allowing me this realization, which is unhealed selves. After about a week in the hospital, they announced my surgery. They explained everything to me and my mom, who hadn't been there since I got admitted. I was just glad she was there for that moment. I got to watch the 2008 All Star game without interruptions or excuses of no cable. I was living my best life before surgery day came. As I sat and waited in the wheelchair, I felt scared. What's gonna happen? I thought. It went away when I heard my godmom's voice on the other end of my mom's phone. Oh, sweetie, I wish I could be there with you, she sobbed. If I could leave work right now and fly down there, I would. I love you, sweetie. I love you too, godmom. I'll be okay. See you soon, I replied. When we got off the phone, the docs came to my wheelchair and gave me anesthesia, they called it. They put it into the IV line. After they were done, they wheeled me into the operation room. I laughed my ass right into a deep sleep in that wheelchair. Next thing I remember, I abruptly sat up before they were even done operating, yelling, No, no, no. I looked around the room like the Undertaker, and my mom was standing right beside the bed holding my hand. I examined everyone, repeating my rant. Uh-oh, lay her down, said the doc. As I'm saying no, they all helped to lay me back down, and I stare at my mom with this betrayed look on my face. Mom, why are you helping them? You in on this too? Yeah, I sounded delusional, but I felt like something was off. They put more anesthesia in my IV, and I slowly stopped resisting and was knocked back out. Looking back, I had a dream before I woke up in that panic. I was in a place where it was fire and lava underneath the ground, and everyone but me was running around frantically. I walked around slowly, trying to understand why everyone's feet were burning and mine would smoke, but not burn. I saw everyone running wild, even my mom. Then I saw my godmom. I ran up to her, relieved that I saw someone I knew who wasn't as panicky as everyone else. It was like she knew what I was coming to her for, but she gave no details. She just said, That's the way out. She pointed at a tube that led to the outside. And if you can picture a water slide ride and how the lines be formed in 100-degree weather, that's what it looked like. You have to hold your breath for 2 weeks to get out, she continued. I thought about it like, how is that possible? Then I looked at the line like, this is going to take forever. But when I had that thought, I found myself in the middle of the line. As I inched closer to the front, I was afraid that I might die if I couldn't hold my breath. As I thought this, I was already in the tube holding my breath. I was led out into a spot in the middle of the ocean where there were a few others in the water with me. I didn't know who they were. I was calm, wiping my face from the water. I didn't even know how I was holding myself up in the ocean's massiveness. There was a cruise liner in front of me and the others. We watched. On it were the same frantic people. The ship was having power issues, and you could see electric currents whipping and flashing out from the boat, but it wasn't sinking at all. The face of an older African woman with a wrap around her head appeared in the sky. I turned my attention toward her. She calmly said, In order to live, you must die. With that, smashed the boat flat by a single clap of her hands and disappeared from the sky. Me and the others were left to the ocean. What happened? I don't know. What does it mean? I don't know. I do know I'll never forget it though. I woke up in the hospital bed of the same room I was in before surgery and looked around. There was no one there. I checked myself and saw that my once pus-filled bumps were now filled with packing, quote unquote. They drained all my bumps and they filled them with white paper like tissue to stop the bleeding. I stayed in bed for a couple of days, sleeping because of the morphine. They kept the IV in the same spot, so I had no complaints. After a few more days, they checked on me a lot more to see if I could stand and walk. After they saw signs that I was ready, they started the process of unpacking. This is when they removed the white paper like tissue from the holes of the wounds. This was one of the most painful things I went through. And yes, you guessed it, I cried. Some of the wounds were healing faster than others. Keep in mind, I had several bumps on my body. When they were unpacking, some of the tissue was sticking to the wounds, and some of them were so long it was a wonder they didn't knock me out for this shit too. After the doc finished taking out the packing, then came the best part, the whirlpool baths. They're for physical therapy, and I'm getting one of my own one day. They had to flush the blood from what they removed, so I had the joy of that for 3 whole days. I started walking and taking my own showers again. I liked that they had the Johnson & Johnson brand to use in the bathrooms. I took some on the way home, but it didn't last long. The bottles were small. I just liked the smell of it. When I was finally able to move around and do things for myself, I was able to leave. I didn't want to because the luxuries I never got at my house were so easily available. My mom never paid for cable when we were young, so we became movie heads. And when the cartoons on KCET would come on, we watched those too. I remember when we had cable for a limited time at the Hollywood House, but that was the first and last time. It was only at Grandma's when Uncle was gone or whatever cartoons Grandpa was watching that we were able to watch the good cartoons on cable. My mom took me to Sonic when I got out. I was happy because we rarely got to eat out. When we got to the house, my mom explained that I had to make sure my clothes were washed every week. Days passed and I was healing. I started taking care of myself more, and when I finally went back to school, everyone had missed me, and it made me feel good about myself. It was really most of my friends, but still, it was a lot more than usual. "What happened to you, Asia?" some asked. I replied succinctly, but I felt invincible after surgery. I finished the 8th grade at Laco, and there was no graduation. I was shocked and hurt because I deserved to be celebrated with what I went through. No congrats, just good job, you passed. Now go graduate high school? Like, damn, what kind of shit? I missed LA. We would visit during the summers and winter that we were there. It was nothing like being around family. When it was the holidays, I cherished being around them the most. We lived 3,000 miles away now. I felt like this was all I had. Eris had come to stay with us in Texas for a while, and during his time, me, him, and Amaz were closer because we had been away for so long. One thing I noticed about my folks is that we always love on each other more when we've been away. When we are always up under each other, we often get tired of one another's presence. I've gotten used to it, but now I understand what's going on. In order to give, you must be full. And if you don't believe you're on full, it's necessary for space to allow the fullness. Yet to push someone away because you don't like what they say or do is different. And we must experience what we choose. Loving people from a distance is the best thing you can do for you and them. My family taught me that. When Eris came back, we always did things together. He taught us how to crump. I thought it was tight the way he would learn things and be eager to show us. He was always a role model with the way he exuded his different energy into the world. I admired that in him. when everyone else saw it as lashing out. I had always been the shy type, but in front of my brothers, I always felt comfortable, never judged, just free, open, and comfortable. My mom had a personal beef with Eris. They would bicker often, which would end in Eris being hurt physically. I felt like Eris would provoke my mom, and it was probably allowing her to see things she didn't want to see. In those moments, I felt like it was a bad thing that he was challenging her methods, but ultimately, I believe he was trying to be open and have a conversation to understand, not to talk back. As children, I feel we are just aiming to understand what we don't know, and sometimes parents can forget that. They forget that they are dealing with a child rather than a stranger on the street or someone they must care for rather than choose to care for. They tend to see the obligation rather than an opportunity, and that must change. I feel we want similar things as people, just on different levels of consciousness. I'm sure as parents, you don't sit there and want to punish or not punish your child for who they're being. I'm not a parent yet, but I pay much attention to my mother. As far as our desires being similar, the parent desires understanding, and so does the child. How do we compromise the two without getting out of character, hardening our tones of voice, or misusing words of choice? Days in Cali, I used to hang out with Merc and Mahogany a lot. They considered themselves high and mighty in their own rights. One day, I went over to where they were staying, and it was a motel on Washington, the Stroll, as they call it. It was a dirty place, surrounded with crazy people. I never felt like I was in danger when I was with them, though. It always felt like an adventure to be out, not knowing what could go down, dangerous or not. I was fast and naive during this time, going nowhere with it. I had just started smoking and already couldn't get enough of it. I was slowly but surely, unconsciously becoming who my uncle was. Merc and Mahogany would smoke and eat all day when I would be there too, and I would be right there with him, watching movies, laughing at nothing. My first day in ninth grade was approaching, and I spent the summer making friends in our community. All around Fresno, they had what's called housing communities. They were gated communities without the gates. We lived in Winfield Lakes. We had the smallest and boring amenities. Our park was small, and the pool was basic, but it was still new in its build. I enjoyed it either way. I had no choice. The high school I would be going to was in walking distance, but there were two one-way roads outside of Winfield Lakes and two ditches posed as sidewalks, so I couldn't walk there. It was all coming together for us out here, and I was relieved at how easily I was able to make friends. I was enjoying our little life here, and this time I felt maybe my mom will finally be set on us staying for a while. Maybe I'll finish high school here, I will ponder. One night, I was awakened from my sleep as I heard my mom screaming. I was scared, but I rose up from my air mattress and peeked out of my already open door. I saw a flash of a face. It was red and black. I quickly lay back down after he looked in my direction on his way downstairs. My mom was chasing him out, repeating his name for him to leave. "Get out, Tracy. Get out of here," my mom screamed. What the fuck just happened? I was in a state of shock and waited till she got him all the way out. I went to Ma's room and my mom got him out. She stayed downstairs and cried for a second. "Did you hear that?" I asked him. "Yeah, what happened?" "I don't know. I just seen Mom chasing a guy down the stairs." He raised his eyebrows. We crept down the stairs and peeked toward my mom. "Mom, are you okay?" we asked. "What happened?" I asked. "Everything is okay. Are you guys okay?" She wiped her running tears. Yes, we responded. Okay, go back upstairs and lay down. We did. She got on the phone with Grandma, and we were 2 hours ahead of LA. So they talked, and I overheard my mom tell Grandma that she was ready to come back home. I was excited and hoping not at the same time. I overheard their conversation so I could at least know what was happening. The guy that came into the house was a dude that liked my mom and asked her out. My mom told him no, and he never got the picture. Long story short, he tried to kill her, and there was a knife hole in my mom's wall that proved to me that she was in real danger that time. It was scary when she went into how she didn't know how long he could have been there and how he might have been watching us before going into her room. The red and black mask was a devil's mask he used to disguise himself, and I cannot make this up. It wasn't until she started saying his name that he started running away. That was the second time I saw God work. It was traumatizing. I wondered if anything would ever happen like that again, but my mom took extra precautions. The back door had been left unlocked that night, and that sent my mom haywire. She started putting a chair under the knob each night after that. I knew it would have to be some type of power for us to be protected like this. My mom really could have lost her life, but she was able to fight through, and that had been a sight for me to see. I started paying more attention to God. We joined a church I grew to love called Word of Restoration, and the pastor knew just how to speak to my spirit. I enjoyed his perception of the Word of God. I used to write him letters, and he would read them out in front of the church sometimes. It made me feel cool. I always wanted to be in a big church with my mom rather than going to children's church. Whenever my mom reacted to the pastor, I would feel something, quote unquote. But it wasn't the Bible, it was the Word. And I never asked what meant what. I just listened and reacted the same. You need to be reading your Bible every day, my mom would say. She would make us read Psalms and Proverbs every day because it had at least 31 chapters for every day. I connected with Proverbs because it seemed so clear. The other stuff was gibberish to me. I remember one night at Covenant Worship Center, I had an experience I never thought would happen. It was just me and my mom, and they were having what's called a prayer closet. It was Bible study, and the First Lady gave us a scripture in the New Testament, Matthew, I believe, and God wasn't speaking because I remember the red print of the words. I began to pray, and as I was praying, I felt the difference in the way I was feeling. I was really into it, and I began opening my mouth, repeating, "Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God. Hallelujah." As I repeated the words, I felt my mouth mumble. Tears ran down my face, and I raised my hands, repeating the phrase over and over, louder and louder. "Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Hallelujah." Next thing I knew, I was speaking a different language. When I became aware of it, I couldn't stop. I opened my eyes, I could not stop. No matter what I did in that moment, I could not control my lips. I was speaking in tongues. Mind you, whenever I saw people doing this, I looked at them like they were crazy or they were just faking it to say or look like they were doing something. It became clear to me that night that it was in no way fake or false. It was very real, and I never thought it would happen to me. My mom was happy, of course. My family was excited when I told them, and they were happy that it happened. I became a little more curious after that. I thought, this is what it means to talk to God, but I didn't understand it. Why did I speak in that way? What was I saying? Could it be translated? So many questions drilled my brain, but we weren't to question anything, let alone religion. Please let us not go there and get into that type of trouble. So I kept them to myself, and one day I might magically figure it out. My thing about God was, why was he so vengeful and jealous and demanding like a human? Why would he send me to hell for my personal preferences? And why can't I choose who I want to love? All these questions I eventually had to answer without anyone's help, just me and God. At Pastor Perry's church, I didn't mind the teen church. All the other kids were friendly and we would get along. I was starting to like Texas. The people were nicer than in Cali, and it was some pretty girls here. Before my first day of high school, my mom would get a weave for my hair. I hated it, but she made me wear it anyway. Whenever I didn't like something, I would try to sabotage it. I never tied my hair down and always sweated out when I got it pressed. So my mom wouldn't make me do it again, but she always made me do it again. Plus, she was tired of seeing my hair in ponytails. After fifth grade, my mom started letting me do my own hair, and all I would do is the puff ball because that's what I liked. I liked the way I would make it look with the waves in my baby hairs. The first day of high school, I was nervous as any kid beginning the ending of their young days in school. But Toy, Les, Jazz, and some others from Laco would be there with me, so it couldn't be that bad. My brothers and I grew up inside kids. We were rarely able to go out because my mom had to meet everybody's parent and family member, so I rarely bothered. She let me hang with Les a couple times, but then I started getting into trouble. So, in my mother's words, I blew it. Basketball was the main reason I had a social circle at all. I was good at everything but using my words, and that came with pros and cons. Hightower High School, one of the biggest schools I had ever seen in my life. There were 3 gyms, 2 football fields, a soccer field, a football stadium with a track, tennis courts. It was a great school to excel from, and I was ready to rep the Hurricanes. This was an inside school, too. They had the cafeteria set up like a food court at the mall. It was an experience I committed to memory. I had a feeling I would get comfortable coming out during this time. There were a lot of girls looking, but it was hard to tell what females were with it and which ones weren't. I remember telling my mom about me skipping class for the first time, and the rare sight of her having a conversation relating to something I had done took place before my eyes. She talked with me about her experience, and it was healthy, but I kept skipping class, feeling a little too comfortable in the thought she knows already, so my punishment won't be that harsh. Boy, was I wrong. The school would call and let her know that I'd been skipping class after our talk, and she was pissed. I always felt like my mom had a personal vendetta against me, but there was nothing I could do about it. She choked me out up against the wall with no remorse and started beating the side of my face with her hand. The next day, I went to school with a busted blood vessel in my eye. When everyone asked me what happened, they knew my mama didn't play. As I got older, instead of whoopings, I would get standards as punishment. But it wouldn't really be much discipline to me, other than the fact that I had to write the same thing over and over. At Hightower, I continued to write stories. It was always a joy to put myself in the shoes of the main character and write out scenes to my life that would probably never happen for real, but I would be into it. I wrote a lot of stories about hood fiction, what I felt like life would be if I were a part of the streets or having homies a part of the streets and always getting caught up in they shit. I let my mind do its thing often. And I started a 3-part, 1 subject, front and back page book about a kid with rich parents, but just as many problems as any kid with less than. It was a page turner for sure. Toy was one of the first ones I let read it, and she would tell everyone around school. They loved him. They would ask what this or that was enthusiastically, what was next, and why it would happen. And it was always enjoyable for me to respond and gain the will to want to create more. I was gaining the attention I didn't get at home. My mom would ask, "Why you always writing rags to riches stories?" criticizing my work. But I never said anything. I just never let her read anything else of mine. I love to write. My penmanship was nice to look at, so I wrote all the time. Books became fun after my first horror story, and I ran with it, along with poems, rhymes, notes, and letters. I just love to use a pen on paper as my voice. Leslie and I tried out for the girls' basketball team, and of course, I proved myself. I was accepted to the varsity team, and she was accepted to junior varsity. She was upset about it, but she was still determined to become a varsity member. The coach would have us on some superhuman shit, running in snakes up and down the stadium stairs, then do weights, and then have practice. I was overwhelmed by the style, but nonetheless, I pulled through. I quit the first time we were told to run around the school, though. We had to go around 4 times for the mile, and I stopped after the first lap. My coach had a talk with me, and I eventually came back, but then one day at practice, I twisted my ankle. As a baller, you know you don't bounce back so quickly from that pain. I hated twisting my ankle, and it would happen often to the point where I would play scared until it was fully healed. And even then, I still feared the injury reoccurring. This time, I was out and convinced to wait until the next season to play. I felt like all the hard work I put in was washed down the drain. I wasn't happy, but I still supported the team. Exploring relationships, I would be to myself, but I would still look. It seemed like all my emotions came in at once because I was tired of not being in a relationship, so I was getting restless. There was only one guy I went out with in Texas, but he was a front for a time my mom almost caught me texting a female. My godmom bought me a cell phone so she could keep up with me, and sometimes my mom would take it and talk to her friends. I would be protective over it because I was flirting with females online that I knew nothing about. I don't know what it was when I was young, but I was always in somebody's chat room posing as a boy because the finesse seemed stronger. I never thought about the part where I would have to meet them in person, and I turned out to be a catfish. Texas made me feel comfortable in my skin as a lesbian woman. Cali only made me think of how much my family didn't like lesbians. My mom would soon find out the type of conversations I was having with this young lady, and she sat me down and asked me, "So, do you like girls?" And to save my ass, I told her no. I didn't know what she would do or what she could do. All I knew was she didn't like it at all, and she wouldn't like me too if she knew. I just wasn't ready for that, so I lied. I like girls and guys. You like guys more or girls more? Guys. I lied some more. I didn't want to see the hurt on my mom's face if she knew. I couldn't bear it. I didn't know if I'd ever be able to. Verse 5. Coming out. Tev was a cool dude. He was tall and skinny, and he liked me. So I told my mom about him and let her mind wander. The situation with Tev was quickly wrapped up when Les came to me after school one day and said, "There's this girl named Bev that thinks you're cute. She wants to talk to you." "Where's she at?" I smiled big and bright. "She went home, but she said meet her tomorrow," Les replied, the same type of excited I was. "Alright, cool." I smiled and walked off toward my bus to go home. I was excited to meet this girl. I wonder what it's gonna be like. How she gonna look? How should I look? I hope she my type. I was going back and forth in the joy of getting to meet someone new. As I walked into school the next day, the bell rang for first period. The bells were different here. They were like pre-recorded bell-like sounds that just went off a few times. Nothing like a regular bell. Les and Bev were standing in the entrance to the cafeteria talking to each other, waiting for me. They both looked my way as I approached, and I thought to myself, she is actually cuter than I thought. My heart started beating fast. Hey, she smiled. What up? I smiled. I always smiled when I was shy, so cheese. We didn't have much time. Meet me at nutrition, she said. Les stood there smiling at it all. We went to our classes, and as soon as I sat down, I wrote Bev a note. I told her how good she looked and how I planned to do all types of lovey-dovey shit. I was and still am a big sweet cornball. When nutrition came, I was nervous and excited and won. I told Toya and a couple of my other friends, and they were excited for me too. We met up and talked a little bit. She asked me some questions and I answered. And we just spent that little time awkwardly smiling and laughing for no reason. Walk me to my class, she said after the bell. Okay. It was the first bell. It was like two bells. So it was the first bell, like to go to class. So I was walking her. Yeah, just a little, yeah. I followed her, and I was so nervous, y'all. She went to grab my hand, and I yanked it away. I scoped all the eyes looking at me and what they might be thinking. Some looked and smiled, and others looked in disgust. Some friends from Lake stopped hanging out with me, and I didn't know how to handle that. I started getting mixed feelings about what I was doing, and it would be because of the thoughts I believed about what I liked and how it wasn't accepted. I talked to Jazz about it during passing periods, like, I don't want everyone to know I like girls. Why not? They're gonna find out anyway, she replied. I thought about that for a second, like, that's true, and dapped the homie and went to class. On the third day, I started being more open and allowing that beautiful PDA to embrace me. Bev was a Cancer, so the affection I craved was there for sure. I didn't never want it to stop either. That's when I felt like she would be the last girl I would be with. All you saw when it came to us was kissing, holding hands, and holding each other all throughout the day. Bev was the first girl I put my tongue in, fingers in, and kissed. It was bliss to me. How what I could do could make her say some of the most sexiest things ears could hear. You eat pussy like you hungry, she would fill my head. It was the sweetest thing I'd ever known. It was the start of me really feeling myself. Shit, I had a girlfriend now. A few months in, a new girl, Shar, started coming to our school, and she started hanging with me, Jazz, and Les. They called us twins because we looked alike. All light-skinned people don't look alike, I thought to myself. And soon, all four of us were kicking it after every period. One day, Bev came up to me and told me that Jazz tried to get at her, and I was so angry. I went up to Jazz and called her out on the spot. Les was with me. Stay away from my girl, I said defensively and walked away. I didn't talk to Jazz for a while after that. It was just me, Shar, Bev, and Les together all the time, and there was always laughs and jokes. Everybody took a liking to me and Bev being together, and shit was cool. At school, at least I could be me freely. One day, my mom asked me if I know anybody that could braid my hair, and I automatically think of Bev. She ended up letting Bev come over to do my hair, and we were in my mom's presence for the first part of it. She got a lot done because I rarely tried anything if I knew it was a possibility I could get caught. Leave that door open, my mom said before Bev started. My mom ended up having to go somewhere and let me go to Bev so she could finish. I ate and played with her pussy the whole time I was there, and we barely got anything done, but I couldn't help it. As soon as I got my first piece of action and I had the reaction, oh, my favorite part of sex is a woman's moan. It's like music in heaven. I couldn't control myself. You know my mom was pissed too. She came to pick me up and grilled me in the car when she saw my hair wasn't done. What were y'all doing all day? Nothing, I replied. Well, she can't braid your hair again. It was sad, but it was worth it. You can walk around like that too, she continued. Damn, my mama was cold. I had to walk around like who shot Jane too? Luckily, Bev attempted to finish the outside of it and leave the inside to chance. Bev will be the first girl I talked to from school. Before Bev, there was this girl named Tati that I was really feeling. I used to write her notes about her beauty and if we could be together. She wasn't my usual type. She was emo and wore black and big sweatshirts, but she was pretty to me. The night me and my mom's relationship changed forever, I was writing Tati a 3-page front and back letter about how I felt about her. I had a habit of rereading my notes before delivery to make sure it was the way it was supposed to be. So I was sitting on my bed reading over this beautiful note, and as I was folding it to put it away, my mom barged into my room. I don't know why, but I quickly reacted and shut the notebook like I had something to hide. Give it here, she said as she looked at the notebook. What? I acted. Whatever you put in that notebook. I stared at her and couldn't quickly figure my way out. So I put a sad face and pleaded, No, Mom. She walked over to the bed, opened the binder, and pulled out the note. She went back into her room, into the bathroom, and put the toilet seat down to have a seat. The boys came into my room, and Eris had already known about my secret. When we were little, he used to peep me inside. He would look confused, but he knew I didn't like boys. Mom is about to find out that I like girls. How? He replied. She found a note that I was writing to this girl. Oh, well, she might kick me out. No, she won't, he snapped. After a few minutes, she called me into her room. She was holding back tears of disappointment, but you could see the residue from what was previously drawn. So you do like girls more, she said. I hated to see her like this. Tears started coming down my face. I answered her questions, and you could see the distaste she had for me. After that, she went and told the family all about her gay daughter. The last string of trust I had for my mom dissolved after that. She was showing me her colors, and I didn't like it at all. Though Tati would tell me all my letters were sweet and give me hugs when we saw each other, she didn't want to be with me. She even told me that she didn't want to be in a relationship at that time. Yet I still pursued, trying to gain some type of self-glory. I felt flawed and underappreciated. We had Miss Clark class together, so we would see each other often anyway. I just let her go when Bev came into the picture. Let's stop at Miss Clark right quick. Everybody loved Miss Clark first off, but she was fine. I'm talking if you could describe goddamn, it was her, no doubt. I've had pretty girls come and go, but Miss Clark was it. She was so humble too, a true Southern girl. She was a lady and a damn good vocalist. Bev and I were still going strong, but she started sliding back and I could feel it. When we went to Cali for Christmas, she had been asking all types of weird questions like, what would you think if I liked one of your friends? And what if I told you I didn't want to marry you? And all this other stuff. But she never admitted any of it at the time. She would often ask if I knew I was going to be staying in Texas for good. But I never knew because my mom was unsure. The relationship between me and my mom was falling off. And I was getting into more trouble, skipping school, but I just didn't care anymore. She knew all my secrets now. What did I have to lose? But while internal battles went on at home, external battles went on at school. Here, take this tonight. I want to talk to you, Bev said, handing me a cell phone. I was surprised because we hadn't been on the best of terms, but I took it anyway to see what she wanted to talk about. Really? You don't need it? I asked. No, I have another one. She looked at me with deceit on her mind. Okay then, I said, I'll talk to you later. I'm gonna call you when I get home. All right. We got to my stop and I got off the bus and walked to the house. Naive and excited, I waited for her call. Ring, ring, ring. The phone went off, and I naturally looked at the number, but I answered it. Hello? Hey, she responded. What up? I returned the awkward vibe. What are you doing? Nothing, just chilling. Oh, okay. Can I ask you something? She said. Yeah. What if I told you that I like Shar? My heart immediately dropped a little like, fuck is she talking about? I'd ask why. Well, hold on. She put me on hold for a second and I feared what might happen, but I stayed on the phone to see if it was real. She clicked back to my end of the phone. Hello? Yeah, I responded. Yeah, so what if I said I want to break up? I didn't like all these hypothetical ass questions she was asking, but I still answered. I would say that I didn't want to. Well, we are. I like Shar. Me and her are already together, but I just wanted to tell you. It was like a scene where the camera was far away but can zoom all the way in on my face. The space left for my heart to fall was quickly filled when it hit my stomach. I stood in intense silence for a second, and before I could say anything, she followed up with, well, she's on the other line, so I gotta go. She hung up. I couldn't believe it. I was left to my tears and pain. This was the beginning of a dark, hurt, colder AO. I started dangerously allowing females in and out, not giving a fuck about my feelings or theirs. I was numb to love and pushed it away altogether. I didn't know how to deal with it, but I went into her phone and started texting her best friend. Candle was feeling me, and she had a fat ass too. I'm talking like serious ass. Like straight up, natural, big type of ass. Waist thin, as good as it gets type shit. But we only lasted for 3 days. What I had for Bev couldn't be faked, and how I felt from the aftermath couldn't be dodged. No matter what void I was trying to fill, it wasn't the same. They both expected me to continue being friends with them and have good spirits about it too. But I didn't, and I stopped really hanging around them. I started hanging out more with Ashton, Britt's brother. Britt played on the basketball team with me. Charity, Britt's girl, and sometimes I hung with the Matoyer twins. I started to hang back out with Jazz again too. Me and Bev had been broken up for a few months, and I minded my business. Sometimes I would still think about her, but it just threw me for a loop that she would even do me that bad. I was at the gym for PE, and a new girl was sitting next to Ash talking to him. I was shooting around, and another girl kept joking around with me, calling me garbage. It was funny, because I never heard that word said like that before. Years later, I would find out that she had a crush on me back in school. Ash came down from the bleachers. Asia, he said. Ash was feminine. I didn't think he was into females at all, but he was cool as fuck. My friend think you sexy. Who? I asked. He pointed to a dark chick smiling from the stands. Okay, I smiled. She wants to talk to you. Okay, I repeated. Vet seemed cool on the outside, so I put my guard down a bit. We talked for a minute about how cute I was, and we started going together after that. I still had a lot of pain from Bev left in me. I wasn't looking for a relationship, but I was still accepting them without hesitation, and it was for sure not the best decision. Vet was so happy to be with me, though. She would always want to be around me and kiss me and hold my hand. It was like being with Bev, except it wasn't her. I began to act nonchalant about everything, and you could tell I was becoming disinterested. She talked highly about me to people. They even started asking if I liked her as much as she liked me. It made things a little complicated because I didn't like her as much as she liked me, but I was selfish because I didn't mind the attention. Even though I didn't have much of a romantic connection with her, I still didn't want to see her hurt. She was a good girl. Within the first few days, she bought me shoes, gave me money, and all types of stuff. I didn't mind it, but she was getting the wrong picture. I wasn't letting her know it was wrong either. We started going out on the Monday before spring break, and by Thursday, she was talking about love and how she wanted to be together forever. It was going too far. Even though a forever was what I wanted, I couldn't see past the things I didn't like at the time. Bev would see how uninterested I was in her and Char's relationship, and it would make her jealous. That Wednesday, I was inside vet for the first time, and she could hardly contain herself. At the end of school, she told me she was bleeding, and I thought I heard her, or she started her period or something. So I kept apologizing, but she told me it was none of that. I took her virginity that day, y'all. That's so fucking childish. I can't believe I wrote that. And it made me feel like a boss because I thought only guys could do that. Such a fucking. That's a douchey ass statement, boy. Anyway, the fact remained that I felt overwhelmed from her saying she loved me. I went home to try and figure out how to break this off. I wrote her 4 different letters and none of them sounded good at all. One said, "You aren't attractive to me." Another said, "I never really liked you from jump." The next one was flat out, "I don't think this is gonna work." And the last one talked about me still being in love with Bev. Now, I was hurt by Bev's actions, but I still couldn't bring myself to completely disregard her. I went with the last one. I wished I had what it took to love self when it came to Bev. But to me, it was better than being straight up and telling Vet that I wasn't physically attracted or I didn't want to say yes to being with her in the first place. On that Friday morning, before first period, I gave Vet the note. Not knowing what the note said, I started to feel bad for her because she started giving me all kinds of stuff to keep with me over the break. She wanted me to know that she was going to miss me. She gave me a picture of her, some notes, and some other stuff I can't remember. I was hoping it wouldn't turn out to be that bad, but I was wrong. She came out of her class crying, and she looked deeply hurt by my decision. I didn't know what to do or if I was supposed to console her. I had never really broken up with anyone before, but I felt like I was free. By the end of lunch, we were back together. Why? Because I felt bad, like anyone with a heart would. She wasn't even a bad person. She seemed loyal and full of life. I just couldn't pull it together. I decided to skip class with her in Charity, 8th period that day, and we found ourselves in a PE gym trying not to get caught from the teachers. I couldn't stop thinking about Bev after she had been throwing looks the whole day. I felt like she was ready to come back. I knew Bev's number by heart, so I asked Charity if I could use her phone right quick, like Vet wasn't standing right there next to me. "Hey," I quickly typed. I deleted the message and waited for her reply. I gave the phone back and sat in there with them. Out of nowhere, Vet asked Charity if she could use her phone to text a friend too. Vet and Charity went into the restroom and the message notification sound went off. I heard them laughing to themselves, and Vet started talking under her breath. "See, that's why. That's exactly why," she said, walking toward me. I looked puzzled, listening to their conversation, not realizing what I had done. Charity came over to me and Vet walked back toward the bathrooms. "Are you dumb? She just saw this." I looked at the message Bev wrote back to me. "We need to talk. Meet me at my class." She gave me the room number. Vet came from the bathroom and started talking all kinds of shit to me like I was willing to hear it. They both went back into the bathroom and I was left to my thoughts. Should I stay or should I go? I went back and forth until finally I got up and walked out the gym toward her class. They gonna all be mad regardless, so I thought. I had no remorse after Bev, and it was looking tragic. I walked past the door to her class. That's how we let each other know to come outside. And she came out. "Hey, what up?" I said. I knew I was wrong, but I didn't care. I at least wanted to know what she had to say. Plus, It was good to see her without Shar up under. I think we should get back together. I don't know, I said. I had cut class with a girl that was probably really in love with me to go to my ex's class just for her to tell me she wanted me back. I felt wanted for the first time in my life by who I wanted, and it felt good to be able to maneuver between two, if only for a hot second. I wanted Bev back, but I lied because I didn't want to put myself through the same loop. What happened with Shar? What we had was better than that. She knew what she was doing as she raised my ego to a higher spot. I was naive, so I ate all into that cake. Compliments and applause for things I did well was all I lived for back in the day. There wasn't a healthy distribution, so when it was given, I became vulnerable in a needy way. A female telling me how good I was at sex would have my head so far up my ass, I would start accepting women I didn't like just to show them what that mouth do. I don't know, I repeated, though I knew what I wanted. I didn't say anything in the moment because I got a kick out of her begging. All right, well, you still got my number, so just let me know, she replied seductively. Okay. She kissed my cheek and gave me a hug before going back into class. I was left with a lot to think about, even with me skipping this class after my mom told me not to do it anymore. I walked back to the locker room with it all on my mind, and as soon as I turned the corner to go inside, I heard screaming and crying. I walked slower, almost creeping, and it's Vet. My eyes widened. I opened the door to the locker room, and all hell had broken loose. Why would she do this to me? She kept crying and screaming. Everything in my backpack had been thrown around the locker room. The picture she gave me, homework, notebooks, pens, and all kinds of shit was chucked everywhere. I knew it might have gotten bad, but not this bad. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. She screamed my way. I got all my stuff together and just walked out of there. Patron, the team manager, came up to me. What did you do to that girl? She is pouring out her little heart for you. I shrugged and proceeded. You really just gonna leave her like that? She said. I don't know what else to say or do. I really didn't. I was shocked at myself as well as the situation. I already felt bad because I was hurting someone else behind my decisions, and everyone coming up to me just made it worse. Whenever I've done something wrong and there's nothing I can do to fix it, I'm quiet and seem nonchalant or like I don't care. But it's really the fact that I have no idea what else to do. I walked out the gym and ran into Britt. She was shaking her head. Why would you even do her like that? I was for sure coming back from spring break, I would have no friends. It was like it was everybody be mad at Asia Day or some shit. I left school still thinking about Bev though. Spring break was a time to be free as a kid. The breaks we got from school was the only way we didn't have to go to school. Going to sleep late, playing outside, having fun, the good stuff. Eris was with us. We were all back together again, and it was the type of fun we needed. This spring break will be very different though. Monday was fine. I would go to the homie Hazel's house often to use her phone. I don't know why, but her family didn't mind me doing it. I would only go over there to call Bev and talk for hours. I didn't know if I wanted to get back with her, but talking to her on the phone still made my heart beat fast. Tuesday. My mom left for work early in the morning. She left a note saying, "Do not leave the house." A daredevil never listens. I'll be back before her anyway, I thought with confidence. So I left my brothers in the house, alone. This was a huge not to do, ever. But I got this under control, consumed me. I went to Hazel's at 11 a.m. and left around 12:31. I knew I might have been late, but probably not. I got back to the house and the coast was clear. So I went back out and time went toward 3:30. I got up and jogged back to the house feeling all was good about our conversations. Too many times my young intuition would tell me to leave from somewhere, and I would ignore it for some pussy. Over the phone pussy that I wasn't even sure I wanted at that. Some of the kids next door were outside on our street playing basketball. Your mom is looking for you. She said you in trouble. Oh shit, I thought. My eyes got big and I got my ass to the house. Eris and Amaz were well awake. Mom said you gonna get a whooping when she get home. Oh damn. I got scared. I paced trying to figure out how to get out of this one. My dad said if mom ever don't let me explain, run away, Eris blurted. The thought lingered in dim light in the heart of my mind for a second. The light brightened. Okay, I replied to my way out. My mom finally came back, came upstairs, and asked, "Where were you today?" Hazel's, I replied. For what? To be on the phone. After I said don't leave the house? I was quiet, staring into her rage. Put your pants down, she replied. I immediately cried and knew what I was in for when she told Eris and Amos to go outside. It was so they couldn't hear me, 'cause she was finna do damage for sure. She went into the closet of her room and started looking for a belt. I started thinking of all the ones she had and couldn't hold my composure. I whined with my thumbs in my shorts, ready to get it over with. Then I hear her going into the bathroom. I thought about what Eris said. If she doesn't let you explain, run away. I played it back. But there was nothing to explain. She said don't leave the house, and I did anyway. But I knew this whooping might have killed me. I felt that I had no choice. If you expected me to take that shit, please. I ran down the stairs as fast as I could, and my mom quickly followed. Too close for comfort. I had no time to think, and luckily the front door was unlocked. So I opened it and stood on the porch. Far enough for her not to reach me, but close enough not to seem like I was trying to run away. There was some people outside, so I tried to get their attention by talking a little louder. My mom knew what I was doing, and it only made her more mad. Asia, you better get your ass in here now. It was rare she cussed, but when she did, she was pissed. No, Mom. I was terrified at this point. She called out in the nicest tone because of the neighbors. Asia, get in the house. I'm not playing with you. I inched closer and closer to the door, not knowing what my next move was. Get in the house, she yelled, yanking and ripping my shirt, pulling me back in. She turned to lock the front door, and I knew the back was unlocked, so I ran out that way. Eris and Amaz were playing when I busted out the door. They stood there looking at me. My mom came to the back trying to come closer to me. I moved toward the side gate toward the street. She went back inside and came around the side gate where I was, and I started going back toward the house. She went into the house for the last time and told the boys to get inside and came toward me once again. I started moving toward the side gate. She came closer and closer as I moved further away and said, if you leave, don't come back. I took that as permission and got my ass on with the wind like I knew somebody in Texas. I had on my red GBL shorts, a ripped at the collar white t-shirt I got from a tournament, and ankle socks, and headed back toward Hazel's to figure something out. The kids on the block just watched. They didn't know what was going on. When I got there, I told Hazel everything. You can't stay here, but you can use my phone, she stated. I called Bev, the first person I thought would be there. You can't stay here. My mama ain't going for that. Call Shar, she rejected. Me and Shar weren't on good terms after what happened between me and Bev, but I kept it cordial because I needed a place to go right now. Right before Vet came into the picture, me and Shar started beefing heavy. One day I was in class texting Bev off a classmate's phone. We were sending messages that make you put the kids to sleep. Of course, I would text and delete, but I eventually got out of class just to handle that. We met up at our same steps as always. Mind you, her and Shar were very much so together at this point. A voice told me if I touch her, I'm gonna feel bad. But an even louder voice brought up that this nigga deserved what she had coming. Later that day, I spoke to Bev over the phone and she expressed how bad she felt for having sex with me. I'm sitting there like, bitch, where was them regrets when it came to me? I think I should tell Shar, she said firmly. For real? I was confused. I'll tell her, just not right now, I inserted. Okay, fine, she replied. I was gonna sleep on it. Now I was feeling bad. I was late to school the next day, so I got a ride with the big homie MB. MB stayed in the back of Winfield Lakes, and sometimes I would be able to ride with him if I missed the bus. He taught me all types of stuff about the game of having and playing females. He taught me a lot about how to become a player. Not just any player, though. A smooth operator, for sure. A lot of it worked, too. When I got there, the first bell rang. As I walked to her class, I saw Bev. She was looking down. When she made eye contact with me, she was shaking her head and looked like she had been crying a little. What's going on? I asked. She just kept walking. Rissa, Bev's cousin, walked up to me a few steps after her. Who kissed who first? She asked. She kissed me first, I said in my defense. Bev told Shar what happened, and she mad at y'all, she explained. What in the actual fuck? I walked off toward my own class. She wasn't even supposed to tell her I went over in my head. I was. Now I had a huge crisis on my hands, and my nerves were bad because I never liked when anyone was mad at me. I was about to lose a good friend over a bad decision. At the time, it didn't come to my mind that I tried to give karma, which is why it backfired. I saw Shar when I turned to look up the stairs. She shook her head. Les and Jazz were walking beside her. Damn, I thought. How are these supposed to be my friends? Me and Shar made eye contact. She shook her head as she passed me. She had tears streaming down her cherry red face. I stood there looking guilty and confused as to what to reply. Jazz and Les looked at me and shook their heads like they all shared the same feelings. Like Shar ain't take bed from me. Like they ain't even know me. I was lost. I felt like I had no one to talk to either. The first class I had was Avid. I used to love this class. The teacher was great, and she was always serious about college and its importance. I was never really an A student, but I still excelled. One of the twins was like, Shar mad at you. What happened? Yeah, she's pissed, her sister cut in. I told them what happened and the truth about it. I didn't know what to do to apologize, so I wrote Shar a note and asked Caitlin if she would give it to her for me. She agreed, and when the bell rang for the next class, I just left. The twins and I had PE later that day, and Caitlin told me that Shar ripped up the note before even reading it. Well, I tried, I thought. Shar started hanging with Jazz and Les and even took Bev back. I was being booted, and it couldn't have felt worse. I had lost my friends, my girl, and my goddamn mind. It was tragic. A few weeks later, everything had died down and Bev was still texting call me. We were on the phone one day and she says to me, I don't even know why Shar was that mad when I cheated on her with you. I cheated on you with her when we were together too. What the fuck? I thought it was such a mind fuck. I ain't know how to respond. Are you serious? What made her even feel comfortable saying that? I ain't know who to be mad at. Bev still had a hold on me even after all the bullshit and fake care. Why? It's true, I've always been a lover over a fighter, but it felt like I was being pushed to a limit. The pain I felt lingered, but I had to let it go. Back at Hazel's, I say fuck it and give Shar a call because we even at this point. Bev called her on three-way, and I just put it all on the table. I just ran from home, and I don't have nowhere to go. There was a brief pause. Yeah, you could come to my house. I live in Till Run. Till Run was huge compared to Winfield Lakes. There was the trail and the manor. So I hoped I would be able to find wherever the directions to her were. All right, for sure, I said. Meet me at the park, she said, continuing with street names. I'll leave my house in like 10 minutes to meet you up there. All right, I replied. We hung up and I got on my way. I'm finally running away, I thought, like this was supposed to be some type of exciting event. I ran out from Hazel's house to the streets. There were no sidewalks and there weren't many street lights, so surely to be out at night would have been dangerous and the sun would soon fall. I just prayed I found our crib before then. My mom would say that no street lights meant they, quote unquote, could lynch without much notice. It made me kind of scared because I was appalled they still did shit like that. I ran on the opposite side where traffic was coming toward me, always watching my back to make sure I was good. Cars passed and passed, and I was running for a while, but I didn't feel the slightest bit of tired. With all the adrenaline plus being a part of the basketball team, I was in the best shape of my life. I finally got on the streets until Run and saw the park. I ran my last breaths to the slides. Panting, I quickly started looking for Shar, but I couldn't find her. I spoke silently to myself. Is there another park? I just sat thinking for a second. What if she doesn't come and I just ran here for no reason? I look up to a vehicle stopping fresh from its drive. I looked closely and Shar was walking over with someone. It was Crooks, a kid from our school. I met them halfway, and you could tell Shar was only there because she felt bad for me. No other reason. Wait here like 15 minutes after we leave, and then come. I'll let you in, and we'll figure something out, she explained. Okay, cool. I did what she said and kept repeating the directions in my head so I wouldn't have trouble when I got in the area. I sat in the park for about what I thought was 15 minutes and started running again. Okay, I said to myself. She said the first street make a left. As I approached, I turned left. I saw the dead end she was talking about, but I had forgotten if it was the second or the third street. As I passed the second street, I thought I saw her standing in the doorway, but I wasn't sure. So I ran all the way to the back where the third street was, but saw nothing. Okay, it's the second street for sure, I thought. As soon as I turned around to head toward the second street, my mom rose up on me. I was in so much shock it was electric. I stopped running and accepted defeat as she whipped the car around. How the F did she find me? This was another time I knew it was God. Had to be. Get in, she said, swinging open the passenger door for me. I was done fighting. I was done running. I was still scared, but fuck it. She got me now. I got in the car, and as we passed the second street, I saw a shark come out the house. Damn, I was right the first time, I thought. I sat close to the door as possible. You really want to run away? You really scared of me? My mom asked. Yes, I said with firmness. She slowly nodded her head up and down as if to say, okay. Nevertheless, she was calm. She didn't try to hurt me. She didn't talk to me. She was just calm. It was kind of scary, too. Yeah. Everything was scary for me during these times. But it seemed like ever since we moved here, everything was hectic. We got back to the house and we sat in the car a second. I don't know what else to do with you, Asia. Mom is really trying, but I don't know anymore. She got out of the car and left me to my thoughts. She was a different type of angry. Hurt, even. She was disappointed, and that's the worst feeling as a child to feel from a parent. I felt bad. I went to apologize later that night. We talked and opened up a little bit. Thinking I was off the hook because I ain't get a whooping, I relaxed myself. She accepted my apology, but my treatment was nothing more than a stepchild. I was on punishment until I got shipped back to Cali, basically. As the days neared us going back to Cali for the summer, my mom said I would be going to live with my godmom for the 10th grade. I thought my mom might change her mind and take me back with her in the mosque, but she didn't. And I remember being in my grandmother's room upset that I was left behind. I became desensitized to the fact that I was moving around so much. I never truly felt stable in my younger years, and that took its toll on me. I left Texas with a couple lessons though. Watch who you call a friend, because after that incident with Shar, I trusted no one around my females. There was a fear, and I became insecure, possessive, and all those ugly things afterward. Which brings me to the last thing I learned. Watch your girl. Grandma lived on Harcourt at this time, and we had some Latino neighbors who would always have lit functions on holidays and birthdays. They would knock on our door and invite us. That's how comfortable and cool they were. Uncle was staying there now, too. The winter before, he had my little cousin, Ymir. I love him so much. The bond is crazy. I remember rocking him to sleep on my chest when he was a baby. How quickly my babies grow, I tell you. No one in the family really cared for his mom, but Ymir has a heart of gold. He's smart too. My uncle had some cool women in his day, but after Tiffany, he went downhill. I mean, she always made sure he had what he needed, from clothes to money to weed, and you could tell she really cared for him. He was working at Marshall's as a crew member and making his money while staying at Grandma's in the Washington house. He had gotten fired from there, met Ymir's mom, got her pregnant, and eventually Tiffany left him when she found out he was trying to juggle. After that, I saw my uncle become lazier and lazier, smoking all day and out with Uncle Booney or Tata at their mama house. These were the same reasons I admired him though, because to me, it was an interesting life to live. It seemed fun to just kick back, chill, play the game, smoke a few, eat some food, and watch sports all day until I lived that same life in the exact same way I saw it. I chose different. Seeing myself end up that way lit a fire in my ass to change. Now, I still smoke weed, but I managed to make sure that what needs to be done gets done rather than putting it off because I don't have weed. It's investments over weed now, not weed over money. During my time back, he was going to school to become a massage therapist. He didn't finish, but the effort counted, 'cause I was for sure surprised. He had met this new chick at school, and they were close. They were the ride and die type. I won't head into too much of their business, but they were goofy and crazy together. It was good to see my uncle happy. Summer turned over, and it was time to start school again. My godmom sent me to Dorsey High School where she would have people watching me, making sure I was on my A through Z so I couldn't fuck up. I was excited and sad all in one because I had always wanted to live with my godmom one day, but I miss Texas already. They say you never truly miss something till it's gone. I had my own phone, my own room, cable, and great food every night. I had no reasons to complain, but I did anyway. Going to Dorsey, playing ball was the easy part. I made the varsity team as soon as I got there. I was mediocre at grades, yet I did enough to pass. Coming from Hightower and the extreme training they implemented had me running my miles in 7 minutes or less and keeping up during games. I was in shape for sure, no doubt, but the environment I was in was no better than a kindergarten classroom being inside a jungle gym. I had no focus. I never hesitated to try and figure out anything that was intriguing to me, and I tried to fit in where I truly didn't, but basketball did help a lot. There were some girls I knew from GBL that played on the team too, so I wasn't completely out of place. It was fun playing in games. People you love cheering you on, even some you don't. It was always a rush. I loved performing at my best. I used to love the pep rallies at Dorsey too. They were always lit. They took place during lunch, and the whole school would be there. My favorite part was always the band, particularly the snares, but the unison was amazing. I couldn't join because basketball was more demanding, and I stuck with it, but I still admire when they stepped out though. It was the rival football game against Crenshaw tonight, and I wanted to go. I went through the school day hoping my godmom would say yes to me staying. When I asked, she said, "What makes you think you get to go somewhere after the way you've been acting?" I didn't handle no's well in the early phases of life. We had talked the night before about respect and boundaries, doing better and all that good stuff. But I felt like she was disregarding what I said. It was all about me and getting people to understand me rather than the first understanding the people. I had to rewire my brain on that one. Granddad is coming to pick you up today. Go to Granny's. I'll pick you up later. We hung up. I can't go. I lowered my head. The female I was with at the time played on the basketball team on junior varsity, and she was trying to help me think of excuses to say when Granddad came. She wasn't a major piece in my world, but you could tell she had love for me, like vet. I quickly thought up a plan before Granddad arrived, and when he called, I went outside to greet him without my things. My godmom said I could stay here for the game, Granddad. You sure? 'Cause when I last talked to her, she gave me specific directions to come pick you up. Yes, I lied blatantly. She said I could. I just talked to her. I had no remorse in these moments. I wanted something, and I was determined to get it by any means necessary. I tuned out that small voice because I wasn't trying to hear what was right for me right now. That voice could have rescued me from so much. Yeah, what is life without experience? Okay, Granddad said. He drove off, and I was free. I went to the game excited, but still uneasy because my godmom, Uncle Howard, and Granny were blowing up my phone, but I was afraid to answer. I ignored their calls and proceeded my doing. I was getting my hair braided by one of my teammates in the stands when I saw my granny come through the entrance looking for me. As her eyes scanned the bleachers, I watched her look over me a couple times, ready for her to find me. I didn't make it obvious though. Finally, she went back out and I thought the search party was over. I exhaled, but soon after that, my godmom stormed in, pissed to the max. Our eyes locked and she yanked me out the bleachers, my hair half done and all. As we made our way out, I started acting up, jerking my body out of their hands, yelling, talking about, "No, I don't want to go. Let me go," making a scene. My godmom grabbed my arm tighter. My grandparents were in shock. They never saw this side of me before. You gotta be kidding me, Asia. You blatantly disrespect me after all I've tried to do for you? I started causing more of a scene when we got into the car, literally kicking and screaming. For what? Nothing at all. They picked me up by my arms and legs, and during the fighting, I bruised my shin. Bad. Why are you doing this? Granny asked. She won't let me do what I want, I responded aggressively. I slowed my fighting when my godmom pinned me up against the car. A childhood assistant coach came over to see what was going on. He tried to calm me down. He was in shock too. She let go. Asia, what's going on? Why are you doing this? I just stared at him, then back at the ground a second, thinking about it. I completely stopped when my godmom handed me the phone to talk to my mom. I straightened up real quick. You will be on the first flight back to Houston in the morning. I gave the phone back and started to cry because I knew I just fucked up what might have been the greatest thing for me. That took a lot out of me for nothing. I always tried to set things in place after I completely fucked it up, and it was always too late. Wow, I didn't think I would have to do this. I didn't think you would completely show your ass when it came to me. I thought it would be different, but I see that it doesn't matter where you are. My godmom lectured me on the way to grandma's. She didn't even let me go back to the house to get my things. I'll have all your stuff tomorrow when I come pick you up, she added. The flight was leaving at 8 in the morning. She wasn't kidding about that first flight, huh? She had me call Grandma to let her know why I was coming over. I'm sorry, Grandma, I said when I got off the phone with Grandma. It's too late for that, but good, she said before I got out the car. I had royally fucked up. All that just to get me sent back to Texas. When I got inside, I asked Grandma if she could talk to my mom about letting me stay with her, but she wasn't going for that shit. Ain't nothing I could do about that, baby. You can't talk to my mom? Girl, your mama don't listen to me. I stopped going back and forth, and I went in my uncle's room with him and his girl, and even he was like, you can't be doing stuff like that. I felt bombarded. No one understood my end, and that was frustrating. I asked to use my uncle's laptop, and I went off into the kitchen to prepare myself somewhat. There was so much music on this thing, and so much I loved, I couldn't help it whenever I came over. I refused to sleep. Why am I wrong? I thought, as Get Money by Junior Mafia blasted through the Little Mac speakers. Eventually, I couldn't hold my eyes open any longer. The next morning, what do you know? I started my period. My godmom came to get me from grandma's, and after I told her, she said, that's why your ass was acting out. Because of your period. I wouldn't understand yet, but she was right. All the incidents that happened where I'd lash out and become imbalanced from not getting my way, she'd show up right after. I thought maybe my godmom would change her mind before we got to the port, but she was persistent. She walked me all the way to the gate and sympathized with me a little. I still can't believe I had to do this because you can't behave. I stood quiet. Oh, I'll miss you, sweetie, she said as she hugged me. Can't you just change your mind, godmom? She looked at me like, you really gonna ask me that? And laughed. Oh no, not this time, sweetie. She was serious. So I got my ass on that first flight to Houston only to greet my mother just as fed up. I had run away, I liked women, I was testing authority, and all that teen shit that builds character for me to be right back in her presence. If she wanted me there, she wouldn't have sent me back to Cali in the first place. My mom's house in Fresno was foreclosed and she would move to Houston. We stayed in a duplex owned by two sisters at the time. I got the last glimpse of what stands in the documentary. I know they'll tear it down if they haven't already. My mom got me from the port and took me to a salon where Amaz was getting his haircut. She was working and going to school at this time. As I sat there waiting, my eyes fixated on this girl. She had just gotten her hair laid, and she was low-key fly to me. Who is that? I asked Maz. Naya, he said. She watches me when mom goes to school. I just looked at her. She seemed like she didn't want to be bothered at first, but after that, she would come over often, and we started getting to know each other a little better, laughing, watching movies, and talking. She had a girlfriend she had been with for a while, but I was determined to make her see where she really wanted to be. We continued to get closer, and she would challenge me saying she would never leave her girl. Amaz had a little couch in the room that he started sleeping on when I came, and me and Naya were in the bed together. I ate her pussy and touched her everywhere in every way. It was some of the best sex I had at that point, and I was hooked. After that, she was falling in love with me. Speaking of falling in love, Jess was upset and hurt at the fact that I got sent back to my mom without saying goodbye. I managed to get a hold of her, and that's when she started crying to me, saying, I was just about to tell you I love you too. Already? I thought. What was I doing to these females exactly? Anyway, Naya wouldn't express herself right away, but day after day, she would get close all on her own. We both went to Lamar High School, and I was back to that lame-ass uniform. Even though I didn't have much to work with, I stayed fly. I was really into my looks by this time, and I was feeling myself a little bit without being extra about it. When my mom found out I like women, she thought I was the pride type. But when it comes to who I am, I see myself as being of both genders and a soul that knows love is everywhere. Of course, I'm attracted to women, yet I'm not the labels I've always used on myself and others when it came to the culture. I just am, and I love women with a passion. Being in Houston was cool this time around. I was getting to know people and I made friends quick, though I wasn't playing basketball. But I was getting worse though. My behavior, my decisions, my life, I was just spiraling right out of control. At least I got to ride the bus again. That was one thing I really missed. Other than being driven by my godmom every morning, and maybe on the way, we would stop at Burger King and get some breakfast. Man, why did I have to fuck that up? I thought to myself. My mom would make me walk to the stop every day, and it was at least 10 to 15 minutes away. The cruelty was real. Sometimes she would pick me up, but most of the time I had to tread on my own. I got to know this senior that took me under her wing like a son, quote unquote. She knew damn near everybody at the school, and she would always give me free game. See, my nigga don't go here. I don't mess with people at school, she said to me one day. She introduced me to her best friend, Britt, and she started liking me. Young and going where the wind blew, I started to date her. Naya wasn't talking about leaving her girl anytime soon, so I did my own thing, and it made Naya jealous. Almost every day we would skip the last class to go to beignets. It was a cafe across the street from school. Me, OG, and Britt would sit in there, laugh, talk, eat, and me and Britt would kiss and cuddle. New couple shit, until school was over. Naya would still come over to the house, and we got even closer because her feelings made her speak up on the fact that I was dating another girl. You fuck her like you fuck me? She talked playfully. I haven't even touched her yet. You really like her? Not really. But you're not talking about nothing either. We had sex one last time before she said, I'll break up with my girlfriend if you break up with yours. Okay, I responded foolishly. Naya had called bass, and I wasn't fighting it at all. Pussymatized once again. It was that moan. If there was one thing a girl could do to me, it was her vocals gushing from her lips. Knowing that she was passionate for my gifts had my head blown up to capacity. When I got back to school the next day, I had broken up with Britt, and of course she was upset because she knew who I was leaving her for. I was a shade master back in the day, doing two things at once. As me and Naya got close, I would walk Britt to her bus stop and go right back to give Naya hugs before her bus would leave. It was tragedy at its finest. So it's like that? Britt asked. Yeah, I said, not knowing where else to roll. The initial hit already hurt. Like, I didn't feel the need to add more fuel. I was never that type of person in the first place. She was mature about it though and let me be. After all, she was a senior and I was only a sophomore. That's how I knew I lost one. I wasn't worried about it much back then because I was focused on the activities me and Naya had going. I was always getting into trouble when I was with Naya, but I liked being around her so much that I didn't care. I was becoming the bad kid, and I felt it. As youngins, it doesn't all register at once, especially not at these ages. We can't even begin to explain our emotions, let alone saying yes or no to the right things. If I weren't healed today, I'd say she was the bad influence on me. Yet I never said no to anything that was put in front of me. I was skipping my classes to go to hers, and we would have quickie after quickie every day. She was like a drug for me, and I did everything to keep it around. I had no power. My decisions made sense to me because I was only doing what I wanted to do. And I knew my mom wasn't feeling me, so I said, what did I have to lose? I remember when Naya introduced me to my first drink. It was vodka and orange juice in a water bottle. A whole lot more vodka than orange juice. But hey, who cared? I started drinking it like it was only orange juice. I felt the sting of the alcohol. Naya stopped me. Hold up, you gonna be fucked up. She laughed. How? I said. I don't even feel anything. I skipped my first period to go to hers, and suddenly, while I was sitting next to her as usual, laughing and joking around, I started to feel this wave of whoosh. I didn't know what to call it, but I knew it was different from when I felt normal. Everything dragged as I turned, and things were spinning. I felt free. I smiled randomly. I was still coherent, and luckily, we basically skipped school on campus that day, and we were together the entire time. I knew I wanted Naya bad though. We were non-stop that day, like machines, and couldn't get enough. I ended up going to her last class because she had a sub, and right there during group work, I was getting my fingers wet. She was quiet, but she was grabbing and holding on like she couldn't hold it much longer. After school, we went straight to the big stall in the girls' bathroom and released all we had into each other. I had missed my bus that day, and I for sure paid for it. My mom was not coming to get me that day. She was serious about me not missing my bus, and even though it was only the first time, it was still unacceptable. Naya had her sister come pick her up. She wasn't gonna give me a ride either. She ain't like me. I ain't know why, but hey. Naya's sister didn't play. I think she was like a Marine too. Nope. Find your own way home, my mom said seriously. I lowered my head like, how the fuck? I started to walk the way I knew my bus went, and after forever, I finally made it. Off the places I committed to memory. It was a miracle. I remember only one other time I had to walk like that, and I was working at a smoke shop out here in LA off 48th and Crenshaw. I had gone in from being with Nita and the baby and the exhaustion of looking for a place. I needed this. They waited outside. This short guy with a hat came up to me. You want a job? This was God, because I asked for the extra money on top of the pool. Yeah, doing what? I was hyped. Security. And it's easy, I thought. Yeah, when do I start? Tonight. I was excited because I had secured the job, and at a weed shop at that. I was in heaven. Real life. I told Nita to go back to my apartment. My first night, I worked 6 p.m. to 2 a.m. because I didn't ask the right questions. I was just happy I was getting money. I didn't have my charger, and my phone was dying slowly. I made acquaintance with this dude from Florida that kept the labs going, and he always helped me out as much as he could. As it neared 2 a.m., my phone had died, and I didn't have anyone I could call to get me out of this one. Because of where it was, I didn't want to hear anyone's mouth. That dismissed my mom. Because of the hour, that dismissed Grandpa. And Uncle and Sabrina, Uncle's wife, didn't have a car at the time. I prepared myself for this walk and just got it over with. Whenever I tried to wait for a bus, it wouldn't come. And every time I was walking, it passed me up. So I just walked the entire way. I walked all the way to Reno and 3rd in K-Town. 4 hours and 7 minutes of walking would make anyone pass out. So I did. I passed out and made sure I kept the charger handy after that, no matter what. This job taught me a lot though. Stay aware, watch your back, choose your loyalty wisely, and keep to yourself. It was a crazy time, but it was also some of the most fun I would have. I had gotten a job for my uncle there, and after a long while, he was finally working again. Eventually, they let me go. They never told me why. They just never hit me back with a schedule. I listened to Beastie Boys' License to Ill most of the time back in Houston. They were cold to me. Uncle Howard was the first to introduce me to all the craziest old school rap that paved the way for hip hop. It was an experience I will always cherish. Q-Tip had just came out with the Renaissance, and my mom was all over it. So was I. I can recall me and Amaz playing football in the room and breaking the window trying NFL street moves. We tried to hide it from my mom, but she found out. She was upset, but she just put a plastic bag over it and told us to stop. Me and Maz will really bond during this second time we were in Texas. He always made friends easier than me or Eris. Eris and Amaz were closer in age, so they were always in each other's groups when it came to doing things. I wish we would have been able to do everything together when we were younger. It would have made our bond stronger. Before I was born, there was supposed to be a boy born June 3rd, 1992, and I was told that if he was born, I wouldn't have been born. Unfortunately, my mom would have a miscarriage and I would come a year and a day later. Sometimes I wonder if his spirit is within me, or maybe if he would have came through as a black male in America, he would have a rougher experience. Other times I wish we would have come out to be twins and like identical twins. We would have done damage. I thank him for his value and bravery and that he has always guided me. My mom was supposed to have another baby girl, but we lost her too. Alluri was meant to be her name, and I know she was going to be beautiful. When my mom lost her, she said God meant for her to have three. I rarely remembered the guys after the artist. I was too busy undertaking the things going on in my own life. I started exercising because I would be so bored every day. We always had movies, but sometimes that would get boring too. So we played outside, but there wasn't much to do. Me and my mom's relationship was still containing friction, and it was only getting worse. I can call to mind when it was raining nonstop, bad one day. I didn't have an umbrella, and my mom refused to drive me to the bus stop. I saw one of the other students standing at another spot where the bus would pick us up. It was closer, and I saw the bus as I crossed the street. I was relieved that I didn't have to wait very long. When I got out of school, I got off the bus at the early spot again. It was hailing at damn near 77 degrees, and I just wanted to get back home and take off these wet-ass clothes. So I walked back and took a shortcut. It didn't have much of a difference in time, but I would avoid the huge puddles from the main street being splashed onto the sidewalk by the passing cars. I didn't need to drag any heavier from the water that was already in my clothes. As I walked, I hear a car coming, so I get out the street and onto the sidewalk. There's a puddle just ahead, but I don't think, splash. I stop in mid-motion in complete shock. I look at the car, and it's my mom's car. I was in even more shock, and I was hurt because I was thinking like, damn, that's how you feel about me? Regardless of if it was a stranger, why is it cool to splash a puddle of water on someone? I was lost and didn't know how to feel about the situation. When I got into the house, she asked, "Why weren't you at the bus stop today? I was there to pick you up." The bus driver dropped us off at Kroger. Do you know you splashed water on me? Did you know that you splashed water on me when I was walking over here? I blurted from my head. No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I just accepted it. With all that was going on, back and forth with my mom would have been suicide. I took all the clothes off and relaxed that night. That winter in Houston, we didn't have much for anything but food and rent. The extras weren't included. The year before, when we had our house, she had gotten us a foosball table and an air hockey table. We were so happy, just like the bikes, just like the toothbrushes. But my mom still made it look so easy and peaceful at this time. She always did her best in whatever she could. We had a small tree, not many gifts, but we had each other. It snowed that year too, and me and Amaz were ecstatic. It was like 67 degrees, and we were outside in white tank tops and shorts, enjoying what seemed like a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Snow in Texas was absurd until then. I was starting to get comfortable again. I was still bad, but comfortable. One day, my homeboy Josh came over to me at the bus stop. "Hey, Asia, bro, come here," he said. I walked over to him and his brother. "What up? You ever smoke weed?" "Nah," I replied. "What? You from Cali and you don't never smoke weed?" he said, surprised. My eyes lit up when he pulled out a J. I remember one from the movie Friday, and all I knew about weed was the swishers and pom-poms from my uncle's room. He lit it and smoked, then passed it my way. I hit and instantly felt the effect. Everything just calmed down. I felt my eyes lower and a smile rise. "You feel that shit, huh?" he laughed. "That shit feel crazy, huh?" I laughed. I was high and I loved the feeling. I wasn't that smoker that always asked to smoke or tortured you with my eyes until you passed it. I was the one down for the ride and ended up getting past the blunt because I'm around type of smoker. I didn't get to smoke much in Texas, but that habit trailed closely behind when I brought it back to Cali and started smoking more with Merc and Mahogany. But we'll get into that later. When we got to school, all I knew was that I was hungry. At Lamar, they will have 4 different lunches, and I got into the bad habit of skipping my class or not going back to class after my lunch. I did it whenever Naya did it, just so I could be with her. I was the clingy type if my partner was acting right. Lamar days were really the I don't give a fuck days. I couldn't play basketball because they didn't have a team, and I was doing terrible in school for the first time in the history of my years. Me and my mom's relationship was tough. Me and Naya's relationship got tough after I told her I was headed back to Cali after the school year was over. It was a pattern I had no control over, and I couldn't accept that when I was young. So I fought against all that would jeopardize my freedom. I would start stealing and lying more, getting in trouble, and it was all because of me, no one else. I made all the choices and rode down avenues not meant for me, and I paid for them all. I remember being in ISS, in school suspension, and doing nothing but stupid class assignments they had. Though I didn't like discipline and being in trouble, I always found myself in that position during these times. They always woke you up when you slept, but sometimes I got away with it, resting my head on my hand and closing my eyes. I would write notes in there too, but who was finna get them? Once my mom felt like she ran out of options with me and she came to pick me up from school early one day. I had been fighting for fun and dislocated my finger before lunch. It was purple and green and it was hurting, so I was uncomfortable all day. I tried to put it back in place but couldn't, and it didn't heal right. My mom had taken me to one of those centers for bad kids, quote unquote, a detention center, really. And we had to sit in a room where people talked about their problems and consequences that came with that and blah, blah, blah. I was never paying attention, but I couldn't come to terms with my mom being mad at me and treating me the way she did because of it. So I did whatever I had to do to be in line with her. It was hard though. So I said to myself, my life is already going downhill. Why not keep going? And so I did. Over pussy. Me and Naya were shaky but still full blown. She wrote me a note telling me that she was falling in love with me and she was going to miss me even though I wouldn't be there with her. I just ran with it because I thought it was real. I was naive back then, but when I look back, I see a lot of deep shit. I was in Spanish class one day using one of the homies' phones to text Naya. Blank keeps texting me, saying she gonna fight you for me, she says as we near the end of class. The message went on about Blank, and we'll just call her that because she wasn't shit at the time. Well, at the time, for sure. And I forgot her name, so bear with me. She was in Naya's ROTC class and was low grade, but young. Oh my god, bro. My young ass thoughts. This is how I really felt though. I can't even cap. When I was in this point in time, this is the writing is very valid for the point in time. I can't even say it's lies. You feel me? But anyway, but young and naive AO is thinking, I'ma fight for my girl. I get heated as she continues to text me. Let her know to meet me by the buses after school. When the bell rang, I found Naya and went outside so she could show me the girl. Everybody started to crowd around after I started walking toward the girl. Big Ash stepped in front of me and said, You not finna do this, Asia. Let me go, cause she talking all that shit. I had met Big Ash in PE. She was Naya's friend in the beginning of the school year, and ever since then, she had my back, and it was genuine. I tried to walk toward the girl once again, and Ash grabbed the gate behind me with both hands, pinning me against it. And like I said, that's Big Ash. You feel me? So I'm calling blank over to me because she talking big shit 42 feet away. Ash would not let me go, no matter how hard I tried. So I said, fuck it. Tomorrow she won't be holding me back, I said, hitting her with a straight look from across the lot. My bus left me, so I got on Naya's bus for the first time. Plus, I needed stress relief from all the foolery that just took place. I texted my mom off Naya's phone when we finished and let her know I would be walking home because my bus left early, quote unquote. I knew she wasn't going for it because she didn't text back. I can't be riding your bus no more, I said. With that, I walked home. Another extensive trade. The next day, there was no holding back. Everyone I knew followed close behind me to see this. I was about to beat her twice. One for the hassle and two for the disrespect. Corny shit. When I saw her, I started going up again. What's up now? She was walking by herself. As I ran in to rush her, a security guard steps in from nowhere. Never have I ever seen this dude on campus beforehand, and all of a sudden, I was escorted off campus being told that if I touched a girl, I would be arrested. It was crazy. Of course, my bus had left once again. When I got home the day before, my mom told me not to ride Naya's bus anymore. I knew she meant it, yet and still, I disobeyed her. I rode Naya's bus to her house again, looking to walk home before my mom got there so I wouldn't have to let her know I missed my bus again. I stayed with Naya a minute and suddenly we started beefing about the girl and I started reissuing my anger toward her about the situation. I don't remember what we were bickering about, but I ended up staying past the time I was supposed to, and I knew it was my ass. You can stay here tonight. When my sister goes to sleep, I'll let you in, Naya elucidated. After I kept saying my mom was going to kill me, I guess she felt my pain and at least offered that. I accepted it though because I flashed back to running away in Fresno. I thought my mama was really going to give me the grave that time. On some I brought you in this world and I could take you out type shit. Imagine this. I knew she was done. I waited for Naya eagerly. I found a bench to sit on. It was still light outside, but not much. I thought I might run out of time. There was a group I was a part of that was in partnership to the detention center my mom took me to. They gave us Blackberries to contact our mentors, and it was through email only. No outgoing calls or texts were able to be made. I figured out one day that I was able to receive texts, but I couldn't send them. I would email my friends and talk to them through there sometimes, but that was all I had to communicate. A phone was a phone to me, so I ran with it. Naya texted me, I'm going to bring you out a blanket when I walk the dog. Fuck she bringing me a blanket for? I thought. I waited for her, and she came out with a blanket and some goldfish snacks. She just got here, so wait a while. I'll come back out at like 10, she said. That was like 5 hours away from the time it was. But I said, fuck it, because what else was I going to do? I watched the time and residents pass me by. hoping someone would throw me a freaking bone here, Scott. But no. It neared 10, and I eventually laid down on the bench. I ate the goldfish and covered myself with a blanket until I got a message that I could go inside. I felt homeless, helpless, and alone. It's taking her a long time to go to sleep, she texted. I prepared my mental to sleep on the bench that night. All that was going through my head was, all I gotta do is get through the night. I see someone coming down the stairs of the complex, and I continue to glance to see where they're going. It looks like a guy. I remain aware in this unknown area. He looks like he's headed toward me, so I sit up straight on the bench and act like I wasn't just about to sleep there. It was a security guard. Damn. What are you doing out here? He asked. I didn't say anything at first. He repeated himself. Waiting for a friend? She should be coming in like 20 minutes, I responded. As we got into the questions, my story wasn't lining up, and at this point, I didn't know what was about to happen. You can't stay out here. Come on, he demanded. I hesitated. Follow me. Where do you live? I got up and followed him without answering, but he looked like he wasn't taking no for an answer. I lied about all my information. He put me in the back of the squad car, and I thought I was going to jail for homelessness at this point. I had never been in a position of trouble this bad before. It was an adventure, but I was for sure scared because no one knew where I was, and I was in a whole state where no one barely even knew me. That was all I could think about as I rolled in the back of that car. We got to our destination and went inside, and I was scared at this point. I didn't know where I was. What the fuck was about to happen to me? Do you have anyone you could call to come get you? A white woman asked. She asked the same questions the security just asked me. We'll call her Janice. Only person I could call was my mom, but then I would have to tell her the whole story. Fuck it, I thought. She gonna find out anyway. The lady dialed my mother's number 3 times. No answer. Not even once. I panicked inside. What's gonna happen to me? I kept thinking. She dialed my grandma's number. You gotta try to get a hold of your mom. I'll try too, but I don't know what you want grandma to do right now, baby. She was right. What was she gonna do 10,000 miles away? I was asked out. I couldn't think of anything else and didn't have Auntie Yo's number. There was no one I could call to come save me this time. This time, it wasn't looking so good. I sat there and thought about my friends as the lady filled out the rest of the paperwork. Jazz had sent me a text. Me and her, the only ones that really kept in touch when I moved back. Her and Big Ash were together now. Don't talk to the cops, man. 10 steps ahead, I replied in thought. Well, if no one could come pick you up tonight, you'll have to stay here. So take off your belt, take your shoestrings out of your shoes, empty your pockets, and leave your belongings in one of the lockers to your left, she said. I did what she asked, slowly. Janice interrupted. If someone doesn't come to get you by 8 a.m. tomorrow, then you'll be staying here with us until we can find a place for you. I could barely handle what was happening. I felt my freedom slipping. This wasn't a you're in trouble and need help, so we'll help you type of facility. This was a you're a bad apple and you will be treated as such until you figure it out type of facility. And I wanted no parts. No one cared. They were just there to do their jobs. Have you eaten? Janice asked. No, I shook my head. Okay, well, I'll get you a sandwich or something. Okay. She showed me the room I'll be staying in that night. It was isolated. Just outside of it sat a few employees at a long desk against the wall watching 2 regular TVs, 4 camera TVs, and waiting by phones. The room I stayed in was cold in temperature. There was a cot in the middle of the floor. There was no blanket. The walls were a white, thick coat painted brick, and the floor was a rough carpet that had cement under it. It was winter in Houston, so it was cold day through night. I wore layers when I went to school too. School pants, sweatpants, two jackets, one I had found in the lost and found, two socks, a long sleeve, an undershirt, and the school logoed collar shirt. I got down to the sweatpants and the long sleeve. There was a guy that was sitting at the table that gave me the sandwich. It was plain ham and cheese. I was quiet about my complaints and forced the gratefulness I got from childhood. Can I change the channel? I asked. What? He said. I didn't like repeating myself because I wasn't sure if I was saying the wrong thing or the person genuinely didn't hear me. It was already hard for me to speak my mind for fear of what people might think. I would speak lower or my words stammer when I repeated myself for this reason. The guard made me think twice about what I said, and it set off a trigger because it would happen often in my childhood. But majority of the time it would be because I said something I wasn't supposed to say. I always felt inferior to those older than me because I was taught to respect my elders no matter what. Even if my spirit disagreed, my family morals said never disrespect your elders, no matter how much older. So I acted that way with everyone until I figured out that respect will be given where it's shown. Let's just say I cared about what my family thought a lot more than I cared for myself. I don't love them any less today. I just understand that they base their opinions off their own thoughts, and now I realize I control my own narrative. No, what do you think this is? He replied. I was quiet and turned back toward the entrance of my room for the night. Sometimes I still cringe at how needy, eager for attention, weak, and worthless I was back then. Nobody will ever respect that, and I am grateful to have learned that along my journey. I cried in this holding cell. I cried because my mom didn't answer the phone. I cried because this might be the last time anyone I knew ever saw me again. I cried because I knew I was fucking up. My mom didn't even want me, I thought. If only I could get back to LA. I cried harder because how was that even going to be possible? I was doomed. The Great Depression for sure. I kept crying as the hours passed. I couldn't sleep at all. My mind just wouldn't let me. I managed to just lay there and close my eyes. I prayed hard, harder than ever. I asked like it couldn't be done or something. I just wanted to get out of there. I woke up to the sun and it was 7:14 a.m. on the clock. I hoped all of this was a nightmare, but nah, reality hit when I stuck my head out that door. Has my mom called yet? I brooded. No, she hasn't, said one employee at the desk. I closed the door and cried even harder. I should have just taken my punk ass home, man. Fuck the whooping at this point. I'll take as many hits as it's worth. Just please let my mom come get me. I whined in prayer. I sat there for at the most 12 minutes. Janice knocked on the door. Come in, I said, my face puffed from tears and stress. Your mom just called, and she's on her way to come pick you up. You can get all your things together in here and collect all your items from the locker. I turned around and started getting my things together before she had a chance to leave the room. She closed the door, and my tears were of pure joy right now. I kept repeating, thank you, God, thank you, God, thank you, God. This was another sign of God I could not ignore. I got all my things together as I smiled because God came through for me, always on time. Since then, when I think all seems lost, the right situation, the right moment, the right person always presents itself. Looking back, I see it as a blessing in disguise. I couldn't imagine the emotions my mom went through that night when I didn't come home. Today, I would have slapped some sense into myself. But I am here because of the situations I overcame. And this situation sealed the deal. After I got everything, I was expecting for my mom to be waiting outside for me in the car or something. Right this way, said Janice. She showed me to the office my mom was in. It was a black lady's office. We'll call her Kendra. I couldn't help but smile when I saw my mom, but I quickly put it away because I knew we weren't here to celebrate our reunion. Kendra explained to my mom why I was in the detention center and gave us the time to talk. So, how did this happen? My mom asked. She smirked. Right then and there, I told my mom everything. Everything about me and Naya and the incident with Blank and how I was scared to come home because she told me not to take Naya's bus home. It was just one big forced talk. When I was done talking, my mom said nothing. She just had a smirk on her face. I hated when I didn't know what she was thinking. If anything like this happens again, we'll have to put her in a juvenile center for a couple days, Kendra said. And I ain't coming back to get you then. I'm leaving you here, my mom added and chuckled a bit. I felt that one to the core. The corners of my mouth dropped into rested lips. She really might leave me out here if I don't get it together, was the only thought I had, and I focused on it because I'd be damned. As we walked out to the car, I looked at the building. This place seems really familiar, I thought to myself. This the same? Turns out this security guard took me to the same building my mom took me to for the mentor program. It was truly a mind fuck. My mom grilled me all the way over to the house. So you gonna fight over a girl that's not even pretty? She laughed. She was disgusted, and I felt like a joke because now I look like a dumbass for a female that didn't even care about me. She couldn't guarantee a place for me to stay, and of course, I was naive to the fact that she could. I was confused about my priorities. So this is the reason why her sister stopped coming over and talking to me. I never knew that part, but yes, I responded. We pulled up to the house. Next time I'm leaving you out here. Don't call me, don't tell grandma to call me or none of that because I won't be there. And you can play with me if you want. I'll leave your ass here. She signed the statement on my heart with that one. She didn't look at me once either. Get out, she ordered. I made her late to work with my stunt, so she was in a rush. And if you leave, lock my door behind you. She referred to me running away in Fresno. Soon after that, she was gone. I didn't go to school that day. I sat in the room and cried again. I knew my mom was mad at me, but I was determined to make her proud again. From that day forward, I fixed my whole act. I was just happy my mom had come to get me out of there. Verse 6. Realizing. I stopped dating Naya after that incident and we kept it as friends. I started hanging with the homie Bria every day, and I did my best to stay out of trouble during the last days. Bria hung out with two other girls sometimes, Ashley and Quincy. She introduced me to Quincy after Quincy told her she liked me. Quincy was cold as fuck to me. She was the type of bad where she hadn't even acknowledged it yet. She was awkward, weird, cute, and she wore glasses. It was blowing my mind how pretty she was and the fact that she even liked me. She was shy about it. When I say shy, I mean shy. She was even more reserved than I was. So naturally, I felt comfortable to be myself, but it was kind of annoying. Quincy and Ashley were best friends, and Bria was feeling Ashley, so we all started hanging out after school. I spent the night at Quincy's one night, and it was all right. She was way too shy to do anything more than hold hands and cuddle. Coming from how me and Nia used to get it in, that wasn't gonna cut it. All the laughing and giggling started to irritate me, so I just stopped. I left the next day and cut it off between me and her. I just kind of started treating her as my friend. She didn't understand why, but I was leaving for good anyway. Quincy was the first straight female I dated. I found out Naya was bi after I left. After Bev, I wanted sex all the time. It became a primary goal in any relationship I would enter. I knew I did that well because of the feedback, so I tried to enter women emotionally, physically, not understanding that I couldn't control my own emotions yet. I catered to the ego. I would realize that I could not create something stable through the actions I was taking. The final day of 10th grade had come to an end, and I said all my goodbyes to those I cared about. Naya was sad, and she ended up crying. I just gave her a hug. I got on my bus. I had come across this beautiful chocolate girl named Jordan in the last days before school was fully over with. I used to draw her pictures of her name and write her notes, wishing we could have met sooner. She had been riding my bus the whole school year, and I didn't even notice. It was like the perfect ride back home, and I was dejected. We sat there riding, talking, and laughing. You would think we were the ones together the whole time. Why couldn't I meet you sooner? I said. She smiled and shrugged. We hugged, and I got off at my stop. What a wonderful way to end this trip. I hung with Josh and his bro for a minute before I walked back to the house. We smoked up a bit, and I left because they started trying to make passes at me. I don't know what it is with straight guys and masculine women who like women. It makes me uncomfortable, and I be thinking they suspect. About a month before we left for Cali, my mom called me into her room. "They found your dad," she exclaimed. I was confused at first because I had not thought out of all the things this was happening now. I always wanted to meet him, know him, hang out with him, and now it was time? "Huh?" I said, surprised. "They got a hold of your dad, and he wants to meet you when we get back to LA, she continued. A huge smile smacked my face. I couldn't be happier. Through all the things that were going on in my life during that time, that was the best thing that could have ever happened. I had always asked about him up until this point. My brothers teased me up until this point. My heart was at ease at this point. I didn't care what was going on. I was going to meet my dad. No matter what happened that day forward, I was going to meet my dad. Going, back to Cali, Biggie. I was going to miss Texas. It taught me a lot. I knew we weren't ever going back after that. I had some good looks. Females in relationships trying to get at me. Females that just looked at me. And females I wasn't feeling like that checking for me. I never knew the power I had until later in life. I was too shy. And I was too busy trying to settle down rather than living life and having fun. I never knew how I looked in the eyes of others until God ushered the way through my own eyes. Me and Amaz stayed at Grandma's for the first couple months when we got back, and this would be a summer I would never forget. Merc and Mahogany. Plot twist. It was the summer of '09, a few days before Michael Jackson passed away. I was impressionable to what I found most interesting, and this couple had it all going on the outside. Inside was hell. But I rode with them because they had been the epitome of loyalty I hadn't seen between two, yet I knew I could have it one day. I was still into being with just one girl. I had gotten picky by now, but still couldn't see what my feelings or intuition was telling me, not to mention my huge lack of confidence. Merc and Mahogany were like older siblings telling me wrong from right with their interpretation in mind. I went to their motel room every day that I could. Grandma never minded me being there. My mom was a different story though. She was still in Houston to make a little more money before driving back. But since she couldn't look over my shoulder, she wasn't having it. She was close with Merc though. She'd known him since they were young. But she was more like a sister to him than anything. Everybody liked Merc, and I wanted to be just like him. Mahogany was just the type of female to be down and ride for him. She was funny too, always talking about people and verbally replaying movie scenes. On my birthday that year, she dared me to drink pickle juice for $5. I did it too, and the shit was hot, coming out my nose, ears, eyes, and mouth. But I was thirsty for that 5. It was tragic. I can recollect when I was walking to that new spot. They had been done with the motels on the wash and into a studio next door. Going in and out of the motels was dreadful, but I saw Merk and them as family, and I was having a great time. I had to sleep on the floor, but I was used to it everywhere I went. The carpet was hard and dirty, but it was nothing like the holding cell back in Texas. Plus, I had blankets. I made it work. There would be male toots coming and going when I would be outside. Toot, prostitute. Merk never liked them, but he had nothing against them. They would occasionally come to the door to get something from him, but they never came in. When they stayed in the motels, the bathroom was clean enough to wash your ass in, but you couldn't lounge. Something was sure to crawl on you if you weren't careful. The place was disgusting, but I felt the genuine care around me. I wasn't worried about anything else. We would smoke often, order from Angelino's Pizza, and watch movies. One day, walking back from the store, Merk says to me, "Look, what you see in here? Don't say nothing about it." "Okay," I replied. The new place was cool. It was set up outside and other people lived there. The units, it was set up outside like, like right when you walk out the doors, like you in the parking lot of the building. That's what I mean. It wasn't big. So the units were in a line toward the alley and it wasn't that big. Maybe like 6 or 7 tenants were living there. Initially I didn't see anything, but as time went on, I saw a lot. And in all honesty, I saw too much if they didn't see me as family. I started peeping game day in and out. Merk had a runner named Trey Boy that used to come through. He was the crazy errand boy. He was light skinned with a fade, and he would make runs and come back with the cake. Like I said, I never knew what was really going on, but little things made me pay attention. Trey Boy came from the streets one day and talked with Merk to the side. Whenever I wanted to eavesdrop, I made it unobvious. I was on the phone with my best friend Halo, and we were talking to Naya. Halo asked me out of respect one day if she could date Naya, and it was cool because it showed that she wasn't on no snake shit. So I gave her the same type of respect back. She had been friends with Naya when I was going to Lamar, and I had never noticed her at all. It was crazy. Naya had us on three-way one day, and her phone ended up hanging up. And Halo and I started talking about our days. Some dumb shit had happened to me on that day, and I was explaining it to her. I was trying to escape a situation by going through a wooden gate with a few planks missing, and when I tried to go through, I got stuck and the gate opened. I didn't notice Maz was standing right there until he started laughing into tears. Maz and his stinking ass laugh. As the gate swung back and forth, I rocked back and forth, looking like a doofus. I stopped moving and got out eventually. We ended up talking every day about nothing for hours, laughing and keeping it real. We were all on the phone the whole day, and everything was going cool. The weed man had come through a couple times, and the day was turning into night as we smoked and chilled. I went inside a second, and I saw Trey Boy come in to talk to Merk again. He seemed agitated. I went back outside. They had the door open. Trey came out again, and he walked to the entrance of the complex, took out a 38 special, and blasted down the street in front of me. He let go about 4 and ran back in the house. I stood still in shock with the phone to my ear. "Get inside, Asia," Mahogany yelled. "I'ma call y'all back." I hung up. I hurried inside and they closed the door after me. Merk and Trey went back and forth about a plan, and Trey went out the door toward the back gate. Merk cut off all the lights and me and Mahogany got down on the floor. Merk peeped out the window, opened the door and looked both ways. "Asia, do me a favor. Go close that back gate for me," he said. "What in the hell do you think this is?" I thought to myself. "What?" I replied. I didn't want to feel like I was being a bitch. I need you to go close this back gate for me. I got up slow. Come on, you gotta hurry up though. I couldn't perform this task even if the bitch in me said to do it. All I gotta do is close it, then come back. Yeah, he said. I looked at how far the gate was from the doorstep. I walked toward it, but I was afraid that maybe the person Trey let off on was gonna come back around the corner and seek revenge. Okay, I said. I went off, but when I got to the middle, I was too scared, so I ran back. What happened? I'm too scared. He shut the door. Get down, he added. That's when I heard the bird and the sirens. Oh shit. I was excited, but I didn't want anything bad to happen. Merc moved diligently. He started taking weapons from everywhere. Asia, give me the shoestrings out your shoes, he stated. I quickly took them out and gave them to him. He started making anchors with the burners, lowering them out the back window. Everything was quiet as Merc stood by the front window. I could hear the footsteps of the officers as they passed through, and I felt the deep woof from the chopper overhead. Was this gonna be it for us? Police, is anyone home? They knocked. I could hear him next door. We waited. A couple minutes later, everything had calmed down and everything went on like nothing ever happened, but I was for sure shook. The life of a hustler had always been interesting to me. Merc and Mahogany let me be a part of their world, and I soaked it all in. It had been one for the books. After that, I didn't see Trey anymore. I wonder what happened to him. Later, I started to see what was going on. The fiends, the slang, the dirty pots, and limited dishes. My mom had got back from Texas and I wasn't able to hang around there as much anymore. After a while, I didn't see Mahogany anymore. Merc was propped up in jail because she had broken the code. She never struck me as the type to do that. I was shocked and wanted nothing to do with someone like that. He did 2.5 years. Mahogany had a baby girl, and she was sent to foster care because Mahogany would get numb before she was born. I was heartbroken about that. When Merc got out, he had the chance to make things right and go in a better direction, but he chose not to, and his seeds suffered for that. I appreciate what they both taught me, good and bad. I never heard from them again. We needed another place to stay when my mom got back. She was able to talk to her godmom, and she let us come to stay with her and her sister in the San Gabriel Valley. It was extremely temporary, but it was the best. This house was like 3 stories and one of the biggest houses I would ever step foot in. My mom always wanted to live in Pasadena, even before we moved to Texas. She just thought it was a beautiful place to live. We started looking for a spot day to day. One time I'll never forget was when me, my mom, and grandma went out to look. On the way, we listened to Michael Jackson's Thriller album. We pulled up to many places, but my mom couldn't really settle on one. We didn't find one that day, but we went back a few days later and found an apartment right up the street from La Penn Park. After a little while, she had come out from the apartment and smiled in happiness. We'd gotten our feet under us. While we stayed with my mom's godmom, there was a retired basketball player from the Clippers that lived next door to her. He recommended that I go to John Muir to play basketball, and the rest was history. We moved into our little spot in Pasadena with no furniture, our clothes, and our sales. It was cool living over there. Me and Amaz went to the park daily, and I would play basketball, and Maz would go to the skate park and hang out. I would go to the library too. My mom would just have us out doing something until she would come back from work. This was like during the summer, like school hadn't started yet. I was conceited rather than confident during these times. I took a lot of pictures and never posted them. I've had a lot of women in my time, whether they were long distance or in my vicinity, and I learned from them all. I had met a cute, chubby, green eyed girl at the library one day. She was on my bumper almost every day, so I gave her the time of day and got my fingers wet. By this time, I had talked to Jessica from Dorsey again, and she was going to be going to Mirror too. What a coincidence. I stopped talking to Green Eyes when I started school and wasn't trying to keep up with her after that. She didn't like that I had suddenly stopped talking to her. My mom and I's relationship was still kind of off, but she was worried about other things because we suddenly had to move from where we were. On the day I met my dad, I was excited and nervous all in one. We drove downtown off 6th and Wilshire. I had remembered the surrounding buildings from when I was young, running errands with Grandma and my mom. They were the Section 8 and public housing buildings. We went through the security process and got to the designated floor. There were other people waiting outside too, but I just waited with my mom, thinking how it would be. I smiled. "What does he look like?" I asked my mom. She laughed before replying, "Like you." I smiled again. After a few more minutes, my mom sees him walking through the door. "There he is," she replied. "Where?" She pointed him right out. He was short and built. He had on a black hat, and his smile was exactly like mine. I gave him a huge hug, and it was like we clicked then and there. "You look like me," I said. He laughed. We had more in common than I thought we would. It was like the male version of me in the flesh. "So how are you doing?" he asked. "I'm good." I smiled big, shy as can be. We all went back to get a swab test, and after that, my dad didn't want me in the conversation for the results. How much assurance does this guy need? I thought. But at the same time, I wouldn't want a woman to do something like this to me, even though Nita volunteered. But hey, who's heard about it? After it was all said and done, we sat and talked for a minute. Not about much, just the basics. "Here's my number. Call me anytime, okay?" He said. "Yeah." I smiled. I was happy and couldn't wait to get to know him. I had finally met my real dad. After we left, we went back to Grandma's. Everyone had already known the great news, and they were all happy for me. Grandma was a little bitter toward the situation given what happened. She brought me into this world, and my mom birthed me, so she wasn't going for it at first. They hounded here and there in the beginning for me to get all I could before I turned 18, like this was a temporary meet or something. It was crazy to me how my people thought. I tried not to ask for anything unless I absolutely needed it from anyone. Round here, we never shelled out money, and if you did, you would never hear the end of it until they got it back. I called my dad as I settled back at the house. I just wanted to talk to him. "Hey, Dad." I smiled bright. I felt great to say that to who it truly was this time. "Hey there, how are you?" "Good. I wanted to know when we were going to be able to hang out." He kind of hesitated. Uh, Hang out? Probably soon." "Yeah, soon. We'll hang out and go out," he stammered. I could tell he was occupied with other things. "Okay." The first time he brought the family to meet me, I was lit up. Finally, it was time to meet my other siblings. I had known about my brother Jay when he turned 6 years old, but to know I had younger sisters was the coolest thing to me. Even though I was more of a role model to my brothers, my sisters just made me want to protect them. I was anxious before they pulled up, and then my mom got the call that they were outside. He drove a Nissan Armada, silver on silver, and decked out. Damn, I thought, this car is tight. What does my dad or stepmom do? I got in the car to everyone, and they greeted me politely. We went to Hot Wings Cafe in Pasadena that night. My dad and I would make that our regular meetup spot when he would visit. They lived in Fontana, and I had known nothing about it previously. I just knew he didn't live close. We all sat down and made ourselves acquainted. Me, my brother, and my sisters talked while my dad and stepmom sat at a table to themselves right beside us. It was a great night overall. I'd hope to see them again soon. My dad dropped me off, and through time, I saw him less and less. I was confused. Here we are, I just met this guy, and he doesn't even want to try to know me? I didn't know how to feel. Is this what my brother and sisters go through too? Before meeting me, my stepmom made a comment that she thought I might like girls, and my dad got mad and denied it. One day he asked me, and we had a long conversation. I told him some sacred things, and he told me some private things, and his reasons for not agreeing with my choice. He encouraged me to tell my mom about what I expressed to him, but I was hesitant because he didn't know her like I did. We started hanging out less and less, and at this point, I wondered why. We were on the phone one day, and I asked when we were going to hang out again. Aren't you too old to be hanging out? He replied. Damn, that one shot me right in the heart. I didn't understand that one. We didn't even know each other. I immediately thought it was because of my choices in life. I just didn't call him or anything after that. He had to call me first. I stopped checking for him, stopped thinking about the excitement, and treated him like he'd been there the whole time. I would go over the house from time to time, and the energy would be off. My sisters had things to say, and so did my brother. I didn't care, though. I was still going to be who I was regardless. It was an incident where I was texting a girl I was talking to off my brother's phone, and when I left, she texted his number looking for me. He texted me personally with some disrespectful shit. I was hurt, but I didn't care because it was like my own family don't accept me. I don't know none of y'all. You think I give a fuck what y'all think? Nah. I was officially on board with never going back to my dad's again. Regardless of it all, me and my siblings had great times too. From riding motor scooters around the neighborhood to reenacting trapped in a closet in the garage for laughs. I learned to love on them for who they are. We grew up in different situations, but they will always and forever be my family. Though my dad and their mom are no longer together, I appreciate the seeds they planted, my siblings. I have always been a humble and respectable person. People think it's a mask or a facade like it's going to end one day, but it never will. I am truly just a genuine person, and it's hard for me to decipher people that are joking, people being sarcastic, and people that are serious. Even worse, sometimes I mix them up so badly it ends up in a disaster. I know one thing for sure though. I am not in control of what others think, say, or do, but I am in control of what I think, say, and do. I was a newbie at Mir, and it was kind of wretched. When I started my junior year, I was excited to start fresh because of the promise I made to my mom. I had to redo 2 classes from 10th grade, but I wasn't tripping because I was ready to do what was needed. I had one of the coolest teachers for English, Mr. Bynum, and on my first day, there was this loud, in a good way, full of life, action-packed, fun-loving girl with a love for life you had to be there to see. She came straight up to me and introduced herself as Ariana. We clicked instantly and became friends. These will be some of the greatest years of high school. It was a different scene and I was feeling it. There was no more uniforms and I couldn't have been happier. I did my thing even though I still had some girly clothes. I wore mostly jeans and cardigans. Not a day I was lacking on the fits. Jess and I were dating, but I wasn't 1,000% into her. She had been doing her own thing while I was gone and creating her own relationships. She was bi, and I found out while I was walking with her one day. What would you say if I got a boyfriend? She asked. At this point, I was tired of these bitches and they hypothetical ass questions. You couldn't be with me. Why not? The fuck was ever going through their minds when they talked to me? The females I was going through had absolutely no respect for my worth. I would see the greatness in them, and they would just baffle me with the comebacks they had to the love I was giving. If I wasn't so needy back then, I wouldn't have dated as many as I did at all. I started losing interest in Jess day by day, and I was sure she could tell. So we just broke up, and I was happy about that. Damn. Jess was cool, but she wasn't who I had in mind for the future. Before I started at Mir, the coaches had invited me to practice, and I felt readier than ever to prove myself because I hadn't played in so long. It was like built, pent up energy from the time I had taken being inactive. As I started, they did something where they played one on ones. The one that scored played the next person in line. If you lost, you got back in line. I created a standard on that day that made the other girls play harder just to beat me. I beat the girls twice at least before I lost one. I was tired and blew the tank. Considering what I thought about the way girls play versus guys, these girls proved to be tough as fuck. When practice ended, I had been accepted to the varsity team, and the rest was history I created. I was able to get my jersey number to be 4, and every game I played was intense. The number 4 jersey had been previously held by another great player, and all the seniors would let me know that if I wore that number, I was going to have to show up. There was an assistant coach that used to help me with my game a lot. We called him the white boy. But when it came to shooting, he was the best. If I had to say anything, he could have taught Steph Curry how to shoot. He was cold. He would teach me techniques and better my game. I soaked it all up. Pause. That year, he put together a travel team and we were having a tournament in Ventura. There were girls from different schools and a handful of us from varsity. There was one girl I started feeling, Mel. She was average, not the best on the court, but the way she carried herself had me hypnotized. Bad. She had been talking to another stud on the team, but it wasn't seeming all that serious. Plus, she was flirting with me. I thought I was a little player because of how things would play out and how many girls liked me out loud, quote unquote. I ain't have no more disrespect for my mom, but I damn sure had it for anyone that challenged me. The girl that was talking, quote unquote, to Mel dared that I couldn't fuck her just because she was talking to her. So I smiled that devious Grinch smile behind the cool of my expression and said, bet. That night, after the team came from the hotel pool and jacuzzi, we all went to a teammate's room to chill, and we all ended up laying down watching TV. Me and Mel were laying next to each other. The female that Mel was talking to was in the same bed with us, and later that night, me and Mel started kissing. I had never kissed a girl with braces before, so it was kind of weird, but whatever. I ate her pussy right there in the bed, and she loved that shit. It was like that other girl was nowhere near on her mind. Sad thing is, whenever I fucked, especially a female I liked, I started wanting to take it further, falling in love in silence until she expresses her true feelings, and I'm left feeling like a jackass. That's exactly what happened after that. Me and Mel started talking, and I guess I was being too sweet. She couldn't handle it. When I'm ready to settle down, I mean that though. I can't help it. Mel and I talked for a few months afterward. I had to hear the most of it from Jess, who was jealous but acted like she wasn't. I got to meet Mel's mom and everything. I thought it was gonna last for sure. And then she hit me with, my ex came back, and blah, blah, blah. I was left in the cold and dust once again. It was always easy for me to get over things once I knew the reasons for it. Of course, I'd still be hurt, but at least I wasn't in the dark. She ended up going out with the girl that dared me I couldn't smash. It's laughable because I was able to get over her. At Mir, I hung out with Ari and TT every day. TT came a little after the semester had started, and everybody started calling us twin. And she seemed cool, so I didn't mind. But this twin word was getting abused. We both played varsity, and we both would talk to girls around school. TT and Ari were always getting into things, and it was chill to be around them. My mom didn't like me hanging out with them, but I didn't care. TT always had the girls, and Ari was there just to be there. I was just around too. Ari didn't like girls at this time though. We all played on the basketball team. Ari played JV. We became inseparable. I had a crush on one of the cheerleaders, and I was so bashful back then, it wasn't funny at all. I used to talk about her all the time, look at her, just wishing I could be with her. One day, TT went up to her and told her that I liked her. My heart dropped because I was planning to keep that one to myself. But as I said, no, 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 she was in her face telling her the deal. I just knew she was going to reject me. TT came back like, she thinks you cute. She said she want to talk to you. My eyes were wide, and I had the biggest blush smile across my face. I automatically went over to her and talked to her. It was serious. It wasn't a game or a joke at all. I was with this girl I really liked, and she liked me back. Not even on no janky shit. She was really trying to see about a long-term relationship with me, and it had me in shock because she was just everything anybody could want in my eyes. It was too good to be true, and that thought made me fuck it all the way up. We would walk to class, spend lunch together, talk. She even taught me some things about having class. She was different, but day by day, I started to wonder why she wanted to be with me in the first place. And eventually, Jess came up talking to me one day saying that she was a hoe, she caught all types of dudes and blah blah this and that. I was on the phone with Promise that same afternoon after school, and I asked her was she talking to anyone. She told me that she was really trying to get to know me and that she wasn't playing games about it either. Eventually, I would break up with her behind the false information and never got that chance again. SMH. I have fucked up what I really wanted for a jealous ex. I didn't even know who I was after that. But for sure, I never listened to an ex about a decision on a current ever again. Later down the line, I asked Promise if we would ever get back together, and she said to me, "You never know." I was hurt. I fucked up the best thing I could have had behind somebody that didn't even care about my happiness. I was happy Jess was graduating because she wouldn't be down my back. I wrote her a note with the Dear John lyrics by Music Soul Child and let her be. She wasn't the greatest I ever had when it came to sex either. Her pussy had a smell I couldn't understand. The first time I touched her, we were in her bedroom at her mom's in the J's, and it was for sure the last time. During the summer of 2010, I hung out a lot more with TT. We played on the same teams in the off season and always stayed involved when it came to basketball. We helped coach the younger kids a lot, and I enjoyed that because I could see myself in them. Pause. Ari would hang out with us too sometimes. TT had girls all over, and when we both showed up, some of them would flirt with me. And you know, I bit all bait back then, even trash. There was a girl named Ashton that would always be around us, and TT would flirt with her. They would always talk and things, but one day Ash started trying to get closer with me, and I didn't hesitate. I ate her pussy and got in my hands through the water for a couple of hours, but after that, we just stopped talking to each other. TT felt like I intentionally tried to take her from her, and she was upset. She was always trying to get me back. Another time this happened was with a girl named Jazz the year before. TT liked her, but she didn't like TT. And when I came around, I decided to leave the two of them alone, avoiding the third wheel. I don't remember how, but me and Jazz started talking a few weeks after that, and TT felt like I was running behind her for her females, thinking I was the thirsty one, when they was offering a drink. Sure, I shouldn't have messed with any of the females that talked to the people I associated myself with, but I was needy and desperate during that time. Whoever was choosing, I was picking. Now, I'm picky. It's funny now because you can't catch me laid up with nobody's toxic ass daughter these days. Me and Jazz grew to be tight, and the sex was what I needed at that time. Her legs would be shaking, and she would be grabbing and squirming all over. She was different from what I had in the past, and a good different at that. Every girl I've touched had her own unique way of showing me how much she enjoyed me, and I couldn't get enough of that. Jazz made me laugh, and that was often hard to do outside of my family. I guess it was her witty comebacks and goofy style that drew me into her more and more. Things started to go left for her after people started spreading news. In high school, they created slam books, and basically they aired out who was fucking and sucking who. Everybody got shredded. If you thought no one would find out about the things you did secretly, you were wrong out of your mind. And as a whole, Pasadena was small anyway, so everybody knew who you were. Everyone who grew up there knew everything about everyone else that grew up there. Even if you didn't, somebody had some info on you. Her name came up, and she was embarrassed. I was shocked, but I dated a hoe or two in my day. Everybody was riding her bumper and criticizing her almost every day. It was so bad she moved to San Pedro and switched schools. We kept in touch, but she cheated on me, and we fell off. My name never touched a slam book, and I was happy about that because my rep was stainless. I had more girls on my bumper, and this time I was flirting back. There was a girl named Joy that had a huge crush on me. It was a sweet thing to feel, but she was afraid of all the opinions. I wrote her notes and made her feel special even though we weren't together at all. We hugged and kissed a few times, but that was it. There was another girl named Lonnie that was crushing too. She was like prissy punk rock, fire attitude and crazy style. She was pretty. I liked her personality and her style. We kissed once and it was cool. I think I got my fingers wet too. I don't remember. I was having sex everywhere. Hallways, bathrooms, locker rooms, cars, classrooms, even outside. I couldn't help it. When I wanted it, I wanted it. And if it wasn't given, I would have enough patience to wait until she was ready. I was addicted, and I'm no longer afraid to admit that. Now that I've chosen different, neediness doesn't show up anymore. Love shows up. My senior year was getting ready to begin, and things were as great as they could have been. I was doing well in school. More girls were on my shit like flies, and some spoke up, which had a nigga feeling herself. Many weren't that serious, just playful curiosity on their part. I got along with my teachers. I felt included for the first time in life, and I was getting to be a better shooter and all around player in basketball. We made it all the way to the CIF championship in my junior year, but failed miserably. We had potential, but were so unprepared we couldn't get it together with the talent we had alone. The first day of my senior year, I thought what I had to be a cold ass fit. My mom would take us to Fallas to pick out our school clothes before the year started. We never shopped anywhere else. My godmom would give me pants from Aeropostale and American Eagle, rarely, but I loved the jeans till they were falling apart. I always thought I was the flyest, but I was never loud about it. I was excited to have Mr. Bynum and my history teacher, Mr. Rustin, to guide me through that year as well. I wasn't as wild as I was in Texas, but I was still doing a little dirt here and there. I still took care of my priorities, though. I was going to class because I liked it this time, and there were things to do. I started making beats in the 11th grade. I was in the arts program at the school, and so I got to take all these cool classes. In my graphic design class, we had desktop Macs, and one day I found an app called GarageBand. When I opened it, I didn't know what I was doing at all. Eventually, I would figure it out and be well on my way to making my own beats. The smile that came across my face the first time I made a beat was priceless. I knew it was something I was interested in, but I didn't take it serious yet. People's thoughts about me were still heavily interweaved. I went on day by day doing what I was supposed to do in school. I was inconsistent, but I would make it. My first relationship as a senior would be Lex B. Lex B was a very rare breed. She was my model wife. Lex B would probably have still been with me to this day had I not fucked that up. That's how close we really were. Lex B was best friends with a girl that used to play on our JV team I used to call 25th. I had no idea why we used to call each other that or where it came from, but one day it just stuck. TT would talk to, quote unquote, 25th here and there. Usually it would be me, TT, Ari, and 25th hanging out after school, and one day Lex just started joining us. So I started calling her Fifth Wheel. We all got closer and hung out a lot more, and then Fifth Wheel became my best friend, quote unquote. A connection that was so pure and genuine, it was meant to last in a perfect world. I would always bother her and play around with her after school. When I like a female and she likes me back or is slightly curious, I'll become playfully mean and become friends so we can become comfortable. Then it becomes the best thing that ever happened to us both. I didn't really know if she was into girls, but when I would flirt, she would flirt back. So I was optimistic about my chances. One day we were texting, and I asked what she would do if she knew I liked her. She texted back, I would tell you that I liked you too. It would be the start of some of the best months I would ever have in a relationship. We talked and hung out every day. She didn't want everyone to know, but as we got closer, it was impossible to hide the love we developed for one another. It was like she was in my place and I was in Bev's. She joined the JV girls team just so we could be closer. She couldn't play not one bit, and I thought it was the cutest thing I could witness. It was soul sex the first time I touched her. Like nothing else in this world meant a thing, and it was always nonstop. We rarely had disagreements, and we always talked shit out. She was there for me. We were always laughing, and we were always booed up, hugging and kissing somewhere. I would walk her home and everything. She was the shit, and we were inseparable. On Mondays, when we didn't have school till 9:45, I would act like I was going to school and go to her house after her people left, just to feel that love feeling all over again. We would walk to school together on those days in bliss. I really couldn't have been happier, but I got greedy. My head got too big, and I'd slip somewhere thinking that Lex would always be there even if I did what I wanted. It was the game against Arcadia, middle school, and as we neared the end, I was obligated to shoot the winning shot. I missed it, and we lost against them. The next day, I went into the gym and put up over 100 shots for the next game. I redeemed myself quick, but after the game, Mel hit me up on Facebook talking about, we lucky you didn't make that shot. The talk turned into a little flirting, and next thing I knew, we were going back and forth. Mel started talking to me more, and we started hanging out more. I started leaving Lex to her thoughts, and it turned ugly. I broke up with Lex because I felt things with Mel were about to pick up, and just like that, I'd shoot myself right in the foot. Lex cried and cried for days, and I didn't know what to do. When Mel didn't come through, I tried to double back, but she didn't want anything to do with me. Coward move on my end, right? Yeah, I know. Later, I'll let you know how Karma did her thing on that occasion. I tried all I could to get her back. Wrote her notes, texted her long ass apology messages. I even tried to have her friends let her know how I felt. She wasn't trying to hear a thing from me, and all I could do was respect that. The first apartment we got in Pasadena, we had to move out because of reasons I couldn't understand. My mom got in touch with one of her longtime friends in Movale, and we stayed there the rest of my junior year. It was especially tough on my mom. She would get us up at 5 a.m., get us ready, drive us to school in traffic, and slept in the car until we got out of school. It was a hard time, but we never needed for a thing. We always had what we needed, and eventually God blessed us with a spot in Pasadena off Glenarm Street, and we stayed there for a minute. I started another travel team toward the end of the school year. The coach was a guy that helped coach the girls' basketball team at Blair. I still wanted to play, so I joined, and it was right down the street from my house, so it was no hassle. Before beginning the travel team, we had just come from an intense ride in the playoffs. I went off my senior year when it came to basketball. It was like superpowers. We balled during preseason, during season, and off season from 2010 to early 2011. I remember scoring my own personal high of 27 points inside the Inglewood gym. I got a lot of hate from my own teammates that day because I was shooting too much, quote unquote. It was baloney. It was my year to go out with a bang. I was confused. Like, you bitches ain't never happy. There was a game before our final hoorah that I like to call the honey game. My dad had given me some raw honey and told me to take 2 tablespoons before the game. We had to travel to Barstow by bus, and just before we got to the gym, I took my 2 tablespoons and entered the locker room pumped. I was the head of prayer before every game since I had started my junior year, and this year was no different. I prayed over us, and we went out with intensity. I had 22 points, and we won by about 11 or 12. This was one of my most aggressively played games and the highlight of my year. The game before the championship, we played Sarah High School, and we lost by an inch. My coach from my younger days at Normandy was the head coach, so I knew they were going to be tough to beat. My shots just weren't hitting that night, and they proved to be the better team. They went on to become the CIF champs that year. My godmom always brags to this day that she was going to send me to that school rather than send me back to Texas, and regrets it too. I can't complain on how it came out, but everything could have gone better in a perfect world. Mel and her girl played on the team, and another chick I thought was fly. Her name was Bree, and she didn't like females. In fact, she was pretty religious, but you could tell she kind of liked me. Or maybe she just liked that I like her. Who knows? But we didn't see each other enough, and she wasn't as persistent as I was. She was focused on school. There were 2 other girls on the team that would make remarks, but I never paid much attention. One day after practice at Blair, I was walking back to the house, and this lady yells out her car window, "Do you need a ride?" It was the 2 girls from the team, their mom, and their mom's wife. "I only live down the street," I replied. "So, come on, get in," she said. I got in and we rode across the light to my crib. We sat there for a second. They introduced themselves as Drea and Dakota. We all laughed because they found it funny that I didn't look like I spoke. Yes, I am aggressive, but I speak softly and with grace. They were cool people though. Drea and Dakota had been friends all through high school. Drea's family would invite me over to their house, and I would start going over there a lot. We would go to practice, and it was weird because we needed money to provide our own jerseys and things like that. So me, Drea, and Dakota sold lemonade and baked goods that Dakota made, and we would make money just to pay for our stuff. As time went on, the team just fell off, but we would still hang out. The days at the Hota Palace were for sure adventures you had to see to believe. I started calling them my little sandwiches. Eric showed me a YouTube video of a guy violently talking about a random topic, and he will always mention sandwiches. It was funny to me back then, so I always recited lines of it. As we hung out more, Dakota started liking me, and she would be cute and mature about it. Drea had a girl, and so did Coda, but they weren't together during that time. Coda let me know that I was the first to touch her. And even though she had a girl she was on and off with for a minute, she didn't want anyone to know. That made me feel big, so I wanted more. She wasn't trying to give any more than what was being given, though. We had great times together, and I thought she would be the sequel to Lex. But she went back to her ex, and her and Drea's friendship started to die down, and I started to hang out with Drea more. We started going to little functions, and we became best friends, quote unquote. She took me to my first Pride Parade. It was one of the littest functions I had ever been to, and I started smelling myself like a bucket of roses after that. I had never seen so many beautiful women that weren't afraid to be who they were proudly and weren't grossed out by a fact that females wanted to talk to them. I felt fully comfortable in who I was, finally. I saw all types of things there, and I enjoyed it. We went both days that year before graduation, and I would never forget it. I wore some cargo shorts and a graphic tee tank top and some Chuckalos, the craziest vans I had ever seen back then. As we drove, I got more and more excited. Drea brought her girlfriend, and we were cool. She didn't have any problems with me from what I saw. It was both Drea's moms, me, Drea, her girl, and Drea's best friend Pedro. We mobbed inside and just walked around exploring everything. I wasn't much of a drinker until I synced up with Drea. I wasn't even smoking as much as I do now. We had gone over to the hip hop section and it was going up. There were a lot of people dancing everywhere, not giving a fuck. I started dancing with different females, and then one girl just walks up to me and starts dancing with me. We ended up dancing for like the rest of the night. The next day, I happened to run into the same girl, and we did the same thing as the day before. As the last night was ending, I almost left without getting her number. "Aren't you gonna take my number down?" she asked. "Oh shit, yeah." I scrambled for my phone. I got her number and I started texting her the next day. She went on about how sexy I was and a little more about herself. Samaya. She was a mystery, but she was fast, quote unquote. And I couldn't deny what I would eventually want. We hung out more. She would come visit me at the Hota Palace, and sometimes I went to her side of town. We were always out drinking or just drinking. One night we went to this club on its Pride night, and that was the first time I had four locos. It was a terrible scene, but I felt like I was having so much fun. I was social, so Maya was there, but I was dancing with everybody in our group, just having fun. At some point, we went toward the bathrooms and I was acting up, loud, yelling, telling people to have a good time. I really don't know what I was saying, but the security guard thought I wasn't in a state to be around others, so they kicked me out, but I didn't care. Dre and Pedro stayed inside and me and Samaya went to the car. I got me some in the back seat of Pedro's car that night and felt satisfied, still feeling the buzz from the drink. Everybody came out and we went back to the house where I passed out. Another time we were off MDs and that was something else. I was sipping on a blue one and all of a sudden I felt a wave of emotion and I started saying stuff I didn't like about Samaya while she was sitting right there. It was kind of weird because I had never really expressed my feelings to who I was in a relationship with, ever. I was saying everything directly to her too. That liquor make you start telling the truth, Pedro said. It was something to witness. We still ended up having sex that night, but it didn't change how I felt. Me and Samaya's relationship was up in the air. I didn't know if I wanted to be there either. I just made myself available. One day she invited me to Long Beach where she stayed at the time just to chill. Of course, chill meant something different to me. So I found a spot on the stairs overlooking the beach and we sat down. She had one of her homegirls with her, and she just walked on the beach and left us alone. As we were sitting there, we started kissing, and you know where I'm headed. So I get inside, and immediately I feel something inside that don't feel normal, but I didn't say anything. What the fuck is this? I thought. Maybe she knows it's there or something. so I didn't pay it much mind at first. I moved my fingers around to see if I could figure out what I was feeling though. The whole time I had my fingers inside with a puzzled look on my face. I didn't turn toward her until I went deep enough and whatever it was loose. I pulled my fingers out and it was a condom, y'all. A full-fledged whole ass condom in this girl's pussy. I was in shock. I had a smirk on my face. She was in shock. We stared for a second and I spoke up. "What the fuck is this?" I blurted. I didn't even know it was in there," she replied. I got up and started walking toward the train. "Asia, wait, I didn't even know it was in there." "So, how did it get there?" I paused my step. She was silent for a second. "I was raped." I couldn't believe my ears. Though a part of me wanted to hear her out, a bigger part of me said just let it be and walk away. So I did, and I never saw her again. In the meantime, back at the Hota Palace, things were getting interesting. Before my senior year would finish, I was able to represent my school and be a part of the All-Star team. I was part of a drunk driving awareness experiment. I went to prom and homecoming my last year. First, because I wanted to do everything my senior year. Second, it would be the last year my mom would get to see me in a dress. I couldn't wear the things I wanted, and I was growing out of the STEM phase. So I just wore sweatshirts and basketball shorts all my senior year. My mom would ask me, "Why you always wearing that?" But she never understood. Prom was a great time because it landed on my birthday, so I was especially excited for the night. Yes, I went with a boy, and I did think he was cute. I still played the middle for my family's sake, but I wasn't going to play it with someone I wasn't at least attracted to. And yes, I have lost my virginity when I was 11. I was at some of my cousins' house, and the oldest ones would always make me do things I didn't want to by blackmailing me, saying they would tell my grandma and my mom if I didn't do what they said. And during that time, I was naive and impressionable without control, so I did what they said. They had a birthday party one night, and there was a lot of boys and only a little bit of girls. We all had to be doing something, if you know what I mean. So I did what had to be done to keep my name out of conversations, even though what I was doing was for sure the topic of conversation behind my back. None of the grown-ups knew, and that was all I was worried about. I ended up doing the most with a lot of the boys in there. One boy went there with me, and I didn't hesitate. I had never felt it before, and I was curious, though it wasn't my preference. I was on top of him, I put it in, and just couldn't take it. It hurt. I did it different ways to see if it was the position, but it hurt every way, and I felt uncomfortable. He didn't make me feel like I was less or anything. I was just wasn't comfortable in the positions or doing the things I was doing. I would hate to go to my grandparents' house when they were there. After we came back from Texas, I saw them less and less, till eventually not at all. At first, I didn't want to insert this in the story, but I'm glad I had the courage to. I didn't go to my grad night because I didn't have the money for it, but everything else was great. I did have the money for it. It was a choice between do you want the money for this or do you want to go? And I took the money. My family got to see me walk the stage, and that's all that mattered to me. I had moved out of my mom's and into the Hota Palace. Finally, legally. I was happy because I didn't have to be under the rules of my mom anymore. I was able to finally buy my own clothes, dress myself, do what I wanted, but it wasn't all peaches and cream. Before graduation, the Hotas had invited an old friend to come stay with them too. She had previous problems because she had gotten into a relationship with one of Drea's close friends, which ended up in severing both ties. Drea was still skeptical about her coming to stay, but she let it ride. Lissa had two baby boys, 2 and 4, named Bree and Jer. They were the coldest little bundles of joy you could know. We all were getting along and doing things as a family. And then one day Lissa told me she found me attractive and that we should talk. At the time, I didn't know her reputation around there, and I was still working on Lex. She was trying to hear a little of what I had to say, but still, I said, why not? I was at one of the school's away football games, and Lex was warming back up to the idea of us getting back together. But when the love wasn't being given the same, I told myself I didn't have to deal with that and had Lissa come and get me from the game. That was the last time I saw Lex until one day at a kickback hanging with Ari. Lissa seemed cool, but with her, I also became very dependent. I wasn't working at a high school, and she would just have things readily available to me. She had a car, she knew how to cook, she knew how to be a caregiver and everything. It was a perfect comfort spot, but I couldn't stay there. I didn't know I couldn't, though. Lissa was allowing me to be comfortable with her doing things for me, so I always expected it, but she gave too much, and I started appreciating her less for it. I started to treat the relationship as an option, but the more I tried to distance myself, the closer she would become, and it started to annoy me. So I would often be mean for no reason. We had a passionate connection, don't get me wrong, but we were too similar in areas we should have been different. We were both Geminis, and I wasn't exactly an astrology expert at this time, but we acted so much alike sometimes it was a hit or miss. When we were good, we were happy together, and when shit was bad, it was terrible. When we had sex, it was intense though, and I loved that. When Lissa came into the picture, she created a standard for the females after her. It was the sex, but now it was also based on how much I was taken care of. After that, I became a leech and needy to things I felt I couldn't get myself. Things had been shaky at the Hota Palace when they started figuring out me and Lissa. There was tension, as they weren't stupid, and they would be passive aggressive about everything. Later down the line, while in school at PCC, I had moved into their garage and was staying there for the time being. Lissa would come by at night and leave around 5 or 6 in the morning. She was the first girl I ever used plastic on. It was one of the most monumental moments for me. It was an incredible time, too, yet dangerous. I was even more addicted to sex than before now because I was doing it how I wanted it to be done. And if I'm hitting it for the both of us, I could feel this shit a little bit. I had stepped into a new level of AO. I began to feel uncomfortable around the Hotas because I knew that they were holding back some things that they felt. Growing up, expressing myself would have allowed me to ask what their issue was without turning it into an issue, but it blew up. I was watching one night. Drea came out of her room and had a whole fit. I said, "You can't watch that night, bitch," she yelled. "What the fuck you expect me to do?" I had started my period without my essentials and had to emergency wash. "You gotta go, that's it," she clapped. She was really upset, and I didn't understand. That's when I figured she might have liked me too. There were days she would want me to sleep in her bed and cuddle with her. She would flirt with me and all, but I never jumped to conclusions. I'd rather whatever it is be said straight up. She thought she might be up next, but that wasn't the case. She didn't like that Lissa was getting the attention she wanted. I swallowed my pride, got my shit, and called the one person I knew that could come get me, my mom. I thought she might not answer, or she would tell me no, but she did answer, and she came right over and got me. She asked minimal questions and allowed me to explain the situation. I was in awe at her actions. I had never seen my mom be there for me like that before, and it made me confide in her a little more when it came to rocks and hard places. Everything started clicking in my head. I realized why they didn't like what was going on, and it probably had nothing to do with me. I hadn't spoke to them in months before I sent Drea's mom a message on Facebook. "Thank you for everything. I hope you and your family are good, and I apologize for anything I did that may have hurt you or made you feel any way." It was the first time I had taken responsibility even though I didn't feel like I did anything. After the incident, I texted Lissa from time to time and we would meet up. She was still staying at the Hota Palace because she didn't have a place for the boys to go, and they loved the boys. If it were up to them, they wanted to be their legal guardians. I had just graduated high school and was on my way to Pasadena City College for basketball. Life was looking even, and I couldn't complain. When I showed up for the first practice, we had a track coach working with us for endurance. I didn't know whose idea it was, but it wasn't smart at all. I thought to myself, I think I'm tough enough to do this. Every other day, we would run 20 laps just for a warm up. Then the weight room, then practice. It was ruthless. I began to fall back on ball because I just wanted to play. All the extras going on discouraged me from continuing. All the coaches kept trying to help me out and motivate me, but I just wasn't trying to hear it. I was on the verge of being done with PCC and college entirely. I started smoking more, and eventually I dropped out. I became more fascinated by financial aid than learning anything. After PCC, I started hanging out with Lissa more, and we would just ride around LA and sleep in the car with the boys. It was a crazy time for myself, but I wasn't worried at all. I would smoke as much as I wanted to, eat when I was hungry, and have sex when I wanted to. It was no limit to my comfort until I almost drowned. Eventually, Lissa got tired of sleeping in the car, but she always wanted me around. So she talked to some of her old friends from San Bernardino, and they agreed to let her stay there temporarily. After moving out the first time, I didn't want to be back at my mom's. I was keeping in touch with my family, and my mom knew what was going on. She was always in my business. My mom said she didn't like the fact that a 27-year-old cougar was taking care of her only daughter. I want you to be able to do things on your own. Don't let no one take care of you, she would say. I would be naive in being happy for myself and the family I was creating because my mom would shut it down with her looks of disappointment and discord and energy. She always knew how to make a situation uncomfortable for me. I didn't know how to shake it back then because I always wanted to be so damn understanding of others' opinions. I would cower under words that meant dust. I stayed in touch with my dad a lot and started working for him as a security guard. My dad, as a business mind, is brilliance in the act. I'm proud to call him my father, and I know that I have more of his traits than my mom's. One reason I felt like I could talk to my dad when we had the conversation about my radical spiritual ideas was because prior to that conversation, he shared with me his side of what happened between him and my mom. He told me the truth, and I felt that he did because of the details he included. He told me something that would stick forever, and I, in this moment, now understand what was going on. My mom and dad were very much in love, but she pulled a me when I was with Lex. Her head got big, she got caught, and my dad left, respectfully. Bitter, my people told him to just stay away. In truth, embarrassment makes you do crazy things, especially given what my mom was trying to epitomize during her young years. My mother was very emotional while pregnant with me. I was also born under a lunar eclipse, which very well means I am more emotional than most, and things get to me quicker when it comes from people I love. I also have Aries and Venus, which means I love hard and passionately, and in my early days, it left me vulnerable a lot. My mom was heartbroken because she got caught, and my dad left her with me. She was getting what she deserved, though, respectfully. Ultimately, my dad couldn't come see me or be a part of my life because he was pushed away. He got to see me once when I was 2 years old, but that was it. While working security, I would start recording myself on my phone, talking about anything, analyzing situations I was going through, just asking myself questions. By this time, Eris had been saying little things here and there about the conversations with God, but it wasn't really hitting me just yet. My dad taught me how to drive, and it was quite the lesson as we started on the freeway. He would go to sleep in the passenger seat too, so I had no choice but to be attentive and drive right. He helped me get my first car when I finally passed my driver's test. Gracie. She was a white Toyota Corolla. She was the cleanest thing I'd ever seen. I vowed to take good care of her. She saw a lot of ass, and we rode till the wheels fell off. I was so happy when I first got her. I had a job, a car, but wasn't humble enough to unsmell myself at the time. My shit didn't stink to me. Before I could truly notice it, though, I had to get stronger in this department. I had come across Dakota again after everything with Drea, and it was crazy for me because I started to really like her when we were hanging out the first time. We picked up on an even better note and started hanging out more. But then here comes Mel and her I can have what I want when I want it mentality. She knew what she was doing, and I just played it off. Side note, I think people blame other people for their actions until they come across a person they can't blame anything on. That's when they don't want to be bothered anymore. When the fact that they have nothing to blame but themselves comes into the picture, they can't seem to figure out what's missing. I was naive back in the day, and she played with me like a yo yo. She introduced me to another stud she was dating named Juice. She was cool. I never wanted beef with anyone, but people constantly saw me as a threat because I didn't talk much, and my facial expression wasn't always the fondest. Juice was cool though. I never had any problems with her. Juice and Mel started talking, and Mel started hanging around us a lot more. She would flirt with me when she felt she could, but I never took it seriously. She was Juice's girl now. Juice started inviting me over more, and after a bit, she asked me to DJ her sets when she would perform. The rest was history. I was rolling with APT5 that year. It was Juice, her best friend Kev, Superb, and me. Superb made all the beats. I quickly went under his wing as creation presented herself once again. He wouldn't really tell me much of anything. He just showed me where everything was and how it worked. The rest was up to me. I knew I wanted to pursue music, so I would be in the cave every day creating, day after day, losing track of time and really getting into the fact that I was making my own beats. I had known nothing about Logic back then, but I started hearing what I could make and got excited. Juice wanted me to focus on being the DJ. She was a plane ready to take off, but the wheels wouldn't pick up. She helped me with a lot as far as music and becoming a better DJ. She said, I don't really need a producer right now. I already have one. I swallowed my pride again and took the shot quietly. It was simply about understanding, and that was my gift when it came to others. Yet when it was time to stand up, I never wanted to rattle the snakes. I was still between Lissa and being free, and our personalities started to clash rather than harmonize. I would almost blow literal steam yelling at her and going back and forth about nothing. It was just like two dogs yamping their chops until one gave in, and we never gave in. The desire to be right was at its highest peak of power during these times. I went to stay with her in San Bernardino when we were calmed down. She would let me drive her car, and I was spoiled when I had money, so we would always be out. We would have sex often, and it was great, don't get me wrong, but I was getting bored of the same things and routines. I didn't have anywhere else to go or any other girl to talk to, so I stayed. She could tell that I wasn't as present, and she started quietly panicking, just trying to do whatever she could, but it only annoyed me. Just wasn't feeling her anymore. The attitudes, the non communication, the back and forth yelling, it was all just exhausting. On top of that, taking care of the boys was another task. They were still young and being molded. I resorted to being more understanding than my mom, but I would find out that I had her worst trait to put fear into someone, a child at that. I remember the day I just stopped giving whoopings. Bree had done something crazy inside of a birthday party, and I just couldn't take it anymore. It was like no matter what, he wasn't listening, and I was so impatient back then, just like my mom. I was in the car hitting the shit out of him with my bare hands, And when I tell y'all that third one hit my soul, I mean it. I flash back to when Auntie Titi told on me and my mom beat me like she had a purpose. I stopped and sat him down in the passenger seat to talk to him. Look, I'm not going to be giving you whoopings anymore. But I want you to know that doesn't mean you can act any kind of way. You're getting too old for this anyway. Like, come on. I don't like doing this, so work with me. I felt the true parent come out of me. Okay, he said, whimpering. I gave him a hug, something my mom rarely did, and made him dry his eyes and straighten up. He was good after that. I thought I would have been different from my mother as a parent, but I realized that I was no different from her at all, and it was scary. But now I know the parts I choose to admit to my kids. I started getting sterner with my words, and the boys responded better. They were only kids trying to learn what life is about, the ins and outs, the do's and cannot do's. But I will say that I'm glad I took care of them and that we bonded the way that we did. Bree always had so much energy and I loved it. Lissa and I would always think of ways to help gear his energy toward positive things. He had the best laugh and was so smart. Jer was a little player. He was smart too, but he was the kid you knew was going to be the class clown with all the girls running behind him. I had fun with them all the time, and they had the same love for me as I did for them, if not more. They were my first kids, and I didn't care who thought what. I was enjoying parenthood. While we were in San Bernardino with our friends, we started trying to figure out a school for the boys. I was going to school at a JC out there, and she would try and find a job somewhere. It was all over the place, but I made myself available to all possibilities. I was basically living off her and being lazy until I started working at the pool. All right, Al, you getting like your uncle now. The people. Christmas in 2011 was around the corner, and Lissa had given me a $500 gift card that she got to Target and $200 to get the new PS3 I couldn't stop talking about. I couldn't believe it, but I was happy as heaven. I was so happy, I went out and got it that night before Target closed. I wasn't thinking about a robber, mugger, or nothing. I took the bus, went there, and came back safely. I got a bundle deal with a game included. I was set. I had been playing the game for almost 2 whole days, barely sleeping and barely paying attention to anything. The night before I was leaving to see my people for Christmas, I forced myself to sleep and woke up and started to play before it was time to get ready. I'm going to be able to play this with my brothers when I get to my mom's, I said, excited. You not taking the game to your family's house? She pardoned. That set me off. Why would you buy it for me then? And try to tell me what to do with it? I exclaimed. It became a fight. She started taking cords and removing things, and I started getting even more pissed. We went toe to toe with our words, and it ended bad. She ended up dramatically taking everything back she bought me, but she didn't let me take nothing back I bought her. I called my mom, and she said, "Why are you fighting over stuff? It's just stuff. You can get it back. Leave it alone, Asia, and just get out of there." I told her it was going to take some time for me to get to LA because she was kicking me out and I had no car at this time. So I was pushing my belongings in a basket up the street with no help. I called my dad and told him what happened. I walked for what felt like forever under the blazing sun and met my dad at a Starbucks. It was so bad I looked homeless and people were trying to give me stuff. That had been a straw taken on Lissa's end. She felt bad and started trying to talk to me, but I wasn't trying to move in again just yet. Things were starting to change in my life, and it was slow, but once I adjusted, I made the days my own. Gracie's engine died on me one day. I was on the freeway coming from Dina, and I heard a loud bang, and my car was coming to a stop as I rolled up an exit that was on a hill. Luckily, because any sooner, and I would have slid back into the direct way of traffic. I was able to push her into a McDonald's and wait for my grandpa to come get me. I called my dad the next day. There wasn't much he could do, so he sent money for me to get it towed close by and get an estimate. It was damn near the price of another Gracie, $1,500. I had to wait a while to get it back going. A few weeks later, I called my dad because he told me a specific date to call him, and he snapped at me saying, "Stop bugging me about this. I'll call you when I'm ready. Until then, stop calling me about it." I felt my heart go into the pits of my stomach and vibrate. That one hurt. I stopped calling him after that. He had to ask if I cared about him. It was so bad. He had gotten a car out to Rancho where he was, and while he had it, he saw two roaches in my ashtray. Roach, a blunt smaller than 2 inches. And he was so mad at me. I thought he was going to disown me. And we just met. But now I had to wait even longer for her to come back as punishment. I spent a lot of time on buses. Me and Lissa were on and off at the time, so I spent a lot of time at my uncle's. He always had a blunt. Weed became my go-to during these times because I liked the feeling. I was still a new booty, so I would cough and learn to take smaller hits. My godmom helped me get a job through some connections she had through the city, and I was able to be a part of an interview process. I was excited. Prior to this, the closest I had gotten to a job was a stipend I received through a community program where I cleaned and prepared meals for kids. There was fun involved as well because we didn't receive the money until the end, but it was sweet in the end for me. It was $150, and I was proud. But this was no stipend. This was a paycheck every 2 weeks now. I was going to be making it on my own with no one to tell me how to use it, and that's where my lack of money skills kicked in with a force, trying to get me to acknowledge it. Yet it was so far gone in my mind, I put it off like a kid desiring to play a video game over homework. It was finally happening. I was finally having control over my life, quote unquote. As time passed, I would roll with my pops, professional on pussy stipulations. She was my mentor, and she helped me through the game of life a little bit more. I hung out on the block with her almost every day in 2013. I met her through my uncle, and at that time, she was just sitting on the phone. She started the conversation. "How old are you, little nigga?" 19, I answered. "Oh, you still got a lot to go." I didn't know what she meant by that, but we had connected. I started to hang with her and my uncle, going to get grams to smoke for the day. They smoked nothing less than fire, so I was always high. I was smoking with them once, and I just remember seeing white everywhere. Everything I looked at just turned white, and I started squinting and had to lay down. I called it a whiteout, same as a blackout, but all I saw was white. I just felt weird. I said I would never do it again after that incident. Now look, pothead. My uncle stayed off Adams and 37th at this time, and D, my pops, stayed around the corner with her girl. My uncle made it seem like I was wearing out my welcome when he told me, "You can't be coming over here all the time. We need our space. It's too small in here. Maybe when we get a bigger place, you could come over more." They were right about the space, but of course, I was offended by it. Anything other than love, quote unquote, from my family was taken very personally. Then again, I never knew what I do now. I started hanging around less and less. Dee and my uncle's friendship had withered, and she and her girl moved out of that spot. I couldn't just do nothing, and everybody reminded me of that, so I went and started another JC, Trade Tech. I didn't know what I was doing there. I was not engaged at all. I was taking something that I liked, but I wasn't performing well, and that discouraged me. So I decided it was a no for college, again. My mom had begun a new relationship and moved in with him to Hawthorne, California. It wasn't like my mom to move in with someone, so I was surprised. Me and my mom's relationship was still rocky in 2012. She would often ask, "What are you going to say to God when he asks about you liking women? Because you know you're going to have to answer to him in the end." "Why is God going to be upset with me if God loves everybody?" I retorted. "I didn't ask you that." We quarreled. My mom was not letting up on the fact that I love women. I figure one day she would have to make the decision to be a part of the family I create or separate herself. Either way, I'll still be happy. No one can affect my happiness ever again. I never really understood my mom's logic. She hated the fact that I like women but had friends like me. On my 15th birthday, she bought me a rainbow shirt, but I was not the pride type. I was still me. I just liked women, and I never saw the harm. To me, it felt like disrespect the way my mom would treat me or make little comments about my lifestyle. In 2013, I was on the block daily with D trying to figure out my plan. It was tough because I was staying on Plymouth with grandma at the time and she demanded rent. I always thought it was unfair to pay rent to family. I had nowhere else to go though. As I was transitioning, going to work and figuring things out, me and Lissa were still going. When I went back to San Bernardino the second time, I didn't want to be there. I was only making up because I was being needy, and it was the reason we would split once again. I would take the train and stay around for days at a time, and the same cycle would make me bored again. So I started hitting up old exes just to spice up my life. I always felt invincible, like I could never be caught or something. While I was with Lissa, Lex and I went back and forth over the phone, and the chance was there for me to be with her again, but I never followed through. I was just trying to see if I could get what I wanted. Sad. I had gone to one of Mel's home games at Trade Tech a few weeks later, and when she saw me, she was kind of overwhelmed. She had still been with the same girl that dared me, and they were playing on the same team together. I didn't know they were still together. I was dressed to impress for sure, though. I left before the game ended because I could sense the hostility. Mel would text me the next day and let me know she was happy I came there and blah, blah, blah. I replied and we lightly talked after that. The girl that dared me and I used to be friends, but she thought I was trying to sabotage her relationship when Mel was the one responding. I admit I didn't have to go to that game. Mel was already playing games, but I was a sucker, a piece of candy in a child's hand. I had sent a text to Mel one night while sitting next to Lissa. I expressed all my feelings in one message and I was waiting on a reply. I meant to delete it after I sent it, but it was only a thought. Can I see your phone? She asked. Thinking I had nothing to hide, I gave it to her in all confidence. Only thing is, she had never asked me that before, and I wasn't thinking about that at the time. She read the text I sent to Mel, and once again, all hell broke loose. Fuck, I thought. What a player move. I shook my head at myself. I didn't even know what to say to her. I knew what I did, but I also knew what I felt and didn't apologize for it. I couldn't do anything except get my things and leave. I was caught red handed and I accepted it. Lissa was screaming and yelling while she threw my shit out behind me. Don't ever come back, she raged. I understood every bit of her pain and there was no way to rewind what I had done. All I kept thinking selfishly was, I should have deleted the message. At this point, I called my dad because of how late it was, and he was the closest to me. He came through for me, and I told him a partial story, but I knew he wasn't stupid. We got to my dad's, and I laid there to no reply from my risk it all text and just went to sleep. When I woke up, there wasn't much of a text back. It was more like, cool story, bro. She didn't know what to say, and so she said the least, and it showed me what I had done. I felt like a fool. I still didn't want to be with Lissa, but I had never been completely by myself, and that terrified me. So we patched it up again. But I did maintain my distance from the house this time. We were down for each other, quote unquote. And I felt like that toxic shit was the way it was supposed to be in relationships. Fighting, arguing, and the likes until I got tired. I knew love was more than that. I just hadn't hit myself to it yet. People say perfect love doesn't exist, but it can. I saw it with me and Lex, and with Merc and Mahogany. All I needed was one example to get me to that frame of mind. It was never 1,000 reasons. It was a choice that I had to choose to see if I was capable of on my end, and I am. A few months later, Lissa started staying with an old friend of hers that didn't like me at all. This was the first time I started looking at relationships from a different perspective. I realized that the more we told people the wrongs and downs of what was going on in our relationship, the more problems we would have. It would create barriers between people we cared about and our personal relationship with each other. We would try and beat odds we set against ourselves in the first place, but we already held preconceived notions about who we were and what to expect out of each other. Decisions weren't based off me. They were based off the fear of being alone and fear of my family being right about my life and the way it was going. I was determined, yet I wasn't feeling it, and I masked it by staying busy in thought. One night, me and Lissa had gone to Walmart and everything was just fine. We got into the car and suddenly we started going back and forth about something. I don't remember. And she got out the car and I let her walk. This argument had been something pent up inside us both, and I saw it as my reason to leave. I raced back to the house and no one could open the door for me. I would come through her window from the driveway so I wouldn't be seen by her friend or her friend's mom. So I go to the window and it's locked. I have so much rage and adrenaline inside me that I hit the window hard enough to break it. My mind was on blank at this time. I hopped inside and started getting all my stuff together. I was looking for my phone and just couldn't find it. I tore everything up in the room for it until she walked in. "Why would you leave me to walk?" She paused. "What you done again, Asia?" She jabbed. I hated being poked because it felt like blatant disrespect. She pushed me and bullied my ass until I snapped and bit her. This wasn't a regular bite either. I almost ripped out a piece of her arm like I was a dog. I pushed her down as we fought. She started talking about calling cops, so I got what I could and hopped out the window. I had Gracie at this time, so I loaded up the car and sat on the trunk waiting for the cops to show up. I felt the breeze sting my right hand. I looked, and the skin on my last three knuckles was pushed back. My middle finger had a huge gash, and it was bleeding bad. Lissa was the first ever to get me out my element like that. We had fought too many times, and I was used to it, but enough was enough. I had such a high temper back then, and it almost got me in a lot of trouble that day. Lissa's friend's mom, who didn't give two shits about who I was, came outside and said, "You should get out of here before the police come. I won't say anything, just leave now," she pleaded. I stood there for a second with my busted ass hand and got out of there. I went over juices because I had no way of getting in contact with anyone else. When I got to the crowd cave, everyone was asleep. Kev was the one that opened the door for me. I briefly told him what happened, washed my hand off in the sink a little bit, and laid down to think about the events. I kept looking at my busted hand. It was 3 in the morning, and I got maybe an hour of sleep. When I woke up, no one was awake still, so I left and sped over to Grandma's. I couldn't stop thinking about it on the way there. All I had were these cold ass thoughts of never going back to that situation again. When I got there, Grandpa saw my hand wrapped up in tissue and asked me what happened. I told him about everything without judging what he might say. My grandpa has always been so easy to talk to. I never opened up to anyone in the family about anything. Emotions just seemed off limits. He was the perfect person to confide in that morning. He told me, "Don't go hurting yourself behind nobody. You put you first always. Don't let nobody make you think you ain't shit. They ain't shit. Now your hand is all messed up and you hurting and she not. You gotta take care of yourself, baby. I mean that, 'cause ain't nobody else gonna do it for you." What Grandpa said stuck with me like those words my mama said back in Texas. Jelly Bean was my best friend by this time, and we talked about everything. I mean, everything. I met her at the pool, and we gradually started talking one day after a swim meet we worked together. She said something while I was talking to this other girl that would occasionally flirt with me, and she had all my attention. She was quiet, just like me, so naturally I was drawn to her, and after that, of course, I was trying to rush things, but she kept a pace I wasn't familiar with. She made me okay with it, but I always wanted more. She knew that, but she had other worries. We started texting about everything from funny to personal, and after a while, I started calling her my main homie. When we would work together, we would mostly flirt, laugh, and talk about the supervisors. We were cool with all the Hispanic ladies with seniority, and we stayed to ourselves quietly for the most part. I was falling in love with my main homie though. When I told her about the altercation between Lissa and I, she had my best interest at heart, but even she said using my hand to break the window was stupid. My first time having sex with Jelly Bean was like warm sun after a cold night. It felt like it was only us, and afterward, we would talk about the future, the past, and the right nows. It was surreal. She would always support me and read my books with excitement. She loved the suspense I created. She woke me up to my talents again by wanting to be involved. During that time, I was writing a really dope book about my unborn child and what it would be like raising him. Lissa offered for me to come get it along with some other things I had left, but I didn't go back because I was being stubborn. That was one of the dumbest things I probably could have ever done. As I started getting pulled in more and more, I was persistent on Jelly Bean being my girl. She would always brush me off about it playfully. She had her personal reasons, but I was selfishly in love. In these days, I was still on my madness when it came to women and relationships. I still felt like I could do what I wanted without consequence, and I felt like Jelly Bean could sense that. After the weak ass text from Mel, I stopped talking to her completely and wanted no parts. Lissa and I got back together after that, but this time I really felt the difference in how I would treat her. She would ask me to do something, and I would have an attitude, and I wasn't even feeling the connection when we had sex anymore. I had met Nita by this time too, and it was still new, but I had touched her already, and I was going where ego led me. Lissa would see the messages we sent back and forth, but it wasn't a mess this time. She just sat there, and I could tell that she didn't know what to do anymore. Do you like her? I sat down next to her and lied. No. You're lying, she responded. I was quiet. I don't remember what happened after that, but I knew I wasn't going to stop talking to Nita. The last time I saw Alyssa, she wanted to get some of her things she had left with me, and she came to the pool to get them when I was getting off work one day. She was sad in the face, and you could tell she didn't want it to end. We had a conversation a few days later talking about her and the boys moving to Baltimore, and she asked me to come with her. I declined, and that was the end of that. We keep in touch from time to time, and I can see that the boys are growing tremendously, and it's a beautiful thing. Meanwhile, me and Nita were going back and forth with looks toward each other. It was clear that we were both feeling one another. I started to take my friendship with Jelly Bean serious and cut out the Relations Act. It made her flirt with me more because I never really used my words. I just started acting different. Part 3. Awake. Verse 7. Making peace with self. I couldn't see the fault back then because we had never established what kind of relationship it was. We just labeled it a free relationship. But when I took the friendship serious, she got upset. As Nita and I got closer, she started to feel guilty about her girl and started to fall back. I knew she was feeling me though, so I respected her decision and left her alone for then. Back in the day, I used to see it as a challenge with any girl that was in a relationship. It was like I had set it in my mind that I could have any girl I want, not realizing that karma works that way too. I ain't know what Jelly Bean was feeling knowing I was talking to Nita while we were still close. I'm sure she was hurt, betrayed, and a lot of other things Nita made me feel during our time. I kept saying I wanted Nita first, like that made a difference. I'd let someone I really care about down, blinded by lust. To make things better, sarcastically, they didn't like each other from the start. As a necessitous individual, you feel some type of gratification when two people don't like each other because they both want you. It was the I want her, no, I want her mentality that made me enjoy that short time. When I moved on Reno, I was happy to be on my own, but I felt alone every day. I was going through a depression and I didn't know how to deal with it. I had just gotten my equipment stolen, and a girl I felt hard for got pregnant on me. I just couldn't find enough reasons to be happier than I was. Jelly Bean and I still talk, but not as much, and I was over the fact that she wasn't trying to be with me. The wound was still fresh with Nita, and I was only desperate not to be alone because I didn't know how to feel. Jelly Bean and I had good times, but we rarely saw each other. Sometimes she would come over before she would go to work, and we would be up under each other until she left. We started working together less and less because someone told the supervisor that they saw us kissing in the locker room. I thought it would have made her want to see me more outside of work, but I was wrong. I had gotten tired of what I viewed as games with Jelly Bean, yet hadn't I put her through enough? I couldn't blame her for all we had been through in our relations. After all, it was meant to be free, so I directed it back to friends. I was alone and felt desperate. During the last weeks of that 22nd year, I cried myself to sleep every night, wondering, hoping, wishing, praying, needing, and emotionally at war with love. I thought it was unfair. I hope it hurts when you think of me. Was the title of a poem that I wrote back in the day because I felt betrayed by what I thought love's definition was. I put myself through plenty of other needy women, and downhill I spiraled. I met the twins at the pool one day, and they were taking their babies to swim. They were thin, like sticks, and one of them liked me. Quisha, she called herself. They were from New Orleans, just visiting, but they were turned up for sure. I forgot the other sister's name, but she had more kids. I started spending more time with both of them day to day, always getting into dumb shit. They were homebodies though, so it was never anything like going out. I mean, they had kids, wasn't nobody else gonna take care of. They were the first time I let the white girl tell my nose a secret. It was a waste. I only did it because they offered it to me. It was like up and down feels. Not enough for me to say no to weed or even add it to my list of drugs. I never spent my money on it. I was offered it again a few years later, and after that, I said, I'm good. Me and Quisha argued and fought over stupidity, and when it came to arguments, I always left when I didn't like something, and I was stubborn. She didn't like that at all. I wasn't trying to hear shit if I was upset in the moment. All I knew was to leave when I didn't like something. That's all I saw. I thought I was okay to move on, but I missed Quisha's presence, and I was by myself again. I called Quisha back a couple times and she would give me the time of day, but wasn't trying to follow through, so I just let it go. After transitioning from Reno, H dipped off to Hawthorne to stay with some of her friends, and me and Nita looked for a spot while I was staying in the J's with Grandpa, Uncle, and Sabrina. After a while, Nita found a place in Long Beach, and I was back and forth from her house to Grandpa's. The J's were a different type of living. They call it the jungles, and it's right below the Black Beverly Hills, or as I know it to be, the Dons. We were next door to an elementary school, but that didn't stop shit from going down over there. We stayed at the end of Santo Tomas. I was still talking to Jelly Bean during this time on the friend level, and I had gotten through conversations with God 1 through 3. By now, I was deep into friendship with God when things started to shift. I started caring for myself more. I've always looked good, but it was coming from within me this time. It was time to open up more. I began to be gentler with people, situations, and things around me, and proceeded to approach life with what I read so I could see the truth in it. My music sounded different, my actions were different, the way I talked was different, and I was only reflecting what I read. Along the way, I learned about sound healing frequencies and which ones aid different vital points to keep us all calm, cool, and collected. As I drug myself out of the depression stage, I slowly but surely regained my momentum and felt the passion stir within once again. I was scrolling on Instagram one day and saw an ad for the Los Angeles Recording School. I clicked the link and said fuck it to setting up an appointment for a tour. What did I have to lose, man? After the tour, I knew what I wanted to do with my life. I started school for music production and started trying to find my way again. Being with Nita, I would be discouraged a lot because she would act like she didn't want to be with me, but she would stay around, and I didn't have anyone else to talk to, so I became needier. I would really let the fact that she wasn't ready for a relationship, quote unquote, go to my head like I wasn't good enough. She was only being honest with herself and me, or so I thought. The second time around with Nita, I struggled having enough for myself, and now having to feed a family, the pressure was on. I depended on Nita to do it all, and that's why things would take a long time. I don't know what type of miracle I was waiting to fall from the sky, but I was truly a bum. Nita couldn't really see anything in me back then, so she put me on the back burner. We weren't talking to other people. You could just tell she backed off in energy. I don't know if she was talking to somebody else. She probably was. You feel me? But I don't know. That's beside the point. Her body was present, but she had backup plan written all over her face. In my mind, I just had to show her I was worth it. I started doing extras, but it went unnoticed. I cooked and cleaned and took care of Leia when she wasn't home or tired from work. I felt underappreciated when I didn't hear thank you enough. Again, with the emotions. I hung in there instead of acting rude because I peeped. I started acting just as normal as the culprit. In not expressing myself, I stayed silent and acted funny. Too many times, people I confront will lie to my face even though I peep game before they speech. I got into the habit of not saying anything at all and treating people based on their actions. Being in school was fresh and new, and I was excited. A few months into school, H asked if I would DJ for events rather than just for fun, and we started our own event group with the same name we came from previously, West Fly Tribe, and we were getting ready to start our own journey of the business. I was in my second month of school when I was able to take this life-changing class called Transmedia Design. The information in that class was priceless. They need a whole major on it. Anyway, we had group projects to create by the end of the month, and the winner will be announced on the last day. When it came time for my group to go up, I was kind of nervous, but not Camp Hollywood land nervous. I did exceptionally well. We ended up in victory in the assignment, and we got invited to the professor's crib for a pizza party. I wasn't feeling it though, so I didn't go. I don't know why. I was out of it that day. I went back home, and then Juice hit me up to go out. She was doing a photo shoot for someone's birthday and asked if I wanted to tag along with her and Kev. I thought about it for a second, like, I didn't even want to go to the school get together. What's so different about this? But I say fuck it and got on my way. I was dressed nice from the presentation earlier, so I kept on what I was wearing. I had on a navy blue long sleeve button up, some jeans, and some high top Vans. We strolled into Sway nightclub that Thursday night in July, and I saw people standing near the doorway as we walked up. My confidence rose from all the women looking at me. I was trying to be good to Nita, though. There was a female that kept getting in my peripheral, but I wasn't making any real eye contact with her. There were plenty of females that were looking at me, but her eyes pierced my skin. I could feel her watching me. I ended up by the DJ booth and stood there observing. As the girl walked past me, she looked at me. "You cute." She smiled and walked away. I cracked a smile and said thank you and stayed where I was. I wondered if she knew I was a female, because so often women get this urge to disrespect you once they figure out who they're talking to. But obviously she did, because after that, she asked me to dance. She started dancing and doing her thing. I started getting into it a little more. The DJ started playing Sean Paul and she started winding her hips slow, really dancing for me. I was loving it because I ain't never had it like that before. She was different and I was into it, but I wasn't showing it much. After she got tired, we went outside on the patio. My instinct told me to tell her I had a girl already. I went back and forth with myself about it for a minute because I felt she might not want to fuck with me if I told the truth. I said fuck it and told her straight up. "You can't have any friends?" she asked. The famous line. I was feeling her persistence, so I went along. Hadn't I learned my lesson from trying to get with Nita while she was in a relationship? Nah. Of course I could have friends, I defended. She told me her name was T and some brief details about herself. She asked for my Instagram and hit me up the next day. My mind was on, let's just see how this goes, quote unquote. I was on public transportation at the time, so I took the expo line in the afternoon sometime. After Newbie got told, my license was messed up, so I had to get it how I could until I was whipping again. As I walked down the sidewalk to her place, there was a dark-skinned guy that was walking toward his car from the same way I was going. But what are the odds he was inside her crib? I ignored what might have been sign number 1 and pet myself. "You're not even here for that," as I walked toward the door. She didn't stay that far. She was in Culver City to be exact, right where Nita could pop up on me at any given moment. I was surely playing with fire, but something about T was reeling me in. I sat on the couch and the place was nice. We got into conversation and she brought up things she said the night before, which I was barely paying attention to. But today, she had my full attention for sure. She was wearing some short shorts and a see-through shirt, and I was doing all I could to hold my composure. She told me that she was from Africa, and her mom had gone down there for a while, and she had the place to herself. The conversation started slowing down, and I kept checking the clock, thinking about what time I might leave. "Do you want a piece of bread?" she asked. I started laughing. That was the most random thing I had ever heard. Plus, I eat bread by itself, so it was just hilarious to me. I looked around like I was bored as I puffed on my second blunt. I was ready to go, but she was looking so good. I was anxious to see where it went before I exited the building. I made a pact with myself that I would stop fucking before I got into relationships because of how it would turn out. But today, my eyes were held tight by her chocolate skin and close to perfect shape. She had one of the most perfect real bodies I'd ever have until that point. Just being real. "Can I kiss you?" she blurted. I paused for a second. "Yeah." She walked over and kissed me. It was like venom entered my veins and had me paralyzed in one. I just had to let my ego out to play. I enjoyed her pussy like it was the last time she would ever see me. It was intense, it was passionate, and it was exactly what I was looking for. After I left, we couldn't stop seeing each other. We started doing everything together. With me being in school, she would take up her inner creator and show me some rhymes. That's where we connected. She had potential to be great. We were having fun together. Yet, when one thing picks up, another lacks. I stopped going to work as much just to kick it, and I started literally losing myself in her. I found myself under her every move. I was the moth, and she was the flame. The more we hung out, the more I felt bad about Nita and Leia because I was really starting to get attached to T. Nita started to act like she wanted to be around me more, but I acted cold, and eventually we cut ties off something I completely didn't expect. Her and Carter had still been fucking around, and I found out through his girlfriend. She had sent a thread on Facebook of a back and forth conversation they had talking about meeting up, fucking, and her being burnt by him. When I saw that, I immediately confronted her and checked all the way out. I was tired of her getting caught and not being responsible for it. I stopped talking to her completely. I went back to T and was ready to express myself. She seemed so perfect in the black and white swirls where my eyes used to be. I hadn't told her right away that I had broken up with Nita, but when I did, she went into how I cheated on her, so what did I expect? And I wasn't expecting that. What attracted me to T was the fact that she was so unpredictable, and I couldn't put my finger on her all the way. As we got closer, she started playing a game I wasn't hip to at all. She knew what she was doing to me the whole time, and me playing slave to pussy, I let it all happen. She would make jokes saying, "You can't be fucking anybody else like this. You better be behaving yourself," and all this crap. But when I would make little jokes about being with her, she wouldn't take me the slightest bit of serious. She would try to make herself seem bigger and better than anything else, and she had me believing her in real life. She would lie and tell me that she wasn't fucking anybody else, and I would believe her because there wasn't a day that went by that I wasn't having her climb the walls. When she wanted strictly business, I kept it there. But she would also be flirtatious, and I wasn't built for that. As much as I tried to control myself, she would make her way in and give me reasons to change my mind. I would get so confused about everything, and it had me stuck. She wanted what she wanted when she wanted it, and when she didn't, I was no longer a priority. She would do things that wouldn't make sense to me, like lie, even though we weren't together. I knew it, she would know it, but she would justify it, and I wouldn't understand how to respond except let her do her growing, quote unquote. I ignored red flags 3 and 4 just like that. T would make the same mistakes in different ways, so it seemed like I was making a big deal out of a lot of things when it was really a lot stemming from one thing. She would just make me feel like I was crazy and too hard on her because of my personal feelings. Like my boundaries and my emotions were not to be respected. Subtle mind games were the hardest to win, but I didn't care. I acted as if it wasn't hurting me as much as it really was, and I felt I was able to handle myself until I wasn't. She started talking about having a boyfriend while we were hanging out one day, and I told her straight up, "If you get a boyfriend, I'm not about to keep fucking you." "What? Why?" she responded. "Because I'm not into that. You want a relationship? You can have one, and we can be friends, but I'm not fucking you." I felt a chill run over me after I spoke up on what I felt. That felt good, I thought to myself. She got upset, but it was in a jealous way. She wanted her cake and wanted to eat it too. After talking about her getting a boyfriend, she didn't bring it back up, so I figured she let it go. One day while I was over her crib, I had taken a shower and saw some men's body wash. I thought to myself, well, she the only female here, so why is there men's body wash in your bathroom? I asked as I walked into her room. She looked at me like she knew she fucked up. She smiled slyly and proceeded anyway. "That's not yours?" I twisted my face. "Why would I be asking you if it was mine?" "I don't know," she said. She went into the bathroom and brought everything out into her room. "If you have a dude, just tell me." "I don't," she barked. I knew she was lying, but I didn't want to leave at this point. I knew I would have to completely catch her in the act. I would occasionally watch her story. She knew I did. And one day I saw them together. They were all hugged up at her house. And in the next clip I saw, "Bay made breakfast," quote unquote. After that, I said cool. I was upset because she was lying, and I knew it, but needy self reacted. She hit me up the next day and was trying to get me to come over. I went, and I confronted her. She started telling half truths about how she didn't know how her family would react to her being with a girl. And all I was pleading, was for this girl to let me go if she can't figure her life out. We went back and forth a lot. I continued to let her explain herself every time, and I would just listen. She said something so simple to me one day that stuck with me. It helped me start speaking my mind more. She said, "You gotta start expressing yourself. How am I going to know what I'm doing wrong if you just leave and don't tell me shit?" The second part was irrelevant, other than me always feeling comfortable leaving when I didn't know what to say. She allowed me to let her know when she was fucking up, and that freedom was hard to control at first. Leading to that conversation, she had me over along with some of her friends one day, and her phone started ringing. It was on the table faced up, and naturally I looked over and it said, "Hubby," with all these emojis next to it. I got my shit and left without saying anything. That was the last time I would just leave rather than expressing myself. A couple weeks after that incident, she was getting ready to move into her new place. And the night before, she was out with me and someone I had met from school. I had been upset because she left the club early. Side note, the female I went to school with will not be named, for the name was not rightfully stood by. So we'll call her the fraud. That's crucial. She and T had been making looks and flirting on the low after I started bringing her around. Next thing I knew, they were following each other on Instagram and liking each other's pictures. Now, I wasn't stupid, but I knew I had to catch her in the act before I spoke up. So one day, I flat out texted them both, and they both denied it. The fraud told me, "No, and stop asking me about that. Why would you keep bringing her over if you thought that?" "You right," I responded. I knew the deal though. If they weren't fucking, they were planning on it. Yet, I still played around, destroying my mental health. I allowed the behavior that they both portrayed. I had just graduated, in which T didn't come to my graduation, and she was fucked up before she even got to the fraud's crib. While inside the club, she started dancing with the fraud at one point, and I started to look at both of them way different. She was disrespecting the fuck out of me, and that night, she struck a whole nerve because I would have never danced with another female with her right there, together or not. As she was about to leave, she told me she ditched her dude to come be with me and that he was mad and she was sorry and rah rah rah. I understood her though. I don't know why, but the fact that we weren't together made it that much more complicated for me to have anything to say about her situation with him, and I had to start making decisions. T had left her wallet in my car from the night before and asked me to bring it to where she was. As I was on my way to give her the wallet, I realized she didn't tell me she wanted my help with anything when it came to her moving in, and I thought it was strange, but I didn't go too deep into it. I'm thinking we gonna hang out a little bit and I was gonna get to see her new spot, but I pull up and a guy comes out right after her. I sneered. She never ceased to amaze me with the pain I put myself through. I rolled down the passenger side window, practically threw her shit at her, and skirted off. I couldn't believe that. But I knew that since she wasn't gonna go away, I had to figure my way out. She called me to come by a few weeks later. Before then, I had been declining her offers to come by because I was just tired of her bullshit. Through all our encounters, I would get smarter and become a step ahead with how I had to handle these situations. I wasn't gonna go anywhere else, and I wasn't talking to anyone new. It was God's way of saying, "Let me see how you gonna create from this. Learn from this." We sat in my car on that rainy day to talk about everything, and I solidified my stance on not being intimate with her anymore. "But I know I like you. I've never had anyone like you, and I don't want to lose you," she stammered. "I'm tired of playing games with you." "I know, and I don't want to play games. I don't know what I want, but I know I just can't be friends with you." I always admire how brutally honest she was, even through it all. Though she said a lot of bullshit, she never told me nothing I didn't need to hear. We went on slowly but surely after that. She was having complications with dude and started floating like a feather back my way until she landed. It had been a year and a half, and we were still getting to know each other, it seemed. Every day it would be something new I would come to know about her. After a couple months of us just being without distraction, I found out that she was seeing dude again, and in this sick cycle, we turned. Each time I would get more tired. You would see it on my face. I tried my best to hide it, but sometimes it was just inevitable. When I started school, me and H found a spot to host our first bundle of events. It was next door to a pizza shop called Delicious Vinyl on Sunset, and the first two were successes. The third one got raided, and we didn't even give any refunds. In my mind, I just didn't think that was the right thing to do, yet I went with H on the decision. Sure enough, business after that became slow as we became money hungry rather than quality hungry. There was a shift from laid back events to ratchet wild bullshit, and that's not my style. Don't get me wrong, I love the culture, but when it comes to business, it doesn't last long. When me and H started it, we said we would create our own vibe, and somehow that turned into H being upset because we weren't catering to her style of doing things. That's why I left. And that's why we no longer do business. Ego. Our last party was a dud. Only artists showed up, and no one outside of them showed other than people there to support them. It was terrible. On top of that, T was in a parked car with one of her girlfriends and watched. I couldn't tell who she was with, but I recognized the car. Why didn't I go over there? I don't know. I guess because I wasn't for sure it was her. I guess I would have had a lot more to say than hey if I did. And I didn't feel like tampering with my energy that night. I think T might have stayed in the car because the fraud, quote unquote, was in attendance. In the early portion of the friendship, quote unquote, I asked the fraud to be a part of West Fly Tribe, and she walked in as blindly as she left. H wasn't feeling her from the start. I never understood the beef or where it came from. The event was like setting up sticky bombs at the bottom of a building, blowing it up, and watching it crumble to the bottom. Another year would pass, and T and I were doing good. For a minute, she seemed to be it for me. She told me she fully ended things with old dude. She would tell me how crazy he was over her. Their whole affair was just too much toxicity for me. She seemed like she wanted to try with me, so maybe I would finally have a chance to see what a real relationship was going to be like with her, even though I was already experiencing it. I was naive to a lot of things T did to me. It was like hanging on puppet strings for sure. She made it seem like she was off the games, yet the deceitful can't keep up a mask for long. We ended up together and she was about to move to another spot in Inglewood. I was planning on going with her this time and we would start new, quote unquote. She would go to work, come home, and figure she needed more money. So she did what she thought she had to do, and I ain't judge her for it. She would lie about a lot more though, and it would irritate me. One weekend, she had gone to one of her cousins' quote unquote houses in the valley, and she had me stay at the crib. I knew she had grown up out there with some of her family, but she had never mentioned going back at any point. Of course, I'm wondering, why can't I meet your family if we together? Your cousins at that. But I didn't say anything. I felt there was nothing to say anything about. I just had accusations, and I didn't play with what I didn't know for real. Because if I was wrong, I ain't like that. While I was there the second night, the inner voice was talking to me. You know you're not happy here. Why do you stay? Because I love her, I responded. I did love her, but I was sad too. I started feeling like love wasn't supposed to feel like this. No matter how distorted it got, it wasn't supposed to feel this way. It may not be all bliss and happiness every day, yet I felt it could have been way easier than what it was. So in that moment, I tried the release method I heard from an audiobook called The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. I released my burdens to the Christ within and said, I fully let go of any of her past hiccups. I trust that she is where she said she would be, and she isn't cheating. I made myself let it go. And along with every thought and feeling I harbored from the pain, I continued Baki on Netflix and relaxed. You would think the way I felt about certain things, I'd take more action, but I was a young star seed sprouting, and one false move could have surely ended me as a starter. Embarking on the soul journey, it's easy to slip and fall back into old habits. If I wasn't careful, I could have easily frustrated myself and lost it. The key was always not allowing that to happen. T was barely texting me. She was going to bed early, quote unquote, and she wasn't even video calling me. My intuition was like, motherfucker, if you don't catch a hint, it was hard to release while thinking about that. When she was on her way back, I had an attitude. She said she would be at the train station by a certain time, and it went from afternoon to the last train of the night. I kept putting myself in a position of disappointment each time I let her slide. After I picked her up, we went back to her place. I didn't want to be there, but I stayed anyway. My phone is off. Can I use your Instagram right quick? She asked. Yeah. I handed her the phone. She gave it back to me, and she went to the gas station for some blunts. A message notification came in, and I thought it was for me. I didn't recognize the profile pic, so I figured it must be a request. I clicked it and looked at the thread of recent messages. It was her ex, and they were talking. As I scrolled up, I saw, what time you gonna be at the train station? What the fuck? My heart started beating fast. I was flushed by a wave of rage. I went through more messages. I started to cry and stopped all at once. This motherfucker. She was real life fucking me up. They were talking real big shit in these messages. If I had any love left for this heifer, it seeped out of me right that second. I was sitting on the bed with my shit ready to go. Then I thought about it. This time, she was gonna know why I was leaving. She came back in. You a dummy and a liar. I looked her dead in the eye. Whoa, what are you talking about? I saw the messages with you and your ex, dummy. You forgot to sign out. I gave her the phone. She looked surprised and looked like she wanted to cry. I threw my bag down hard. Man, fuck that. You really think this shit is a game? She didn't even cry actual tears looking back. I ended up calming down, and she convinced me to stay. I was confused as ever. Who was I? In that moment, I thought about the time when I sent that message to Mel in front of Lissa and forgot to delete what ruined us. I was a dumb motherfucker then too, but not anymore, I thought to myself. The next day, I started getting all my stuff together, making sure not to have anything of mine laying around. She was Jamaican, and she knew about voodoo and black magic, spirits, and all that. So I would have to be smart about how we would have to break up. I left T a lot. I mean, I didn't know what else to do. I wasn't gonna hit unless I was hit first, but I sure did want to put my foot up her ass. A few days later, she invited me over. It was really the sex that was toxic between me and T. I see why toxic people would rather stay with each other if we talking about sex. But sex started not to matter to me anymore. My heart was deteriorating. I felt used. I was done with her games, but I wasn't done pleasing her body yet. I went to Pride 2018 by myself and started living life by my own terms. I felt power. I had a car. I had more money than I could handle, and I was always looking my best. I felt myself being who I always wanted to be, dressing how I always thought I looked. But I was on the fence about the most important thing, my goal. I hit up Nita once again, and she met up with me at Pride. I was testing out this newfound self, quote unquote, on her. I asked if I could kiss her, and she let me. She seemed to be more open and happier to see me. I ran with it because it was new. Well, it was old, but it seemed like we had grown. After that, I was still seeing T, and things started getting tight. T started trying to show love and loyalty, and it was like, okay, is she really gonna cooperate? I was going deeper into an already deepened hole, and at this point, I saw Nita as a way out. T started wanting sex all the time. Like we would be done, and a few hours later, we were back at it, and it was so much passion in it. I had her neighbors wishing they were her. I kept up with her every move, but I was still getting restless. Splitting my energy was beginning to drain me. One night, we were all out representing West Fly Tribe. Me and T were all over the place, dancing and everything. I was lit times 10. My birthday month was popping. Instead of looking like the background boy, I was finally able to do it big, affording tables in the club for the first time. I was too geeked, and you couldn't tell me nothing. I noticed T dancing up on one of the people I invited to our section. I had met her through the fraud, and in my eyes, she seemed cool. I played it cool because I was enjoying my time. We stayed till they shut down the party, and when we got to the car, it was clear she was way more drunk than I was. I confronted her about dancing on the girl, and she tried to drag me saying shit that didn't make sense. Like, I didn't know she was your friend, and all this crap. Like, that ain't what I asked you. I let it go and just took her home. Like I said, strategy. We sat in the car when we got to her house, and she started acting all wild and sloppy, and I wasn't feeling it at all. I'ma just go back to work, I lied. The type of job I had at the time was extremely lenient. What? Why? She blurted. Because I don't like the way you acting. We went in a merry-go-round about what she was doing and her narc behavior until I finally told her to get out. It was like pulling teeth, but she did. And I went straight to Naya's crib. She was still staying in Long Beach, and I was just over the bridge from where I worked. The baby hadn't been there, so I comfortably crawled into her bed and held her that night. I would slow down and hitting T up. I honestly can't keep up with two ladies at once if I tried. I always got caught, or my feelings would get stronger for one over the other. After Lissa, I vowed to stop all that. T was tempting me though. T was tempting me though. I felt like she was the type to feel like she could do whatever she wanted to you and expect forgiveness. But as soon as you did something to her, she turned into the victim, full fold. So I tried to keep it under wraps. T called me a few nights later, and I was in the car with Nita. She was asking all types of questions, and I was trying to answer them straight up, but she could tell I was occupied. Eventually, we hung up, and I continued with Nita. We both had taken a tab. Side story. The first time I took a tab was by myself, and it was one of those things that changed my life. Though I speak highly of it, I wouldn't encourage anyone to do it. If people come to it on their own and make decisions based off themselves, then it will have the best effect. I was laughing at nothing, but everything was funny to me. It showed me who I was naturally, a goofball. I went on to be with it a few more times, and now occasionally I take a trip somewhere nice. At one point, I liked it a little too much and had to slow up because that was something I'd want to spend my money on rather than weed, and I could feel the addict tendencies creep up on me. On another note, this hallucinogen had me making sure everything around me was intact. I had always wanted to try every drug at least once, especially psychedelics. But I wasn't with the needle shit or other things like meth and hard shit to come back from. Juice had talked to me about mushroom trips, but I ain't even like mushrooms in my food, so I wasn't real enthusiastic about that one. Though I did have myself quite a trip on that road too. I had a bad trip off a tab one time, and that was with T. We had come from Pride in Long Beach, and we were sitting in the car in a parking lot going back and forth. I kept kicking her out of the car and all types of shit. It was just misery. At one point, I had seen the face of the devil, and I was just like, damn, I wish I hadn't done this around her. I kept to myself after that. No one was worthy enough to be around me while I was on the trip. It was crazy too because the very people I thought I could trust threw me under the bus, blaming my actions on it. It was crucial. I had never felt so betrayed. Then again, I had, but I knew what time it was. Cutting season. On another small side note, I had met up with T at a club one night before we really started getting serious, and I had took a pill that I said I would never do again. Yet I thought I could control it this time. It was Oxy. T literally nursed me back to health that night. And as embarrassed as I was, I left the club and got on the train back to Grandpa's. My ass was all the way in Long Beach, drowsy as fuck, trying to make it back to the J's in one piece. That's what I got though. Young and dumb. Nita and I were in my car talking that night, and I start to open up about things I never think to be honest about. I was talking to her while me and you were still together. I said, it had taken 3 minutes of suspense before I was finally able to let it out. She was quiet for a second. I figured you were doing something, but I didn't care. I still wanted to be with you. I sat quiet, like, what's better than the truth? Me and Nita were passionate whenever we came together. We were like two lightning bolts. I knew I would have to make up some shit to T about our conversation when I saw her. I was upset with her though, and she knew it. I was acting completely different now. Nita was off the next morning and I was ready to do something fun. Let's go to Knott's. Okay, she answered. We went to Roscoe's and Knott's that day. There was a very small, bite-sized piece of me that felt bad for T. Intensely small, though. She kept texting and calling me, and I was answering one or two of her texts at a time, late. While we were there, I started to realize it wasn't as much fun as I thought it would be. Other shallow thoughts peaked too. When we left, I felt completely drained. I was tired of going back and forth between both. In my head, T was starting to act like she wanted to act right. And then there was Nita, who could do bad all by herself, and I knew that, but she still fucked with me. A part of me was focused on the family, and another was on why can't I just have them both? The next day, I went over T's house, and she made food, and we sat down to talk. What happened to your voice? Oh shit. I had forgotten it had gone. I went to an amusement park. Oh, with who? She returned. I paused a long second, and that was all she needed. I'm a terrible liar. A friend. What friend, Asia? A friend from the event. The event she didn't go to, so there was no way for her to know who I was talking about. She called herself getting upset and having a fit. I smirked. So why would you go to an amusement park with a friend? She started asking all kinds of crazy ass questions, and it was like a gnat flying around me. Let me meet her, she said. Fine. I went along not caring if she was serious. I just wanted her to shut up at this point. I'm going to my grandpa's. What you mean? I'm coming with you then. Whatever. Get in, I said. She kept asking the same questions in different ways and going on about the situation. And at this point, I'm fed up. I'm just going to take you back home because you keep talking about the same thing. No, she clapped. Every time I suggested that, she would get crazier. So at this point, we driving back and forth on the street around the corner from the J's. Then she started to provoke me. Her hands started coming into my area. Now, I won't hit on the first attempt, maybe not even the second, but the third, make sure you prepared. She started yanking at my arm while I was driving and pushing me and all types of little petty shit. I had to throw the gear and park, and the car came to a complete stop before it was supposed to. She started getting in my face and calling me a liar and witnessing all the shit she had done to me in real time. I sat there a moment, closed my eyes, turned her way, and punched her square in her jaw. She grabbed her face. "Oh my God, Asia, I can't believe you just hit me." She sat there for a second, and then she started losing her mind. We started fist fighting, and I was trying to get as many face shots as I could. There were people standing outside houses yelling, "Stop," but wouldn't come close. She kept asking people if they knew me, and if they didn't, why were they getting involved? It was a disaster. I took her wig off, she broke my jewelry, and was hitting my car. I had to be smart about this if I wanted to get away. So I started walking away from the car to call the cops and explain the situation. In the meantime, she's following me and calling the cops as well. Fucking annoying. I took her phone and threw it off the cliff from where we were after she slammed my phone on the ground. I eventually got away from her enough to run back to my car, but couldn't lock the door in time. "You're not leaving me, Asia. What you think this is?" she pressed. I went for the same move again, and this time it was successful. I locked the door and drove off on her as she tried to open the door. I went around the corner, threw her bag on the sidewalk, and kept it pushing. I was just relieved that I got away from her. I went to Grandpa's house and parked my car behind the apartments. I laid in the house trying to figure out what the hell just happened back there. "Asia, you better come down here. If you don't, I'll disturb everything. I don't give a fuck." She stood outside banging on the gate to my grandpa's complex. "Asia, you better go deal with that. That's too much. She disturbing shit now," Grandpa said. I felt embarrassed. "I ain't never letting her back in my life," I quietly said to myself. "She is crazy." I had to sneak out the front to get out of there. I drove to Long Beach. I didn't feel like it, but there was no other place I could go. I didn't even think she remembered where Grandpa stayed. She never remembered shit. I wasn't about putting my family in danger. That was one thing I did not do. T would threaten me days after until I put Nita on the phone and they went back and forth. Nita was the one to initiate, and I'm like, "You sure you gonna fight her?" T was thick, slim thick, and I knew she wasn't gonna lose. Not to her, at least. Nita called one of her girlfriends I met when we were at Pride. They worked together and were about to get a place together, so she would be around a lot. They went over to her house while I sat in the car with Leia around the corner. Bogus as hell giving away that girl address. Bogus, nigga. This is why this is called the past for a reason. Feel me? It wasn't, I said that shit. It wasn't cool to give her address, especially to her mom's place, but I was tired of her and trying to do anything to get her to leave me alone. She never came out, and it was a blank trip, so we just went back to the house. A few weeks later, West Fly would be in the building for another cracking club event. We had our table. It was lit. I went with Nita this time, and we were having a great time until I see a face just staring at me. It's T, and she has one of her friends with her. She was everywhere, just staring at me like a creep. It was uncomfortable as fuck. What makes it worse is that she denied even being there. It was disgusting. She was dancing with people in the section next to mine, and I just ignored her petty ass. We all stayed till the lights came on, and I clearly saw her as they tried to hurry out the club. I went to get some clothes from Grandpa's to go to Nita's that night, and as we were leaving, a car was right behind us, like telling us, and on my ass. It was weird, but I couldn't help but think it was her. I should have gotten out the car and confronted whoever it may have been, but that was too risky. Way too risky. This the J's we talking about. I addressed the situation on Instagram because I knew she watched me, and it never happened again after that. Nita was getting ready to move out of Long Beach, so we looked for spots once again. I was in it, but not fully. The money I was making was starting to thin, and I was worrying about what was going to happen after the limited time great job I had. We found a place in Lakewood and settled in. I went to work, but I started to get discouraged because I wasn't making the same comfortable amount. Things started getting tougher, but I started to open my mouth more when it came to these things, and me and Nita's conversations would get better. During the last days with West Fly Tribe, we would co host events with someone we were considering adding to the group. The problem wasn't what we lacked on the outside, but the inside. It wasn't like any of us were bad people. We just didn't know how to work well with each other. A blessing came out of these events, though. When I met Phoenix, she was talented in her own way, and I fucked with that. How quickly things were going with her and I were crazy. Phoenix really introduced me to the Shroom Hall of Fame. We started meeting up every day and working on music. We were two magnets that had the potential to be gigantic. Every day, we would freestyle and come up with ideas that were bigger than us. As one side gets focused to be balanced, the other side goes up or down based on weight. Nita started getting on my head about how much time I was spending with Phoenix. She ain't like it at all. "Why is she so important to you?" she asked. "Why does someone who has nothing to do with our relationship talk about more than the relationship?" I asked. I couldn't understand where her anger was coming from. We went up and down, back and forth about Phoenix, and she would not let up. She would act like she would let it go, but really, she wouldn't. It was a time she had went off somewhere without saying anything. I was kind of worried because she wasn't answering her phone, and when she finally appeared, she gonna ask me why I didn't come look for her. I don't know about anyone else, but that was some weird shit to me. Things were starting to get on my nerves with Nita, and once again, we were drifting apart. Things had served their purpose with West Fly, and now it was time to take a boost with this music. Phoenix was like my biggest fan, and I was hers. She showed that. She was one female that was attractive, but I wasn't attracted to. She was a great friend, too. Just like us all, she had her own visions to fulfill. Side story. There was another time that really jolted me when taking tabs. It was a near death experience, and it was me, Nita, and Phoenix. We were in the car on Halloween night 2019, and we each had shrooms, and acid gummy, weed, and alcohol. Any right minded person understands that this is death. But I wasn't paying any attention at all, only consuming. As we sat there listening to music, talking, and laughing, I felt the taste of bubbles in my mouth. I leaned out of the car to throw up. My vision had gone black and white. I felt foam in my mouth, and then I felt Nita pull me up. I had had a mini seizure, and it was scary as fuck. I swear to you, if it wasn't for Nita being in that front seat pulling me up from throwing up, surely I would have died. Phoenix was laughing her ass off in the back seat, not really understanding the severity of the situation. That completely shifted my whole perspective on a lot. We'd watch the sunrise, and I'd play Yes by the Stuyvesants for the rest of the time. It had been one of the most empowering trips of my life. One morning, I came home from working all night, and Eris had been at the house. I went into the room after greeting everyone. Then Nita came in and started with the neck rolling and hand propping, arm folding out of character behavior, and I just couldn't. She was turning me all the way off. "Why haven't you touched me?" she blurted. "What are you talking about? Are you cheating on me?" "No, do we have to do this right now?" I responded. We had gone back and forth until she said, "Why are we together? Why don't you just leave?" I said nothing. I got up and started packing all my shit. I was tired of this, more than fed up. Me and Eris got all my stuff and headed out. Nita didn't know what she did. That's how her face looked too. She had things to say but wouldn't talk. I was glad to leave. I wasn't going back either. It was the lack of loyalty that made me turn my back on that situation. I was gone for good again. I went to stay with Phoenix for a minute. We would get into a routine, and she would help me through, saying we were going to bounce back better than ever after this. I started to notice that her focus was more on getting quick money in her art rather than what we were doing. I took that as a slap in the face and left her house. I couldn't tolerate anyone, let alone myself. My ends were thin, and I had to figure something out in real time. I went to stay at my godmom's again, but she wasn't having any sympathy on me. I had to clean up and work at her house if I wanted to stay and if I wanted money. January 2020 will start one of the biggest physical and spiritual transformations in my life to date. Verse 8. Consistency, discipline, and action. As I went through the days, I felt struggle. My godmom would help me out a little extra, but she would always ask for my plan, and I started trying to figure out what it was I wanted. I would sit in my car day after day and make music. I didn't have weed every day, but I still managed, and I found myself feeling better about my circumstances. I began to say yes instead of maybe to life. I came across E.T. the Hip Hop Preacher's videos on YouTube while I was still with Nita, and they were so powerful. They compelled me to go after what it was I desired. He made certain things clear to me while motivating me to get it done. I cried on one of his videos. It's called Be Fruitful, and I felt every word. After a few months, I stopped working with my godmom, and I went to stay with my mom and her husband. I vowed that structure, consistency, and discipline would be the focuses of 2020, and I set out on the path. I created the 30 days of poetry and killed it. I became acquainted with both consistency and confidence. I started reading and getting to know a lot more. I read Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, and it got me started on the stairway to my goal. I had only the desire to have more money after the huge hit I took in not saving for times like these. All that money and I blew it, with nothing to show for it except material. I had come across a group called Raw Mondays, and in the beginning, I knew them only to showcase DJs, but they had an Instagram post about having an event to showcase producers, and I thought, why not? I was ironing my clothes when my mom and her husband Roger walked in the house. Where are you going? My mom asked. To a producer showcase. Nice. Yep, I gotta represent myself. I got dressed and felt ready to release what I had been holding for so long. After graduating, I felt the world in my hands and the opportunity to grow and become great in that moment. But I wasn't centered on what I wanted, so it never really got to me. I arrived at Delicious Vinyl Pizza in Hollywood and found a seat. This place held some solid memories. I greeted people and got to know the curator a little bit. We signed up where we felt best to go, and I put myself down as fourth, and the show started. I felt nervous, but I still felt pretty good. I had some bangers, but which ones do I play? Everyone before me, even after me, were so good. Though I was competitive, I didn't activate. I was there to enjoy myself. I followed my intuition. I played the first track, and everybody went crazy. But then I got too excited and changed the song. Everyone damn near booed. Not really, but they wanted me to play that one out. Time after time, I always learn from my experiences. I'm learning not to be so hard on myself during the experiences I have. In my opinion, life is meant to be lived and fucked up on so we can learn. I played the next song through to at least 2 minutes after that, and everybody started vibing. I was lit. I felt the comfort surrounding me, and I started to loosen up. I hit my two-step a couple times and grooved to what I work hard on. When I got off stage, I quickly exited to my right, ready to receive my seat as everybody cheered me on and admired my work. I felt a shift. Creating music is my passion, and the reception of the crowd confirmed the reason. I almost bumped into someone when she stopped me by softly saying, Wow, we have to work, 'cause that was amazing. We exchanged information. I wasn't paying much attention to her afterwards. I was more so focused on who was next, but her energy kept calling me. I had gone outside and she was standing there smoking a joint. We exchanged a few more words and something told me to ask her if she wanted to smoke when I got back. But when I got back, she was gone. I stayed at the event just to enjoy the rest of the show. Her light beamed the whole night through, and at one point we were sitting across from each other, and I felt her gaze at me with a wondering stare. I was more than curious at this point. All that playing coy and trying to impress girls by being in their presence was out the window. My soul was calling me to have the balls to say something to her. This was something different, and though I was afraid of change, this was not the time to take that baggage on this trip. The idea of me making that move made me stagnant. Then the thought of whether she would make the first move popped up. The end of the night approached, and we all networked and mingled amongst the ones that were left. The whole time I had her in the corner of my eye so I would be in position to say bye to her. She surprised me by vocalizing the farewell. We should definitely link up. I'll hit you on Instagram. For sure. Before I left the event, I hit her up and said, I hope you make it safely. Let's link soon. I felt good about the night, but after that, I couldn't shake her energy. I kept thinking about her. I got more into tarot around these times and I would watch away. I didn't know her sign just yet, but I was determined to get to know everything about her. The next day, she hit me up about meeting up at the end of the week. I have some songs we could work on that I can't wait to show you. She sent me 2 voice recordings. I was drawn to her voice. I looked at her Instagram and looked at the name. I tried to pronounce it, but I didn't know if I had it right. I saw some videos of her singing, and the beautiful music we could make had my excitement high. I instantly knew she was perfect, like scarily perfect. She had it all when it came to who I would choose to be by my side. We ended up meeting on that Friday evening, and I was excited because I was ready to be near her and see what we could create together. We talked through Instagram, and I eagerly waited for her to get ready. I got to her crib around 8 or 9 that night, and she was dressed in comfort. I loved her switch up. How gorgeous she looked dressed comfortably and when she represented herself. I sat down and got my equipment set up. We started talking and it was so chill. It felt normal, and though I was a little nervous when she came close, I stopped thinking and started relaxing. I left something in my car and I need it. Okay, you want me to walk with you? She asked. If you want, but you don't have to. It's not that close. It's okay. We walked to my car and I asked her some of the important questions. She was only 19, and in prejudgment, I said she was too young, but her soul was way older. She told me her birthday and where she grew up, and it seemed as if God sent me an angel. We laughed a little bit, which was chill. Then we walked back to her place. When we got inside, I started right away. We created a beat and fed off each other. She came up with some lyrics right on the spot. I was amazed at how much like me she was. We were both quick-witted in creation, and I saw how far it could go in a second. What took some time for others only took us what felt like no time at all. We talked more on other topics and things were flowing. I felt at ease. I noticed her home and realized she had a Cannonball Adderley record inside of a glass shelf next to a vinyl. I was in shock. Like, this is really no coincidence. But I can't play off of what I don't know for sure. My grandpa loves him, I said. We talked well into the night about several things, and then I realized how hard it would be to wake everyone up by coming in late, and I said the worst possible thing. Well, I'm gonna get out of your hair. I didn't like that I excused myself, yet my thoughts were on not wearing out my welcome. I left feeling great about what would grow from that, but I shouldn't have excused myself. A few weeks had passed, and she had gone away for a while. Plus, the pandemic had just kicked into high gear, so I didn't know when I was here again. One day, I felt the need to let her know that I liked her. It was eating at me. I remembered she had given me her number before I went to her house, so I texted her. I don't think I'm into girls. Now, usually that would have made me curl into a ball and hide forever, but it didn't. I went for a female I really wanted, and she was the first. This wasn't a rejection, this was a declaration. A declaration that I don't have to fear what I really want. This was all I needed to keep pushing. I was on her wave, eager to wait as long as I had to. I responded back to her, hoping it didn't change us being able to make music together. She said that it wouldn't, but the nerves had me not knowing what to say or do when it came to her. I would find myself stuck, but still trying to find ways to let her know how I felt. She said she doesn't think she's into girls, I repeated to myself. That means I probably can still have a chance. But I wasn't the enforcer, and I didn't want to make it seem creepy. So I kept my distance, and then I went backward. I was sitting in the house one day, and my mind flashed the thought of tea. As terrible as it was, I went against my intuition and went to look at her Instagram page. The desperation displayed made my stomach shudder, but who else was available? Usually, when I visited her page, it was private, but that day, it was wide open, and I saw what I missed: sex. I messaged her, wondering if she would respond, and she did. It was an awkward back and forth at first, but I acted like I didn't want to talk to her when I was the one that hit her up. My mind was confused. I had an idea of how it would be, but I was living in a fairy tale. I thought maybe we might have learned our lessons and we could maturely move on. I was ready for that, but it takes two. Plus, I could never understand the fact that these females wouldn't have trusted me when I was the one who would come back. This time, I looked like the bad guy, though. I made T wait a month to see me, and when we finally came back together, we released all that pent up energy we had for each other in the hotel room. Before I got there, I thought it might have been a setup. I was relieved when the day passed and everything was fine. You could tell we missed each other, and the wrong play was her kissing my ass. She would act like she was into my music and my goal, everything I was doing, but that quickly faded. One day I picked her up from a house. I thought nothing of it. She told me it was a friend's place. We talked about all that happened while we weren't together, and how she knew I had gone back to my ex, and how she had gone back to hers. The cycle of doom was in effect. We had so much passion from the beginning. We found ourselves right back into a situationship, and I stopped fighting settlement. This had been the lowest point of me abandoning myself. T would do even dirtier things and put me through situations she knew were fucked up. But I played it cool because this time I was gonna make her reveal herself. There was a scenario where we were talking about people I still talk to that I fucked. And Jelly Bean is always gonna pop up. I don't like lying, but the Bean and I hadn't been like that in years, so it wasn't a big deal to me. It was to T though. She damn near cut me off for not fucking, just talking to the girl. It was ridiculous when I think about it. After that, she started the blatant disrespect. It was just like the beginning, only she was falling in love with me if she wasn't already. I noticed that to be the weakness of the karmic females I dated. They would be players, just like I was back in the day, but they would fall in love with me easily because I wasn't on that anymore. I was genuine. I was on Lex level with the charisma and intention. I focused on being good, even when I was done bad, because I knew how it felt to get done dirty. She went as far as waiting to tell me that her and the fraud met up after we broke up and she was at her house. She even tried to make it seem like she didn't do anything and she was the one that was invited over. At this point, the universe was screaming directly in my ear and I still couldn't hear shit. I knew they didn't just stare at each other the whole time she was there, but she was persistent about her story and I always justified her behavior by staying. She would lie and do other things that are too heavy to speak on. I wish her well. We drugged this thing out for 6 months, and in the last days, I felt myself letting go. But this time, it was different. I started listening to the game of life and how to play it. And I heard a phrase that stated, when you feel stuck or burdensome, cast all your problems on the Christ within. I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. It may not be the exact wording, but I understood something. After that, I made a recording one night after work. I stopped speaking up on T and thinking about her doing whatever I thought she was doing. Again, I stopped and fully trusted her because all I had was her word. And if it was all good, I didn't want to attract anything I was thinking to me. So I said, if she's cheating, she's just cheating. Karma will deal with that. But if not, I can't just be leaving every time I feel like something isn't right. I wouldn't be able to leave myself if I do some dumb shit. We are all learning and growing every day. And I left it at that and continued like everything was fine. After that, her actions bothered me less. She had been on the phone when I got off work one day, and she had been talking to her ex. Now, mind you, she told me she hadn't talked to him in so long, quote unquote, and gaslighting that he was the one that kept hitting her up. So when she thought she was showing me that she didn't follow him, it showed me that she was. I kicked her out the car, which was even more of a back and forth, and took my ass home. Still, I didn't get it. As tiring as this cycle was, I tricked my brain into believing it was okay to settle with what love wasn't rather than being patient for what love was. One day, I was on Instagram and I saw that my soulmate, quote unquote, kept looking at my story. She hit me up and told me we should link and talk about the community conversation we had a few weeks back. I started to treat this lady as my friend, and we would exchange the information we read and came across. I remember a few weeks after the event, I had a vivid dream about her. She was wearing a black dress with her hair in an updo bun and two curls going down the side of her face. Asia, it's time to make music now. She come here motioned me toward her, and that was all I remember. This dream and then the dream I had in the hospital were two of the most vivid dreams I've had to this day, and I have no idea what they mean. I told her about it the next day, and she let me call her. I was excited because I hadn't talked to her on the phone before. After I brought it up, she said maybe it meant it was time for both of us to start our own music journeys, and I was shot down again. I didn't hesitate to stay on the phone with her though. We talked about different things, and when we talked about different places, I hinted at us going together. But every hint I threw, she dodged like a ball. We eventually got off the phone, and I felt like there was some type of attraction on her end. Yet I never really knew for sure. I continued this dance with T, but I was finally getting a sense of self, and it was showing. My words became sharper, and my wittiness became recognized. She didn't like the fact that my newfound confidence was making her feel like I didn't need her. She would try and keep up with this new me, but she was slipping. I was reading Think and Grow Rich one night at work, and the idea for this book came up. I had been reading a part about having the right woman on your side in order to succeed, and I agreed. I thought about all the females I had dated and how some could have been and others should have never been. Why don't I just write a story about all the relationships I've been through? I thought. I began with the first words and blazed the paper with more. Before I knew it, I was done with the first 25 pages. It wasn't turning into a book just about my love life. It started getting into scenarios of my life and how I overcame them. There was a flash of when my grandpa told me to always put myself first. I had had it on my mind ever since he told me. I was searching for the reason why, and T helped me figure out how important that statement was. I was loving how things were coming together. It was more like a superpower than anything. A few days later was her mom's birthday, and she wanted to throw her a party. I was done giving my energy to any situation T would try to put me through. So she was really upsetting herself trying to test me. Aside from the bullshit, we made a successful surprise party happen for her mom, and we all enjoyed ourselves. Later that night, we were supposed to part ways and see each other the next day, but we just couldn't wait, quote unquote. We went off and got a motel together and we drank and smoked. As I laid down from the day, I was sleepy. We had run out of weed and she told me she was about to call the weed man and re up. I was fine with that. She went outside to go get it when he got there. I was half asleep when she came back, and then I went back to sleep. When I woke up, she was gone. I didn't know for how long, but I looked around. Even looked in the lobby and lounge area, and she was nowhere to be found. So now I'm like, oh shit, something might have happened to her. I call her phone, and it's off. In my head, this was the last straw. She knew she could have left a note or something, but I was fed up with that. I started getting my things together and I went to my car. I started riding up and down the street looking for her, but no one was around, so I'm like, fuck it. I go back to the motel because I can't find her and sit in my car in the front across the street for a second. Like maybe she went with the nigga somewhere. 2 minutes later, a car pulls up and I recognize it. It had been the girl she was going back and forth with on Instagram, liking and commenting on pictures and all of that. It was the same car I saw in the pictures and at the house I had picked her up from months ago. They had to have dated or something. When she told her she was getting back with me, she respected it, quote unquote. It was some more bullshit she tried to feed. I almost start laughing like, God, look at you. I know they saw me because T ducked in the car when they pulled up, and she knew I was looking directly at her. I didn't get out or confront her until after she got out the car and went back inside. I shouldn't have driven my car back there, but I did. And I went to the room we were in, knocked on the door, and when she opened it, I looked her straight in her eye and shook my head. She already knew I had seen everything, and she still tried the lies. What are you talking about? I've been here this whole time. That was my friend you saw me with. I got into the car and she started trying to open my door and acting all crazy. This was bad. I ended up parking on the side of the building because I was trying to get my card off the room. While I'm trying to see how to handle that, she's all in my ear. What did I do to you? Why are you doing this? Blah, blah, blah. And I kept ignoring her. She didn't like it because she started throwing hands. The employee told me, if you want your card, you'll have to call the police or wait until the morning. I was ready to wait, and then she started getting violent. It was the fact that she wasn't letting me leave that was irritating. The girl she was with came up and tried to stop it, but T was more pissed she got caught than the fight itself. Kill me. Just kill me then, she kept screaming. As I tried to get her off me, she threw my head into the corner of my car door. Next thing I knew, my head was dripping blood, and she started walking off. I got in my car to go, and I couldn't take my mind off the fact that my car was on file. They both were in that room, and my head was busted open. So I drove back because I didn't want any funny charges, and I did what the clerk suggested and called the police to get my card off file. Little did I know, it was going to be a shit show. I waited for the police to get there, and we went through the whole questioning process. They took pictures of the gash in my head, and we waited for all the information to be gathered to do what was next. I didn't have time for this. I had a 12-hour shift the next day, and it had already been a prolonged night. The girl came out trying to talk some type of shit. You gonna get karma for this. I laughed at her. You just in the middle of some shit she thought she could handle, I responded. When all was said and done, they took T in the squad car. That's the last time I'll hit my head behind some dumb shit like that, literally and figuratively. I thought about all that had gone down, and I felt the no energy feeling it gave me. I loved her, but I knew love wasn't supposed to feel like that. After going back to Nita and T twice, knowing I wasn't the one in the wrong, though I was way too naive and gullible, I felt relieved and was ready to journey on being alone comfortably for the first time in my life. I had never been by myself, and it was sure to be interesting. T would call me from jail and have people call and text me every day for a week afterward, trying to let me know that she didn't want to be with me anymore because I was the bad guy for calling the police, like I cared. I was dead tired of her and her manipulating lies. She even had the female she was talking to text me talking about, I'm gonna get karma and blah, 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 when they ain't know the half. They were just upset. She called one day trying to say I ruined her life, and the girl that had been there was talking all kinds of shit in the background. I kept hanging up, and she kept calling back. She kept blaming me for shit, screaming and yelling through the phone. I just laughed in her face. Why do you keep calling me? Why do you keep answering? I paused to think about it. This motherfucker is right. Why am I answering? I hung up for the last time, and I was inspired to write Lounge Chair off the project Not Often in that moment. After that, I stopped answering text and calls. One day while I was recording a track from Self, she hit my line. I didn't know it was her, but I answered anyway. Hey, what's up? I replied. What you been up to? What do you want, T? I just want to talk to you. You know they sent out a restraining order against you, and we're not supposed to be talking at all. The police said they thought it was for the best. Look, I miss you. She went into how she wanted us to be back together. We had a court date coming up, and I told her straight up, we are done for good. When this court date is over, that will be the last time you see me, and this will be the last time we speak. I don't want to be with you anymore, so stop calling and asking me. With that, she did. She called me back a few days later and asked me not to show up for the court date. I'm like, who the fuck are you? I said no, and that was that. I arrived at the court after receiving a subpoena, and I didn't pay her no mind at all. She had the female with her and all, but I minded my business. I was meant to be on call and didn't even have to show up. It kind of threw me off because I don't stay in LA to be catering to these type of inconveniences. I walked out thinking everything was done and settled, and I get another subpoena to show up again. She didn't show up that time. The case was finally closed after a year and a few months. I walked out thinking everything was done and settled, and I get another subpoena to show up again. She didn't show up that time. The case was finally closed after a year and a few months. Throughout that time, I haven't heard from her, and I've been doing great all by myself. After all the drama and all the pain I put myself through, I never stopped loving love. All the females I dated brought me to the lover I am today. I feel like you should talk to your partner. Even though I had a hard time in the beginning, I can control my emotions and initiate a healthy conversation to clear things up now. You should have fun with your partner and shouldn't feel forced to do anything. My keys to a successful relationship are communication, comprehension, genuine time, true support, among others. But in my eyes, these are the main ones. I feel like having these four brings you closer together and makes the love stronger. All my relationships made me strong. They made me weak, they made me feel tall, and they made me feel small. But my mind has never changed about love. It's still above all, and it is still reigning supreme within me. Overall, life until this point has taught me more than I could ever learn in any school. It gave me the bumps and bruises I needed to get off my ass and realize that no one can make me feel worthy, loved, recognized, or anything without me feeling it for myself first. It's been a long road, and it hasn't been easy, but that's why it's called a journey. The more I grow through life, I realize that there is no set point. It's you in life, ready to figure things out amongst opinions, obstacles, and other things. Who I am was molded by others, but who I've created myself to be because of that is the real reason I'm vulnerable enough to fully let it go and allow it to rest within a safe place inside of me. Pause. Growth through these situations helped me realize how needy I was, how much of a low life I was living, and how much I thought I knew. I still find it crazy that I've become this grand being, and I can't believe it every day. I hold more peace, therefore, I bring more peace. I hold more love, therefore, I give more love. I hold more knowledge, therefore, I can lead by example. The subtlety of having yourself in order before you start trying to command life is the most important thing for me, because if you don't have yourself in order, everything around you is out of order. You can't give anyone anything when you aren't at your best. And after all this time, that was what Neil was saying in that part that captured me from Conversations with God, Book 2. You cannot give what you do not possess. Outro. Absolutely relative. What has my truth done for me? Mentally, it all started with my mind. It had to for me. I was always in my head about the wrong things. People's opinions, their issues, their thoughts, their positions on life, everything. I began to get more into Conversations with God Part 2, and I read that everything starts with the mind. We must change our minds if we wish to change our lives, and I started to live that statement. Whenever I had a thought I didn't like, that didn't cater to my highest good, I sought to change it in that instant. As tedious a task as this may sound, it is even harder to do consistently. I've struggled, yet it's all been worth it, and I wouldn't make the choice to change course even if I had to. I am finally able to go steady when it comes to my thoughts. The opinions of others mean less and less, and because I am aware of what my purpose is on this earth, I abide by it, and nothing stands in my way. I am gentler with life and people now because I do not help carry their burdens. I often allow them to speak and release. Most of the time, that's all they wish to do, and remain in my peace state. I don't get into another's business unless they ask for my advice. I find it much easier to only respond if you are asked and help if you are called. That doesn't take away the true nature of where to apply yourself. I just observe until I find somewhere to serve. It takes so much weight off the mind. Abiding by self and not what or who others wish for you to has set me free in the most amazing way. A lot of people may call it selfish, yet I like to call it self-full. When you're in totality, others will seek to be the same because what feels better than pure joy? If not, they will wither away, and I'm comfortable with releasing what no longer serves my life. We attract what we think, speak, and do. Therefore, I have trained my mind to only think what I want. In turn, I speak how I want. In turn, I act how I want, according to my highest good. It's truly liberating. I am stronger because I choose to be. It was not as easy as saying it to someone else, but I've learned that when desire takes over, you automatically begin to go in the direction you want. The speed is up to you. I read and talked to God. I meditated inconsistently, yet still. I wrote down intentions and they've manifested before my eyes. I see what can come out of knowing the foundation about yourself, only there is a lot more to know. I remain excited for what's next because of how the spot I'm in feels. It's a great start. Physically, my body rejects most of what the world offers, like fast food, negative activities, overindulging, and the likes. I use my intuition more. That isn't to say I use it as often as I should, but I work at it for sure. I've not listened to it enough to know that it's always right. I'm stronger and eating healthier. I'm keeping my body intact with how I feel more. I'm honoring my feelings, and I've never felt more confident about the way I look in accordance with the way I feel, ever. I like to look within and allow my body to let me know what's going on with it. Things I thought I would never like, I started becoming open to, like quinoa, cauliflower, and smoothies. I changed a lot, and it has to do with the way I feel about things. I mean, when I was in the 11th grade, my mom went vegan just out of nowhere. And when she did, we only ate chicken and turkey. I didn't know the type of impact it would have on my life until now. She didn't want to smell the pork or beef while she cooked it. So growing up, that helped me out a whole lot. I eat small amounts of beef from time to time, but I am strict on no pork until I raise my own animals the proper way. I feel like nothing in this world is good for you anymore when it comes to food. Fast food restaurant employees don't even want to be there. They only need the job to support themselves. So I don't think they really care how the food is made, or about us for that matter. Same with the industries. All they want is our money. I find solace in eating at home. I don't do it all the time, but every few days I'll make my own dinner. When it comes to my health, I'm on a journey to becoming better with the routines I set. Universally, I am at peace. I am at peace with all that I've done and all that was done to me because I am allowed to create different from what I went through and who I thought I was. I was a timid, shy, insecure, hurt, and easily impressionable human being. Yet, had I not went the route I did, I wouldn't be the beautiful soul I am today. Everything, and I mean everything that was put in this book authorized my freedom. It asked me what I learned and gave me scenarios in which to see if it was true for me or not. It may seem crazy, but I take the blame for all I went through, whether it was mine or not. I find that when it comes to releasing, if you forgive the other without them asking for it, the power lies with you. I would often want to interfere with life and create circumstances for people that I thought they deserved, and all I got was my own karma. Every thought, every word, every action ensued in what I felt when I spoke, thought, and acted. Now, I can't say to someone else what I wouldn't say to myself. I can't speak behind people's backs. I can't give what I don't have. I can't boast about anything I don't have. I can't think ill behind another. I can't do anything that's not in alignment with what I feel. A lot of people joke about whether it's real or not, but have never felt it for themselves to know. That's like when I was young and my godmom would ask me if I liked something, especially food. If I said no, she would make me try it. Because in actuality, if you never tried something, how would you know if you liked it or not? This process was and is still very real. And because I am the first to achieve trying to master self among those I associate with, I had to improvise through life as I went, trusting intuition, God, and having faith that my feelings, intuition, will guide me right. Eris would take his own route and find himself. To me, the conversations with God books were only foundations. I took them as that because ultimately I felt, how would I know if I didn't try? We all have our own paths to take in creating this life. It's truly up to us. I don't believe God is separate from us, which is why I don't wait for the energy to come save me, quote unquote. Jesus was a man, in my opinion, and God sent him in relation to us because we are man. We relate to man. So that's where our influences come from. It's not gender specific either, because God is neither man nor woman. It just is. The all, as I call it. It is the energy of Jesus that is with us every day and not the man, quote unquote. I believe God sent Jesus here to show us who we are in the flesh. I looked this verse up on the internet at BibleRef.com. But in the Bible, it says in the King James Version of John chapter 14, verse 12, Verily, verily, I say unto you, he that believeth in me, the works that I do, shall he do also, and greater works than these shall he do, because I go unto my Father. I feel, and all my views are personal, whether people resonate or not, that we are God, and not in the blasphemous, egotistical way that a lot of others play it out to be. I feel like they play to their view of who it is they're reading about in the books on their teachings rather than the true essence of God. I am saying we are God in the sense that we are not separate from that energy, but whether we choose to recognize it or not is totally up to us. So I don't feel separated from the all because I understand where the oneness is coming from. I love the way God did this thing because we can't fail. Yet the illusion is that we can. And if we play too far into the illusion, we can become lost, never to return or to figure out we're going the wrong way. Generally, I had to train myself. I had to and still must stick with it today. I must allow self to be, and I trust self because I understand self is soul, and soul feeling is perfect love, and perfect love is the all. I got past the stage of convincing people about things I began to experience and started loving everyone unconditionally and leading by example. To love, you don't need to be around someone every day or talk to them every day, especially if you don't agree with the things they do, but you can bless all they do. I feel like we're all on a path to our purpose in our own way and in our own right, at our own pace. I stopped the judgments and realized that I was once in the position that they're in. Cycles of decisions, unaware of my words, thoughts, actions, and feelings. Believing that intentionally hurting another brings power or react in life because of things I saw growing up, not knowing better. So choosing the same things as what looked and felt better to others. It is a journey to recognize what the root is and uprooting what is no longer of use so we can plant new seeds of growth. I stood back, thought wise, and I can do my best to spread the word, healing my wounds so that you know it's okay to heal yours. But I can't play the superhero to anyone. I help as much as others permit, all while maintaining self. And there's nothing better, I tell you. Though I never had a great example of a money handler until my dad, I manage my money better now than ever before. My priorities shifted during the last times I was at my lowest. When I didn't know what to do, God made a way for me. I gained knowledge on some of the basics. I got books. I started researching and looking for ways to bring my future closer, faster. I'm still loading, yet the process is a step up every time. I utilize my money instead of permitting it to use me. Buying unnecessary things and things that wouldn't get me to my goal at all only set me back. So when I wrote my plan out in March 2020, I made sure that I added what I had to do to make my goals come true. And I've been doing the work day by day ever since, gradually, and it's paying off. I always thought I wanted more money until I got more and just had more to spend. My thoughts about money became not wanting more, but figuring out how to make it work for me so I don't have to work at all. I started learning more about the stock market and cryptocurrencies, and I'm gearing up to become a worldwide name and creating a community for the people to create peacefully. My ideas are to integrate life and nature through gatherings and embracing the soul, allowing people to remember who they are as the energy of the power we hold within. We are not the illusion. We are the light, and we must unite in order to overcome. We must love at all costs. I understand that not everyone was chosen for this mission, yet I believe the ones who truly believe will resonate with this message in heart and act toward unity. I will build a community along with the people who choose to unite, for everyone to dwell in peace and harmony at a consistent rate. There will be a community center for children and homes that may be built by hand or bought for sale. Those choosing to build their home will own it outright. There will be condos available for living and arrangements for those in need. There will be a school for those who choose to know at their own pace, and there will also be a recording studio for musicians. There are many other aspects that are written and stored for when the time arrives. Yet I wanted to give you a glimpse of what I'm working in full effort toward. I've seen it. Therefore, I know it's going to happen. Now, I'm no money coach or guru. I'm just stating the foundations I laid to get to where I am. I am pressing toward financial independence rather than financial stability. I am investing rather than spending. The things we must do to become rich, we don't want to do, so there aren't many of us. I'm determined to create a freedom fund for the next 10 generations after me. I built the library of literature, and nowadays I'm focused on one thing at a time, one day at a time. It took me a while to even finish this book. It's been so much going on that my mind was traveling with the wind these past 2 months of 2021. I made it through though, and I'm proud. And if you gotten this far, I appreciate you for getting to know me and attempting to try to understand me. I'm quite the human. We all have paths, and there is no one right way. It's only the way that works for you. And when you find it, press the gas. I feel, as human beings, we are bound to go through emotions. Yet, it's how we overcome the obstacles placed in front of us. A huge reason for failures is fear, and I'm ready to release that emotion now. I have fought all my life against self to come to this wonderful piece of creation. The problem isn't believing in ourselves. It's doing the work that needs to be done in order to fulfill our desires. Whatever that work may be, whether it's career, spirituality, religion, non-religion, money in general, etc. The list goes on. It only depends on you, who you are, and what you desire. I encourage people to gear all they have towards what they desire, because I have now felt how it feels when it's fulfilled. Though sometimes I fall short of my own advice, I'm going to always be determined to win, relative to my aspirations, and I know that's the reason I continue to create. My purpose is to allow self-realization in others, as I have found it in myself. It becomes a beautiful thing when you no longer fight against what's necessary. I encourage us all to tend to self first, as in doing so will allow connections with others to flow easily. In knowing self, we can function without harm in the outside world. We can make the moves we think about because we only need our own validation to make moves. We can disregard negativity because we understand that to operate on the same level as a low frequency is to deny our higher self. We understand leadership. We understand others because we have once been in the same position. So first is a stamp in taking charge and control over what you do, solely and solely. I am truly so grateful. This is only the beginning. References: books, Conversations with God 1 through 3, Friendship and Communion with God by Neil Donald Walsh, Think and Grow Rich by Napoleon Hill, The Richest Man in Babylon by George S. Clason, Rich Dad Poor Dad by Robert Kiyosaki, Money, Mastering the Game by Tony Robbins, Audiobooks and Lectures, Abraham Hicks Teachings, any one of Abraham Hicks videos you could go watch. Change Your Thought, Change Your Life by Wayne Dyer, Neville Goddard, any video by Neville Goddard, any video by Florence Scovel Shinn, The Game of Life and How to Play It. There are some other audiobooks she has. Earl Nightingale Teachings and Lectures, audiobooks, Eric Thomas videos on YouTube, Bob Proctor videos on YouTube, lectures, Alan Watts lectures and videos on YouTube, Outwitting the Devil by Napoleon Hill, The Power of the Subconscious Mind by Joseph Murphy, and The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. I want to thank all of y'all for chilling with me. I want to thank all of y'all for listening to this audiobook to the end. We definitely not stopping here. This was something I wanted to do just to see if I could do it, and I have done it, and I'm so grateful. We continuing to create. You could catch this any day. I just want to let everybody know that you special. And I want you to continue whatever you doing. Don't give up. Don't sit down. And if you have to sit down, just think of your next moves or be strategic. You feel me? Don't be sitting there thinking that you can't do something. You could do anything you put your mind to. I'm always here. Hit me in the comments. If you loved a certain part, if you got questions about a certain part, I'm right here. Hit me in the comments. Also, my social media information will be in the link below. And yeah, y'all, catch me on the flip side. I love y'all. Like,